Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you to the Tuesday, May 22nd, 2018 Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin the meeting with a flag salute led by County Executive Officer Todd Leopold. We'll begin with approval of the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and the item may be moved for discussion. Does the board have any? Supervisor Euler.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if we could, please, brief conversation regarding item 17F. Thank you.
Okay. Any others?
Move approval of the remaining items.
Moved and seconded to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, roll call. Please.
Duran.
Yes.
Wygant.
Yes.
Euler.
Aye.
Montgomery.
Yes.
Holmes.
Aye. Supervisor Euler, did you want to?
Yes, please. So do we have somebody that's, okay. So I'm assuming that we're looking at this grazing contract where we're paying for the sheep to come in and help keep our weeds down in some of our open space areas, Hidden Falls areas, those areas, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay. So all I'm thinking is, since we're kind of at the start of what will be a combination of land acquisitions and fee title and conservation easements as we move forward with the conservation plan, that rather than actually spending money on these kinds of contracts, we might want to reach out to some of Supervisor Wygant's friends in the cattle community and see if we can't engineer some long-term leases on some of these pieces of ground that we will have under conservation, where they would actually come in, construct the necessary improvements to keep their cattle contained, fenced areas within our parks or within some of our fields that we're looking at. And rather than having to spend money, if not make money, at least not have to spend the money by having them come in and do the improvements. So I just didn't know if that was something we were looking into or had thought about or wanted to head that direction, but I just was throwing it out there. I have no problem with this particular contract. I'm just thinking, since we're talking about some long-term maintenance for over a lot of years for quite a few acres, if we could at least avoid the cost by entering into those kind of lease agreements.
Thank you. Supervisor Euler, Andy Fisher with your Parks Division. I think the answer is we're looking into all of those things. I think each of the solutions for grazing have a place. Cattle on larger areas, goats on focused areas. We've been talking with Josh Hunsinger and his office about the opportunity for cattle grazing as well. And you're exactly right. Where cattle grazing works, it's an opportunity to save or even make money. Goat grazing does cost money, but there are some targeted areas that really work well for goats. So we're looking at all of those
Where
things.
the blackberries are, right? That's
right.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the item. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. We will now move to public comment. Persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. So this is what I want to do. Anyone here that is here for public comment, I think there was someone that didn't get heard last time from Granite Bay, and please line up against the wall so the walkway.
Come over this way.
Yeah.
So
So if
file in and the order.
If you don't mind, out of courtesy of those that aren't here on and then I will extend the 15-minute time limit when you want to speak. So I'm going to have, what's the matter?
We're gonna do off non-sanctuary.
Yeah, non-sanctuary state items. There's people here that want to speak about issues not relating to yours. And then at the end of that, I'll extend the 15 minutes, so you'll have a full 15 minutes. And then if everybody doesn't get to be heard, we will come back after the end of our meeting and hear the rest of the comments. But it'll probably be 3 o'clock or later. Okay. Morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisors. Bradley Cutler from Granite Bay. I'm appearing today to clarify a couple of comments that were made at the last meeting. When Mr. Vaughn posed, why do we keep coming to this meeting and 8 times in a row, and now it's 9, to talk about the same activities that have occurred in the past. Commissioner Euler, Supervisor Euler said, Jerry, could you the oft-repeated refrain of the violations of law by Commissioner Moss, your office has looked into these extensively. What have you found so far? And he replied, we have found that there's no basis, no merit to any of the complaints. And then he went on about the lawsuit and found that the county didn't violate any of the rules. And I found that to be contrary to some facts, so I'll throw the facts out and I'll let you guys decide whether there was anything contrary to regular rules and laws. Commissioner Moss was found guilty of destroying wetlands and altering a stream bed, where the state, whereby the state of California Fish and Wildlife Department issued a notice of violation and mandated Commissioner Moss spend $150,000, buy up a couple of acres, and restore trees. He was also found guilty of violating the state drainage regulations for Clean Water Act by lime treating his project right next to the stream. So he had there was 2 or 3 violations that were against the law. And while that may be okay in Placer, obviously it's not with the state of California. He was found to have violated the conditions of approval of his own project by not by building in the wetlands area and not restraining himself from 100 feet back from the streams. Then he violated the fundamental practices of completing the construction of all of his grading before he had a grading permit, before he had the studies submitted, and before he had finished the drawings and even shown what was going to take place on the site around the asphalt areas, which he didn't have, which then got him into a whole peck of trouble afterwards. So maybe that wasn't a violation, maybe that was just a courtesy afforded only him, because every time anybody else puts in a plan to this submittal, it is parsed and looked at very carefully. And he was found guilty of conditions of approval in operating businesses outside the business hours. Oops, I guess that's a violation, isn't it? Or is that just something that you just ignore? He was investigated by Cal VPA and found to have legally dumped and stored hundreds of tons of asphalt in a watershed that polluted Linda Creek and was forced to remove it. Again, another violation. These are violations by your own individuals who are in charge of making sure that violations don't occur and making sure that things are done correctly. And he is an appointed official, and it's a travesty that he's allowed to maintain and be appointed official. And I couldn't disagree more that there was indeed something wrong.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Scott Vaughn from Granite Bay. Been here 9 times. Well, this is the 9th time. I'm here to talk about exactly what Brad talked about. And what I want to start off with saying is that I'm here about, like I said, every time, you guys could repeat it, open, honest, transparent government and non-preferential treatment for people who work for Placer County or appointed in Placer County. That's what I'm here about. And these charges, Mr. Carden, who gets paid, well, we checked on transparent.com, who makes roughly in compensation $380,000 a year paid by our taxpayers, can come up there and categorically say things like, No, he didn't violate anything. And I have a picture here on page 2, and say a picture's worth 1,000 words. So here is 60 truckloads of asphalt that were removed from my neighborhood, that code enforcement had him remove, okay? So that was your own code compliance people saying, yes, he's done something wrong. He had to issue a statement retracting his hours of operation. That code compliance made him issue, okay? He operated without a business license for 5 months. These are not questions that, oh, did he or didn't he? The county already determined that he did violate Placer County Code and conditions of approval here. So, Mr. Cardin, when you say he did nothing wrong and there's no merit to any of these facts, I categorically disagree that that's the case. In fact, your own legal staff, when we met with them, said when filling out building permits that he should be filling them out on the lot he's building them on. And when he scratched them out and put the wrong lot, because the lot that he identified them is for open space or for drainage, that, oops, he shouldn't have done that. That's called falsifying documents. And that's the last, one of the other drawings here. You have 10 acres of storage on a 5-acre lot. I think that doesn't make sense, but we've all read The Emperor Has No Clothes, and that's what I think is going on here with these statements. The other thing I would just like to reiterate is that we're going to keep coming, and we're going to keep going. And the statement that Mr. Cardin made that the lawsuit is over, and they made these, what was it? He said, in the lawsuit, the court found that the county did not violate any rules in approving the storage facility at the location. That is categorically false. I provided you all of the court case, which is still pending and hasn't been finished. I provided you the basis for it. It had nothing to do with zoning, and it had nothing to say about that. All it said was a 1997 map was valid in 1997. That's what it said, and the cup was valid for that map. So I'm here again. I'll keep coming. Mr. Euler doesn't like to see me here. I like to see you, Kirk. You're always dressed sharply. Appreciate it. But I would appreciate the common courtesy of responding. You say you respond all the time. I provide facts, PRAs. I can't even get you to tell me, since the lawsuit was over, Mr. Cardin, under what basis or what zoning law are you allowing a commercial facility in a residential neighborhood? That's all we want to know. Tell us the facts.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if I may briefly. Scott, I'm not sure if your mixing up of the issues is intentional or if it's just because you're trying to make a point or you don't understand.
Can you
But for
clarify which issues?
But for you to stand up here and accuse county council of essentially having lied in the last board meeting, to look at your own quote, my question of county council was very specific in terms of the violations of law by Commissioner Moss, being looked into by his office. He responded very specifically to that. Now, you've identified some code enforcement related items, which are not violations of law. We have county codes that we are responsible for enforcing, which our process worked, which is why the asphalt that was placed there was then removed. We have administrative rules that the state enforces regarding wet areas and the blackberry bushes I mentioned previously. And if the state determines that he violated their administrative rules on their interpretations of the Clean Water Act, then they can issue a fine, which they did. But there's a difference between committing crimes and violating these administrative rules, which have remedies. And every time that an administrative rule was violated, a remedy was achieved using our system. And so for you to sit up here and again, number one, accuse him of committing crimes, number one, and then number two, accuse county council of lying about this, you're just intentionally conflagrating the issues.
No, I am not. Any breaking of county code, according to your code, is a misdemeanor. So a misdemeanor is a breaking of law, is it
Jerry,
not?
do you want to comment on that?
The violations of the code can't be charged as misdemeanors. There's no evidence that there was ever a misdemeanor filed in any of these cases.
No, there wasn't, but that
So
doesn't.
Scott, what I'm going to suggest, since you keep this refrain up about violations of law, I will give you the district attorney's phone number. You can contact the district attorney. They actually have a unit specifically designed for enforcing environmental law. You can contact Mr. Owen's office, and you can ask them to investigate. Because at this point, our board has enforced every rule that we've adopted. The state of California has enforced their rules, and the remedies have been achieved. I understand you and Mr. Cutler don't like it. And to the second point about the lawsuit, as you're well aware, only one of the two causes of actions that you brought has been resolved. It was resolved in the county's favor. The second cause of action we look to have resolved sometime in June. I'm confident that too will be resolved in the county's favor. And then once that is done, county council will be able to more thoroughly address the concerns that you continuously raise. But as you know, county council, until those causes of action are fully resolved, county council can't have that conversation, just as you and I had this conversation in my office with county council present.
Which you had follow-up items that you never provided, correct?
No.
Open space, I've asked all the people who were there. No answer, no calculation.
And what we said was that we would have planning look into whether or not they thought there was a violation of any open space requirement. They have done so. They have not found it.
So none of the people at the meeting have received any indication of that. I talked to all of them. We sent an email. None of the people at there. So if you've sent that information, maybe it needs to be resent.
I will make sure that that email that was sent is recirculated.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you. I will be back for my next 3 minutes.
Is Mr. John Rogers from Granite Bay here? He wasn't able to speak at the last board meeting, so seeing none. Mr. Rebel, we'll go ahead and start with you. And out of courtesy for your patience, I'm going to extend the 15 minutes to 20 minutes. And then again, we will come back at the end of our meeting, which we have a lot of things on the agenda. This is a busy time of the year because we're going through budget process and other items. So we'll be glad to come back and listen to the rest that don't get a chance to speak. So now the 20 minutes, when you start speaking, we'll start. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Holmes and board members. My name is Dennis Ravel. Once again, I'm here this morning as chair of the Placer County Republican Party. Since its adoption in 1953, one key component of the Brown Act is its initial section, declaring the legislature's intent. Quote, in enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that the public commissions, boards, and councils, and other public agencies in this state exist to aid the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. The people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give the public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for the people to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. Close quote. While the Brown Act does not allow discussion of actions or discussion or action on items not on this board's agenda, it does allow board members or staff to, quote, briefly respond, close quote, to comments or questions from members of the public, provide a reference to staff or resources for factual information, or direct staff to place the issue on a future agenda. Following this board's hearing on May 8, 2018, many in the overflow crowd were perplexed and concerned about what exactly is this board's policy for setting an agenda item. We know that 2 board members have requested a public hearing, yet no hearing has been agendized. Following the May 8th board meeting, the chair issued a statement in the name of the entire board that, to my knowledge, his fellow board members never saw in advance, let alone approved. Assuming that this board encourages the public to attend and be part of how the board makes its decision, and recognizing that this board wishes to conduct its business in an orderly, calm, productive, and timely manner, one would assume that this board has produced and published a policy or procedure document for board meeting agendas. It would appear it has not. I provided you a chart of the number of minutes consumed in public comment section of this board's agenda over a 12-month period. With one exception, you can see that no board meeting has drawn the equivalent amount of public time and attention as the sanctuary state issue has. On May 8, 2018, we had an overflow crowd here, most of whom were denied the opportunity to address the board. Once again, the chamber is full this morning on both sides of this issue, who deserve to be here, to be heard, and to hear each of you how you feel about this issue. we once again call upon you to notice a public meeting on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. I have two quick suggestions. One is the SB 54 debate is really about public safety, not about immigration or the authority of the board. And for instance, you should be getting options from your sheriff on what you can do in reaction to SB 54. For instance, Orange County Sheriff has a website, Who's in Jail, and they're going to start posting the release dates on the inmates, not indicate immigration status, but that will communicate what the problem is. So you should have all the options before you and not prejudge what you think about SB 54. The second suggestion is on the Auburn City Council, we had a policy rule in which any two council members could put an item on the agenda even though maybe the city manager didn't like it. That was never exercised because the city manager always put an item on the agenda. And even on the City of Auburn website, it includes a direct email to the city manager if you want an item on the agenda. So there was a culture of openness, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, and I voted against a lot of ideas that were put on by other council members or members of the public, and I voted for some. But it created a culture of openness to get things on the agenda. When you look at the county code, I can't find a single provision that says the chair has the power to determine what goes on the agenda, because that's inconsistent with the county charter. You are all equal members. And so if one chair representing only 20% of Placer County residents can override, say, two supervisors who represent 40% of the county just to get an item discussed, that's not consistent with our representative democracy or kind of local governments. And when I represented the chamber, we passed support for the Restoring Healthy Forests Act, considered at the federal level. And I sent you letters promoting those two bills over the course of 3 years. I went to the chamber forum, asked the supervisor why can't I get it on the agenda. That supervisor said, well, only the chair can make that determination. So I'm pretty frustrated. And I sent you all letters 2 weeks ago about our Fire Safe Council's recommendation on the red flag ordinance, and I'd like to see that enacted. But I don't know if I'm sort of wasting my time. I won't, if I'll get a response or it'll go on the agenda, but I urge you, one, to hold the hearing on SB 54, and two, pass a reform that allows more members to put things on the agenda. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Paul Comiskey. I've been a criminal trial lawyer for 43 years, and I can tell you that SB 54 was a very, very well-crafted law that balances the needs of public safety and citizens. And I can tell you as a defense lawyer that I've had significant problems at times getting witnesses to come to court because they are afraid of immigration enforcement. I've also seen it work the other way where prosecutors have a lot of problems. Those problems were all worked out in SB 54. There's no big concern about public safety about SB 54 that is legitimate. I think that the Board of Supervisors is taking the right approach to simply leave this matter alone, let it work itself out in the courts. There's a state capitol about 30 miles down the road, and I would invite all the people who are opposed to SB 54 to take their issues down there. That's the appropriate place. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Morning.
Good morning. I'm Mike Murray, Rockland District 3. In my line of work, I get to talk to a lot of people, not just Republicans and Democrats, but everybody. And there's one common theme that I see between these people, and you see it in this room here today. We do not like inaction from people we put in office. We want some sort of action to be taken, and that's why we're here today. I'm not talking about the merits of SB 54. I know that's for another time. That's for the intelligent discussion that we're asking for. Supervisor Holmes and some of the board have chosen not to even discuss the issue, let alone vote on it. This isn't in accordance with the rest of the state right now. These people here deserve the same representation that the rest of the state has. We have, last I counted, 12 counties that have had a discussion and vote on this against SB 54. And who knows how many other have discussed it at some point. We deserve a discussion. So we stand, I mean, it's a reasonable request, just to have a discussion. And that's the problem with politics nowadays. People don't want to discuss it. People are so concerned with re-election, with political hot buttons, that they don't want to actually do the job that they are in there to do. And that's all we ask. And I don't want to talk about SB 54. I don't want to talk about the merits of it. I just want you to represent us. Do what you're sitting there to do. So we aren't going away. I mean, I said that last month. We aren't going away. This isn't going to fizzle away as much as everybody wants it to. And to tell the truth, I want it to. I want this to go away. I want it to be discussed and voted on. There's people here that need to talk about other things, and we are eating into their time. There's a lot of stuff going on in Placer County. You don't want us here every month. So let us have an intelligent discussion, not a bunch of rhetoric, not a bunch of yelling, just an intelligent discussion and a vote. And that's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ed Coons. There's a big street fight going on between the Trump administration and the state of California. And there's a lot of people in this room today that want to egg you into joining that fight. It's a fight that you cannot change the outcome of. You have nothing to gain by joining in that fight. And I'm here to tap you on the shoulder and say, don't get into this fight. You have nothing to gain. Please don't be a tool for those motivated by groundless fear or hate. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Ed. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm not here because I hate anybody. I just want you to know that. My name is Paul Gallo. I'm here for the third time. The last time I was here, I said I was here for the second time. And I will continue to return until we get this on the agenda, at least for discussion. It seems inconceivable to me that if two supervisors, along with a large public constituency of Placer County residents, on either side of this issue, ask for an item to be placed on the agenda, that the chair would have the unilateral authority to deny that action. Nowhere in your procedural documents can I find that any such authority to deny an agenda item exists. It therefore leaves me to conclude that the chair is making up rules at his whim and obviously attempting to subjugate the people of Placer County for God knows what reason. The chair should realize that the people of Placer County pay you as an employee and not the other way around. And so for you not to want to take the time to hear what the people of Placer County need to say in large numbers is beyond my understanding. So, Mr. Chairman, your employees demand you place this non-sanctuary resolution on the agenda for discussion and hopefully for a vote. It's that simple. Why such pushback on such a simple and very involved group of people who want to hear what you have to say about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Phyllis Wing. I'm from Lincoln. And the reason I'm here, I'm just asking you to please put this on the agenda. Let us hear what you have to say. And that's all I have to say. Just please put it on the agenda.
Thank you,
I'd like to see the conversation. Thank you.
You bet, thank you. Not this guy. Morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for showing up and being here. I just want to ask you guys as politely as I can to please consider putting this on the agenda. It's very important to a lot of people out here. It may not seem like a big deal because we're not screaming and ranting and raving, but it really is important. It is something that we're passionate about. I have children, I have a wife, I've got friends and family. It is very important to them as well. Not everybody has the ability to get here. You know, luckily for me, I have that right now. I'm allocated time. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to get the message out, trying to spread as much as I can information about this SB 54. You guys really just need to allow for discussion. We want to know what you guys think about it. We know you're not allowed comment during these type of discussions. I learned that last time. I didn't know that either. But I would really appreciate it if you guys could take the time to please put it to a vote. I didn't look into if there's a chairperson that's allowed to veto things down or not. But if that did occur, Mr. Holmes, I would really appreciate you just considering allowing this vote to go through. If we got 2 out of 5 of you guys, maybe we can get a few more on board. All we want is a discussion. We want to be able to talk about this intelligently, see where you stand, see what we can work, how we can work together. Let's come together, find a common ground, a goal. I hear people saying that it's not financially worth it, that we shouldn't jump into this Trump tool. I'm sorry, I don't look at it like that because there's plenty of people that are involved with this anti-SB 54 movement that are not pro-Trump. There are people on the left that are involved that think that open borders and unsequestered immigration is a problem. We have to have proper vetting. We have to allow our law enforcement to work with immigration officials. We can't be playing games with our laws, changing things. I mean, you say go down to Sacramento and address it down there. Well, I don't really see Sacramento hearing us. So what we have to do is we start working on the outside and focus and come to a goal. We'll get a little bit of momentum, and then we'll head to Sacramento. I mean, that's how we work. We're not giving up. But Sacramento's a cesspool. It's completely infiltrated by people who don't think like true Americans used to. We have been completely blindsided by this immigration situation. I know that Donald Trump said something about it during his campaign, and that's really what made California turn and just completely open their borders. I really, really ask you guys, please, I know it seems repetitive and redundant, but all I ask you guys to do is please put it on the agenda. Please allow us to have a discussion, allow us to hear what you guys think, and then we can move on. But I'm with the other people. I'm going to be here every 2 weeks or whenever your guys' meetings are, saying the same exact thing until something is done. Thank you for your time. No on Sanctuary State.
We need your name, sir, name and address.
Jeffrey. Address?
Yeah, where you live.
Oh, I live in Roseville.
Okay, and I need your last name for the record.
Perrine. Perrine.
Perrine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. How are we doing on time?
Good morning. Did you get the time?
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for giving me some time to talk. I have a very simple message on behalf of myself and the 700+ members of Indivisible Auburn. We unequivocally support SB 54, the California Values Act, and we also support the Board of Supervisors. The facts are that immigrants, legal or illegal, do not increase the crime rate. This has been shown in a number of studies. Placer County is one of the safest counties in California, and SB 54 is designed to keep it that way, allowing protection and cooperation between law enforcement agencies when there are serious crimes to address. It also is designed to protect all people's Fourth Amendment rights, to protect against unreasonable search and seizure. You know that. Let's not succumb to fear tactics and slurs. We have a state law. Let's follow it. Thank you.
We need your name, please.
Mark Rosen in Auburn.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, one more speaker and then that's it. And then we will come back after our meeting. If anybody wants to come back, it's going to be probably around 3 o'clock or maybe a little later. If anybody wants to come back and address us after we continue the county's business. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me a moment to talk. My name is Jan Bell. I live in the Ophir Valley.
and I've been here about 25 years. I'm also president of the local Auburn Area Democratic Club. I'm here to speak about the people that I've talked to recently who tell me that they feel at risk living in this county. I've talked to two people who are people of color who told me that they have been threatened and harassed, people telling them to go home when this is their home. I'd also like to share with you that my grandfather came to this country in 1905, but in World War II, people burned crosses on his lawn because he spoke German. We really need to be very careful here that we are not condemning people just for the color of their skin or the language that they speak. And so I'm passionately asking you to protect everyone's rights. And we are in a safe county. So I think this resistance against SB 54 is overreach and could actually hurt innocent people if you're not careful to abide by SB 54, which protects people from unlawful search and seizure.
Thank you, everyone. That closes public comment for now.
Mr. Chair, just quickly, if I may.
Sure.
I, at the risk of sounding a little bit, what's the right word? I don't want to sound like I am talking down or anything like that, but this has been one of the best public comment sessions I think our board has had on a controversial issue. We had speakers from both sides get up and give good arguments, and I didn't hear any boos, I didn't hear any jeers, and so thank you. I just want to thank you all for taking the time to come and engage in this conversation and do so respectfully of one another. Thank you very much for doing it.
And I thank you as well. So again, we'll be back here probably, I don't know how long we're going to be taking care of our rest of our business, but I assume it'll probably be after 3 o'clock. So we'll be back here if anybody wants to come forward and state their opinion. Thank you very much for coming.
Take a minute.
Yeah. We're going to take a minute while everybody filters out so we can open up some seats. All right, we'll now move to board member and county executive reports. Any board members have any reports they would like to present? Any county executive reports? Okay, seeing none. We will now move to our 9:05 timed item, Health and Human Services, a presentation of Mental Health Awareness Month, Fitness for Mind and Body, 2018. Amy Ellis presenting. Good morning.
Yes. Come on up, you guys. Okay, good morning, Chairman Holmes and members of the board. I'm excited to ask you to join me in raising awareness of mental health in Placer County by receiving this presentation about May being Mental Health Awareness Month. This year's theme is Fitness for Mind and Body, and with that theme in mind, we are hosting our first annual community event today at 1 p.m. on the DeWitt campus. The community will join together to walk, hear stories of recovery, receive resources, and enjoy music and camaraderie. I am pleased today to have our embedded supervisor with Mental Health America, Catherine Ferry, with me, who will introduce today's speaker, AJ Rodriguez. The other people who are up here represent some of the multiple treatment services and teams who have supported AJ along his recovery journey. The hope is to demonstrate both the personal strength and multiple levels of support that often accompany a journey to health. Catherine?
Good morning. My name is Catherine Ferry, and I'm the Consumer Liaison to Placer County Adult System of Care, meaning that I represent mental health clients and their needs and concerns and their ideas for how to make mental health services better in Placer County. One of the great things that I get to do with my job is manage our mental health and substance use speakers bureau, and we have AJ here speaking with us today. Our speakers bureau, we hear stories of recovery. We come to this board once or twice a year, and I want to celebrate AJ, who is now working as a peer advocate for one of our full-service partnership teams. He's an example of someone who's taken ownership of his mental health and substance use recovery story, and is now working as a role model for people who are going through struggles like he's gone through in his life. So without further ado, let's hear AJ's story, and I really want to appreciate the wonderful work that he does for Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Hi, folks. I'm AJ, and the person I am today is definitely not the same person I was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, at 40 years of age, my mental illness had gone untreated for most of my life. I used drugs and alcohol to manage my symptoms and was violent towards girlfriends, friends, and coworkers. I had recently met a woman I began dating who encouraged me to get a mental health screening after recognizing I was really ill. See, I believed my father was trying to kill me and that everyone around me was in on his plot, including my roommates. I began to think that if I didn't kill them first, I would be dead. Think about that. I was ready to kill someone to defend myself against something that wasn't actually really happening. Thankfully, I found my way to recovery, and my life is completely different. Today, I'm going to share the 3 things that helped me find recovery, and those 3 things are treatment, physical activity, and community. First, treatment. When I went for my mental health evaluation at Kirby Hills, a therapist assessed me as having a mood disorder with psychosis and said I needed to get an alcohol and drug screening and also see a psychiatrist. I did go to the alcohol and drug screening and was referred to CORE for intensive outpatient classes 3 times a week, 3 hours each session. The psychiatrist at Kirby Hills prescribed me mood stabilizer and antipsychotic medication. I still take medications, and they are a part of my daily recovery. At CORE, I learned to kick my addiction and remain clean and sober over 2 years later. At Kirby Hills, I took advantage of as many groups and therapies as possible. All of these things helped me and continue to help me, and my mind stay balanced and well. Physical activity also helped me in my recovery. Once I started receiving regular treatment, I joined the Health 360 program offered at Kirby Hills. Health 360 offered walking and stretch and strengthens groups, which I participated in heavily. We even did a few 5Ks as a group. I also volunteered for the U.S. Forest Service and spent several weeks doing various projects while camping and hiking, just being outdoors and getting physical exercise. I also went back to school and took classes for a rec management degree, which included a summer class where we camped and hiked for a week out in the Sierra Nevada mountains, and I continued to keep physical activity in my life. The last thing that helped me with my recovery is all the community I've found. Being with everyone at Kirby Hills as a client and participating in Health 360 was absolutely instrumental into my recovery. With Health 360, we all banded together, we supported each other through various groups we all attended, and we participated in not just physical activity groups, but also in groups like choir and drum circle. That sense of community meant so much to me. It made me feel like a person, like I belonged. I also found community at Sierra College in my classes. This all helped me progress in my recovery, and now I'm a peer advocate working for AMI at Kirby Hills on the FSP substance use team. I went from being just a client at Kirby Hills to giving back to clients at Kirby Hills. My community has expanded, and it really helps me maintain my recovery. Today, I shared with you the 3 things that helped me find recovery: treatment, physical activity, and being a part of community. I've come a long way, and I feel honored that I get to share my story with not only clients, but with stakeholders in the community concerned with the well-being of all Placer County residents. It means a lot to me that I get to show everyone that recovery is possible. Oh, and that girlfriend I mentioned 3 years ago, we are engaged and getting married in October.
Yay. Thank you, AJ, for your sharing your story with us. I'm glad that we were able to have the wraparound services for you and that you engaged. It took a lot of hard work, but you got there, and now you understand how this affects people, and then you give back and help them on their recovery. So that's very important. I really appreciate your comments and the hard work you've done to recover. And we need your last name.
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, AJ Rodriguez.
AJ Rodriguez.
Okay. All right, thank you again.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Does anyone else
And
wish?
just if
Oh.
you could, Jim, AJ, I just wanted to say thank you so much, because in addition to taking steps to address your own issues,
A photo.
it
Oh, yeah.
is just so refreshing and heartwarming to see someone who recognizes that there are other folks that need this same sort of assistance. And thank you so much for doing this, because mental illness in our community is just so often either unrecognized or stigmatized when it is recognized. And it's so critically important that people do engage in the way you have. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And I say that with a family member who suffers from serious mental illness. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to come down so we can take a photo.
Yeah, yes, we would like a photo, just because we're going to really get it out into the community, what we're doing here to help to decrease stigma and to help get the word out. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, we're going to move to our 9:15 timed item, Public Works and Facilities, Levy of Assessments, Granite Bay Parks, Trails, and Open Space Assessment District. Andy Fisher presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andy Fisher with your Parks Division. I'm here with Susan Barnes of SCI Consulting, who has prepared the information and the contents before you today. The action requested is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and assessment and ordering a levy of assessments for fiscal year 2018-19 for the Granite Bay Parks, Trails, and Open Space Maintenance and Recreation Improvement District. This district is a lighting and landscape assessment district. That means that it generates an assessment that shows up on the annual tax bills of those who pay. This district was approved by the voters of Granite Bay in November of 2001. It includes about 8,000 parcels, and it's generally consistent with the boundary of the Granite Bay Community Plan area. The facilities that are improved and maintained through this district are 8 parks: Granite Bay Community Park, Douglas Ranch Park, Franklin School, Miners Ravine Nature Reserve, Ronald L. Feist Park, Sterling Point Park and Staging Area, Tree Lake Park and Tree Lake Terrace Park, as well as 30 miles of multi-purpose dirt trails and 20 miles of bikeways. The assessment district, when it was formed, allows for a cost of living increase not to exceed 3% each year based on the Bay Area Consumer Price Index, and that calculated rate for the coming fiscal year is 3%. That would equate to an increase of $2.44 per benefit unit and bring the annual assessment to $83.90. The district has a total budget of $787,000 and $787,360, of which 87% is generated through these assessments and 13% is augmented through general fund and fees and rents that are generated within that district. This is the third in a 3-part process to adjust the assessment each year. The first action you took in February 6th was to direct the preparation of the engineer's report by Susan and her team at SCI Consulting. On April 10th, you approved that engineer's report and set the hearing for today, and this is the final step in that levy of assessment. With that, I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Euler.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the completion of this item. Thank you also for the reminder that this fee, this annual assessment, is in place by virtue of the fact the voters of Granite Bay did choose to we chose to tax ourselves for a good high level of service for our parks and our open space down there. And I think your department has done an outstanding job of being very responsive to the citizens of Granite Bay, the residents of Granite Bay, when it comes to our parks and our open space, and you continue to engage with us through our MAC and hearing the neighbors' priorities. And so I just wanted to thank you for that and recognize the good ongoing work that you're doing. And with that, I will move approval.
Second. All right, any more comments from board members before I open up the public hearing? Seeing none? Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the board on this item?
Kirk's new to this game.
All right. Seeing none, I will close public hearing and then entertain a motion.
I would move approval.
Oh, you already did. Thanks. Just checking. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. We'll now move to our 9:20. Hi, Susan. We'll now move to our 9:20 item, timed item, Public Works and Facilities, annexation to County Service Area 28, Zone 173, Dry Creek Winding Creek LLC. Kevin Bell presenting. No, I don't see that one guy.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes and members of the board. I'm Andy Dara with Public Works and Facilities. With me here is Jared Deck. He's an associate civil engineer with us in environmental engineering, and he's going to be presenting today's public hearing.
Alrighty.
Good morning, board. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. Like Andy said, my name is Jared Deck, and we're here to request your board hold a public hearing to consider annexation of parcel 023-240-081 into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone 173, Dry Creek. The property is located west of Cook-Riola Road and south of Vineyard Road in Dry Creek area. Winding Creek LLC is requesting annexation of this 25.38 acre parcel in order to provide sewer service to the proposed 19-lot residential plan development. If approved, the applicant will require payment of the annexation fee in effect at the time that you actually choose to make the payment. The current annexation fee is $2,723 per unit. So this calculates out to a total of $51,737 for the annexation fee for the 19-lot development. Staff supports this request, and in order to move forward, I request that your board hold a public hearing, and at the end of the hearing, adopt a resolution and staff report to annex this parcel into the boundaries of County Service 28, Zone 173, Dry Creek. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions for staff before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and take action. Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the item, Public Works and Facilities, annexation to County Service Area 28, Zone 173. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you. And now we'll move to the 9:25 timed item. Public Works and Facilities, countywide traffic mitigation fees annual adjustment. Ken Graham.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Graham with the Department of Public Works and Facilities. The next three items are all related to our development impact fee programs, in particular, and especially our annual inflationary adjustments to ensure that all of our development is paying their fair share of the necessary infrastructure. So we're asking you today to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to increase the capital improvement program and the corresponding traffic mitigation fees for all of our benefit districts except for the Tahoe district to reflect the increase in construction costs of 2.8% based on the Engineering News Record 20 city average. The annual inflationary adjustment was provided to the BIA, and they have, I don't want to say approved it, but they have not contested it is probably the correct term. Tahoe went through a more thorough review after approval of the area plan last year. The Contractors Association of Tahoe Truckee, though, had some questions and some review that they asked us to do. We want to go through that, and so we're asking that you don't do that today. We'll bring that back at a future date after we've done that review. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and ask you to conduct the public hearing.
For the people that don't know what BIA means, could you?
Building Industry Association.
Yeah, we knew that, but I just want to make sure that that was in the record. Okay, any other comments from board members? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back for action. It's been moved and seconded to move Public Works and Facilities countywide traffic mitigation fees annual adjustment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, we'll move on to item B, Placer County City of Roseville Joint Traffic Fee Program Annual Adjustment.
And very similarly, this is conducting the public hearing on our joint program with the city of Roseville, which includes Baseline Road, Willarga Road, and Fitiment Road, where we jointly work together to provide the infrastructure that we both need on that roadway, or those roadways. So we're asking you again, conduct the public hearing and adopt a resolution to increase the capital improvement program costs and the corresponding fee schedule, 2.88% based on the Engineering News Record 20 city average. Slightly different dates. Some of our programs go from April to April, some go to May. That's why you see a slightly different percentage of the inflationary adjustment. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from board members before I open up the public hearing? Seeing none, let's open the public hearing. Anybody from the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Move approval.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Placer County City of Roseville Joint Traffic Fee Program Annual Adjustment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll move to item C, Tier 2 Development Fee Annual Adjustment. Mr. Ken Grimm.
And the same idea again, this is what we term our Tier 2 traffic impact fee. It is with agreement with the cities of Lincoln, Rockland, and Roseville. We collect money for the future Placer Parkway as well as the improvements on I-80 and State Route 65. We're asking, we have a memorandum of agreement. It says that we will every year make these adjustments according to the Engineering News Record. So again, we're asking you to adopt the revised fee reflecting the increase in construction costs of 2.74% based on the Engineering News Record 20 city averages and in combination with the San Francisco Construction Cost Index. We actually use a blend for that fee program. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from board members before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, this is public hearing. Public hearing is open. Anybody in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to board for approval. Moved and seconded to approve Tier 2 Development Fee Annual Adjustment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, thank you. Thank you. Now we'll move to our 9:40 timed item. Presentation of Western Placer Waste Management Authority Master Planning Project. We were asked to receive a presentation from Western Placer Waste Management Authority staff regarding facility master planning efforts. Eric Otto and Brian.
Good morning, Brian Hacker, County Executive Office, here to introduce this item. The Western Placer Waste Management Authority is a JPA, a joint powers authority comprised of the County of Placer, the cities of Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln. The Western Placer Waste Management Authority, or WAMPMA, has embarked on a master planning effort for its parcels at the corner of Athens and Fitiment Road in unincorporated county. In that effort, an advisory committee made up of WAMPMA staff and member agency staffs, including county staff, has been established to facilitate communication and member agency input. So today, staff from the Western Placer Waste Management Authority and are here today to present these concepts, answer questions, and receive any input from your board. And so with that, I will turn it over to Eric Otto from the Western Placer Waste Management Authority.
Thank you, Brian. Morning, Eric.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening, or this morning. Excuse me, getting ahead of myself. As Brian mentioned, my name is Eric Otto. I'm the program manager with the Western Placer Waste Management Authority, and I'll be providing an overview of the authority's master planning efforts, and as Brian noted, seeking input and comment from your board today. Brian, do I have the presentation? Okay, there we go. All right. So today I'm going to give just a brief overview of who the authority is, talk about why we're doing this master planning effort now, some of the different options that are available to us, and then the next steps from there. So as Brian mentioned, the authority is a joint powers authority formed between the cities of Rockland, Roseville, Lincoln, and the county of Placer in 1978 to site a regional landfill. It's made up of governed by a board of directors from each of the member agencies, and currently Supervisor Duran and Supervisor Wygant serve on that board. And in the late 80s, the state of California passed groundbreaking legislation, often referred to as AB 939, which mandated that each city and county had to divert at least 50% of their materials from landfilling. And the authority in the mid-90s adopted an operating model by developing a materials recovery facility, or MRF for short, and composting operation to assist the member entities in meeting that state legislation and regulation. Over time, we've continued to adapt our operations to meet the needs of the region, including several upgrades to the facility in response to growth, and now we're at the cusp of the next big stage, and that's where the master planning effort is coming in. So we're at a unique time and place right now where the authority has the opportunity to assist the member entities in meeting many of the solid waste challenges that face them in the future, and those are borne by changes in regulation, changes, anticipated growth in the region, and then also the understanding that there's an issue of compatibility between the critical infrastructure of the landfill and development as it continues to encroach near the landfill. We also have an opportunity to take some really unique steps to increase the amount of material we pull from the waste stream using some new and innovative techniques. And at the same time, we're looking at improving customer safety and maintaining a stable cost structure. So I mentioned the regulations are driving some of this master planning effort, and I'd like to touch on a few of them. The state of California is in the process of finalizing what could be as significant or even more so than AB 939, and that's SB 1383. And that will require every city and county to divert at least 75% of their organic materials from landfilling, which will be an extraordinary challenge. Right now in California, there's insufficient capacity for handling those organics right now. And yet, we need to push forward and figure out how to do this. We have some plans, which I'll touch on in a minute. At the same time, China has instituted a policy that is serving to distract and disrupt global recycling markets. China has historically been the big buyer in terms of buying recycled products, and just recently, they halted import of all recyclable materials for at least a month, and that's putting an extremely downward pressure on the recycling markets. Yet at the same time, each city and county is still required to meet the state's mandates for recycling. And then I'd also like to touch on the Cal Green building standards, which is requiring a significant increase in the amount of building materials that are being recovered from the waste stream. And this becomes even more significant when you start to look at the different projections for growth in the county. And the takeaway here is that over the next 30 years, we anticipate a doubling in population, and by virtue of that, a doubling in the amount of waste that we need to handle and process. Back when the landfill was first sited in the late 70s, one of the criteria that was used for siting it was how remote it was from the population centers. And you can see here is denoted by the green rectangle, that's the authority's current permitted facility in the middle of the Sunset area. And obviously, the cities of Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln border us and have grown over time and come closer to the site. If you look at some of the plans in the future, that growth is anticipated to continue to move up closer to our borders, which means that as that development encroaches, it's going to be vital for the authority to be the absolute best neighbor it can be to ensure its long-term viability. So how do we meet these challenges? Can we do it on the existing permitted site? And the answer is probably for a period of time, but with trade-offs. And the big trade-off being, as we continue to modify and expand the MRF and composting operations to be able to meet those needs for improved diversion, it's going to come at the cost of landfill space. So the landfill will fill up sooner, need to close sooner. Realizing it could take 25 to 30 years to site a new landfill, that really puts us in a position of relying on out-of-county facilities for our disposal needs. What that means is a loss of local control over how we manage our waste products and a significant cost impact to our ratepayers. That could be a doubling or tripling of rates. So realizing that was not the best option, is we convened a team that includes CH2M engineers, and then, as Brian mentioned, an advisory committee of representatives from each of the member agencies to ensure that we obtained a regional perspective and could develop a solution that best met the needs of all the member entities. So I mentioned the picture on that Sunset area slide a few minutes ago. We have about a 320-acre parcel, which is denoted in the middle of this picture here, and that's what's currently permitted for solid waste operations. That's where the MRF, the composting facility, and the landfill are sited currently. Fortunately, our board had the foresight and long-term vision to acquire nearby properties when they became available. So the authority also owns 480 acres to the west of the landfill and 160 acres to the east of the landfill. Neither of these properties are currently permitted for solid waste operations. However, we realize that there's an opportunity to start to utilize those properties for those operations. And so this slide right here shows that an initial concept of having composting and a new public unloading area on the western property, and keeping that for non-disposal related operations, and then procuring space and provisions for new landfill area on the eastern property. At the same time, I mentioned some of the opportunities that are available to us, and that is identifying some space for new technologies to be able to come in and cite a pilot study and test their technologies on ways to improve and move materials out of the waste stream and produce new energies, new fuels, or other beneficial uses for that product. The great thing about having a pilot study area is the authority can allow this technology to test itself at very low to no risk to the authority. If it makes sense, we can go full scale with it, and we've identified some areas for compatible manufacturing on other areas of the property where end products from our process can be used as a feedstock for their operation. And then finally, I'd like to point out that we're also looking at working with current and future universities for doing research and development. Again, finding new ways to handle our waste and make beneficial use of it. And I'm proud to say that the Authority Board recently entered into a memorandum of understanding with William Jessup University for doing just this sort of work, which will be starting later this summer. So the team came up with 3 concepts that we're working on right now, which are shown here on this slide. And essentially, the difference between those is where the landfill would ultimately sit, and then the rest of the facilities would be sited around the landfill. And we've maintained space for the compatible manufacturing and other facilities and operational enhancements. So the big difference here on number 1 is very similar to the previous slide I showed, where we would have landfilling on the eastern property, and number 3 would have landfilling on the western property. So we're currently evaluating each of those options. But in short, each of these options here will help us be able to meet the current and future regulatory requirements, accommodate regional growth, and secure long-term disposal capacity, which is important to the region, and maintain flexibility while enhancing compatibility with our current and future neighbors. And what this means to your board today is it means maintaining local control of our waste stream and being able to provide long-term stable cost rates. So next steps, we have been engaged in a key stakeholder engagement. We met with the city managers and the county CEO. Today, obviously, we're meeting here with your board. We met at City of Roseville and Rockland earlier in the month. We'll be meeting with City of Lincoln this evening. And then we'll start reaching out to other interested groups, including the United Auburn Indian Community, other developers and large landowners nearby the landfill, and neighborhood association leaders, the Blue Oaks Neighborhood Association, West Park and Fediment Farms to our south, and also Whitney Ranch to our east. And then we'll also reach out to local community groups, including Lions, Rotary, Kiwanis, and others. And we'll take all these comments and feedback, and we'll combine those in conjunction with our environmental and economics constraints analysis, refine those 3 concepts that we showed you down into a single preferred option, and bring that back to the Authority Board by the end of the calendar year for their approval, and with a recommendation to move into the CEQA process. So with that, that concludes my presentation for today. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to your board. With that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions of Supervisor Montgomery?
Eric, thank you for the comprehensive overview. Very much appreciated for those of us who don't follow the Western, landfill on a daily basis. I would like to suggest that on the stakeholders that you reach out to, Supervisor Euler and I both serve on the Pioneer Community Energy Board. I would like to suggest that you reach out to us and maybe come give a presentation to us, because we are looking toward the future and alternative energy sources in Placer County. We have certainly identified both landfills on the west and the east as potential partners in energy generation. So just come talk to us, please.
I'd be happy to. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
Just want to thank you for the good work, Eric. Look forward to this developing, and glad you're getting out and about, and great invitation to talk to Pioneer. I think, obviously, for a range of reasons, that could be potentially huge for us as we move forward. So, thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. It's been a very successful operation. I'm going to open this up if there's anyone from the public who wishes to address us on this presentation.
Good morning. Mike Arabedian for Placer Group Sierra Club. I have a question. Basically, I understand that at one time, and perhaps there still is, a 1-mile no development buffer around the sanitary landfill. I learned about this from a 2001 court case where the county was sued to try to eliminate that buffer, and the court upheld the buffer. So I'm wondering what the status of the buffer is today, and if it's gone, what happened?
Right. Can you answer that, or Supervisor Wygant? Your latest.
Either way. Yeah.
Well, since it is not the authority's buffer, it is the county's buffer, perhaps it would be more appropriate for county staff to discuss that option?
Or I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's a 1 mile buffer that precludes residential development within the 1 mile buffer. It's currently being reviewed with the update of the Sunset Industrial Area Plan. So it is under consideration for being changed soon. But it is a county buffer related to our land use authority in that area.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. It's been a very successful operation over the years. I'm down there quite often. So.
All right, thank you very much.
Eric. You betcha. All right. Now, we're going to move to our 10 a.m. Not too bad. County Executive Fire Service in Western Placer County with Becky Regan, Amanda Flo, and I'm assuming some others.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. I am joined this morning by Amanda Flo, Management Analyst, also from our office, and by CAL FIRE Chief George Morris. Also in the audience today are other stakeholders and representatives from several independent fire districts within Western Placer County. We have two separate presentations and requested actions for your board today related to fire services. First, we will provide an overview of the fiscal challenges facing Placer County Fire. We will be seeking your direction on potential reorganization efforts and governance models you may wish to consider, and on related community education and outreach efforts. Our second presentation will provide a brief overview of the fiscal challenges in other unincorporated areas of the county, but that fall under the governance and jurisdiction of the independent fire districts. We will be seeking direction on whether to offset election costs for the Forest Hill Special District when they return to their voters for an increased parcel tax, and on working with the special districts on related community education and outreach efforts. Your board has received numerous comprehensive briefings on fire services over the years. Our presentation today will cover some of that background that your board is well familiar with, but we recognize the importance of sharing that information with stakeholders who may be new to these issues, but we'll keep it as brief as possible. We'll start with an orientation on the geographical areas under discussion today. This map depicts the unincorporated area west of the summit down to the southern border of the county, which for these purposes we refer to as Western Placer County. The areas in light yellow that snake around the northern border of the county are the areas under the oversight of your board, for which CAL FIRE provides services under the name of Placer County Fire. CAL FIRE, of course, is a state agency primarily charged with providing fire protection services for the state responsibility area, but that also holds contracts with 38 out of the 58 counties across California for varying levels of service. For Placer County, CAL FIRE provides fire protection, all hazard, and emergency medical services to approximately 52,000 residents, over 475 square miles, or approximately a third of the county. Chief Morris reports that they receive approximately 8,500 calls for service per year. The hash-marked multicolored areas represent the independent fire districts in the region, which will be addressed in the second presentation. When we discuss Placer County Fire, it suggests that it is one fire service area. However, as this map depicts, Placer County Fire actually consists of multiple areas for fire service or zones of benefit within a county service area. Because counties often consist of large and diverse geographical areas, providing the desired level of service across all of the unincorporated area can be challenging and cost prohibitive. To address this, laws creating county service areas, or CSAs, were developed in the 1950s as a means for allowing small communities in unincorporated areas to pay for and receive heightened levels of service for park and recreation facilities, roads, sewer, fire protection, and many other types of services. Zones of benefit are formed for the purpose of levying special taxes to cover the costs of a desired or enhanced service and to ensure that other county residents who do not receive the benefit of that service are not left covering those costs. As a result, each zone of benefit has a dedicated revenue stream and budget that must be treated as a special district for purposes of financial management, with the expectation that each zone of benefit remains financially self-sufficient through its share of property taxes, other revenues such as grants, and any necessary voter-approved parcel taxes. A zone of benefit financing structure can provide an effective mechanism for funding a desired or enhanced service level within a discrete area. However, in the situation we have with Placer County Fire, where services are provided by a single entity, in this case CAL FIRE, across a broad area comprised of multiple zones of benefit, it becomes administratively and operationally burdensome. And it challenges the ability to provide the service on an efficient system-wide basis. The county has several employees who track and reconcile revenues and expenditures within each zone of benefit, and it also creates inefficiencies at the operational level. I'm going to invite Chief Morris up to provide some insights on how he is legally required to manage resources within a zone of benefit structure.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm George Morris, Unit Chief for the CAL FIRE Nevada Yuba Placer Unit, Chief of Placer County Fire and Placer County Fire Warden. Behind me today are members of our leadership team for Placer County Fire, all the people in blue back there. The fire service in western Placer County consists of fire protection agencies from state, federal, county, city, and independent special districts. Fire service is delivered by a true team of teams who work together in the interest of the people we serve because none of us can go it alone. We support each other daily through training and during emergency incidents, and doing so ensures the best possible service to the people who live in, recreate, and travel through Placer County. I know I speak for the firefighters of Placer County Fire and CAL FIRE when I say we are proud to be part of the Placer County Fire Service community. There are significant fiscal pressures on most fire agencies in western Placer County, which requires the leaders of the Placer County Fire Service to be as efficient as possible in the delivery of that fire service and emergency response. These efficiency measures range from automatic aid, shared operational and administrative services, and dispatching, to name a few. Placer County Fire, CAL FIRE, is doing everything it can to ensure operational efficiency. We develop methodologies to share operating costs between zones of benefit for personal protective equipment, for firefighting equipment, and for apparatus. In the coming fiscal year, we'll be implementing a vacancy relief pool of 3 fire apparatus engineer paramedics in lieu of staffing a seasonal Type 3 engine. This change will allow for vacancy relief throughout Placer County Fire, which will reduce mandatory forced hire system-wide. The Type 3 may continue to be staffed based on weather conditions as needed by the CAL FIRE unit at the state's expense. For Placer County Fire, there are structural limitations for staffing efficiency. It makes it challenging to manage as a fire system. Each zone of benefit essentially functions as a standalone fire department with sufficient staff to cover a work week by station. These zones are supported by an operational and administrative staff jointly funded by the state and county. Effectively, there are fiscal walls between areas of Placer County Fire that prohibit the sharing of resources between stations. So what this means is if I have an overage of personnel on a given day at one station and a vacancy at another, I can't use the overage from the one zone to move over to the zone with the vacancy, but instead must utilize unplanned overtime. Of the approximately $12 million agreement between the state and county, approximately $1 million of that is in unplanned overtime. By consolidating the multiple zones of benefit under CSA 28 into a singular fire system, additional efficiencies can be realized, such as adjusting the staffing level per station to take advantage of the CAL FIRE 72-hour work week, redirect excess personnel to the relief pool to reduce unplanned overtime liability and increase daily staffing levels. Administrative and fiscal decisions will be based on operational needs. As populations change in Placer County, a consolidated fiscal structure will allow us to tailor the service delivery models to change with that population. A consolidated fiscal structure will aid in the integration of plan developments into Placer County Fire. From my perspective, a consolidated fiscal structure is necessary to allow Placer County Fire to function as a modern fire protection and emergency response service, and will create a foundation from which additional revenue streams may sustain or improve service for the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Any questions for Chief Morris? Yeah.
You got it.
It would be helpful if, for those that don't understand the zones of benefit, did you have a, can you identify those orally, so they're hard to, yeah.
Yeah, so on the southwest corner of the county, you have the Dry Creek Zone of Benefit. The next light blue color is the Western Placer Zone. Sheridan is up in the northeast corner, or northwest corner rather. You have the Sunset Industrial Area, which is a CFD. There is Bickford Ranch that has been established as a zone of benefit. There's North Auburn Ophir Fire. There is Placer County Zone 137, which is does not have a benefit assessment associated with it, but is a separate zone. And then there's Dutch Flat.
Okay. So, according to your statement, and we understand it up here, that it makes sense to incorporate those into one unit, and that way it would be reduce the overtime and then also increase efficiencies. Pretty simple, right?
Exactly. We
Right.
treat it like a system.
Right.
Like a fire department.
Good. Any other questions from staff? Are there more for you to, are you going to present?
A little more, yes.
Okay.
So now we're going to drill down into the funding challenges within Placer County Fire. As your board is aware, there is no state or federal mandate requiring counties to provide fire service, but Placer County has done so in the areas not served by counties or independent fire districts since the early 1940s. At that time, fire service consisted of one career firefighter working with an extensive volunteer force, primarily in the area surrounding Lincoln. Over the years, fire service has expanded, and by the year 2000, Placer County had 4 career staffed fire stations and 5 volunteer stations, all under the oversight of CAL FIRE at an estimated contract cost of approximately $1 million a year. The county's commitment to fire services expanded significantly over the next 5 years when it assumed responsibility for 2 former independent fire districts that became financially insolvent, Dry Creek in 2001, and North Auburn Ophir, also known as Placer Consolidated, in 2006. Staff reports from those actions state that, quote, the costs of services in those former special districts are to be funded by existing district property tax revenues and charges upon parcels to be transferred to the county through creation of a new zone of benefit within CSA 28. A financial review conducted by our office suggests that taking on these former districts has resulted in over $2 million of additional cost to the county since that time. So again, with the underlying premise in the zones of benefit construct is that each area will be self-sufficient. This has unfortunately not been the case in those zones of benefits and others within Placer County Fire. In April 2017, your board received a comprehensive report from Treasurer Tax Collector Janine Windeshausen, highlighting the fiscal challenges of 6 areas of fire service within Western Placer County. 3 of those were independent fire districts, which Amanda will speak to shortly, 3 of which are zones of benefit within CSA 28. The staff report for today's presentation goes into greater detail on the key findings from that 2017 report, but to summarize, the challenges being faced by not only Placer County Fire, but many jurisdictions are as follows. First, property tax revenues are insufficient to support basic levels of fire service. Through a series of legislative actions and voter initiatives, most notably Proposition 13, property tax revenues are legally capped and distributed in ways that are insufficient to support modern levels of fire service. Nearly 4 decades ago, Proposition 13 sharply constrained local government's ability to raise property taxes, which were the mainstay of local government finance. This left voter-approved parcel taxes as the mechanism for providing additional revenue for fire service. However, Proposition 13, and later by Proposition 218, firmly established a 2/3 voter requirement for any locally imposed special tax or increased tax. This has proven a difficult benchmark to achieve for Placer County and also for other jurisdictions. Oops, sorry, getting ahead of myself here. Second, the growth in fire service costs have outpaced growth in revenues. Because property taxes are ad valorem taxes, meaning based on value, overall property taxes have increased with rising property values. However, growth in fire service costs have simply outpaced those revenues. The primary causes are the transition from volunteer to career staff, negotiated labor cost increases since Prop 13 was enacted, costs associated with specialized equipment and more robust training requirements, Cost drivers for PCF and other agencies are further exacerbated by the 50% increase in the state's minimum wage, which will be fully implemented by 2022. And the third issue to note is that in Placer County and other regional jurisdictions have seen tremendous increases in population along with increased numbers of adults over the age of 65. Both are correlated to increasing service demands. So this chart really demonstrates the core of the funding challenge for Placer County Fire, which is the disparities in the parcel tax rate revenues among the various fire service zones of benefit. We have captured the total number of parcels within each zone, the total value of the special tax that's assessed, and the far right column demonstrates the variances in the per parcel payments. So to be clear, this is an average rate calculation as some areas have multiple levels of fees based on occupancy and type of parcel, such as whether it's vacant land or single home or multi-family housing. So, for example, the average payment in North Auburn Ophir is listed here at $68. However, the actual rate for a single-family home in North Auburn Ophir is $48. This rate has remained unchanged since 1988 and stands in stark comparison to other rates, most notably the third on the list, Bickford Ranch, at $490. Bickford Ranch is a newer agreement, was developed in 2001, and reflects the true cost of modern fire protection services. So this really demonstrates that there is a fair share funding discussion to be had with many of the residents being served by Placer County. These pie charts depict the changing nature of the 5 revenue sources within Placer County over the next 5 years, assuming a status quo approach. Those areas are state and other aid, which is mostly grant revenues, property taxes, charges for services, which are primarily parcel taxes, and a general fund contribution of approximately $1.1 million that were initially intended to remain static over time. The chart on the right captures the additional general fund of $3.1 million that would be required to fill the growing structural imbalance absent any other solution. This graph demonstrates perhaps a little more clearly what's projected to occur within the fund over the next 5 years, again, absent any other solution. These projections assume continued trends for property assessed values, current and future CAL FIRE contract costs, and capital needs identified for the Placer County Fire Vehicle Apparatus Replacement Plan approved by your board in November 2016. They also assume consistent levels of service, in other words, no station closures or reduced hours of service, and no new voter-approved parcel tax revenues. Your staff report notes, and I'll mention here, that facility maintenance costs for the 8 fire stations in Placer County are estimated at approximately $2 million over the next 5 years, but are not included in this analysis. So based on these assumptions, system-wide expenditures are projected to increase by 21%, whereas revenues will increase by approximately 6%. So from fiscal year 2017-18 to fiscal year 21-22, this is roughly a $9.5 million cumulative shortfall. In an environment of ongoing budgetary shortfalls and fund balance depletion within the fire fund, continued subsidies to fire services by Placer County General Fund will require redirection of county resources from other county mandated services. The Placer County Local Agency Formation Commission, also known as LAFCO, has for many years recommended consolidation of fire services within Western Placer County. Municipal service reviews for fire services are conducted by LAFCO pursuant to its obligation every 5 years. The most recent MSR was dated May 25, 2017, and it concluded that Placer County's current fire and emergency services system is unsustainable and recommended both short and long-term solutions. Short-term course of action included a number of steps. First was functional consolidation or a closer partnership between cities and the districts, the reorganization of the adjoining districts that are already sharing resources, consolidation of county fire, all districts, and the city of Colfax was third. The report also asserts that the preferred recommendation that would take several years to achieve would be a single fire agency serving Western Placer County. The report also notes many of the benefits of consolidation, including greater leveraging of limited resources, elimination of fragmented government, more efficient coordination of fire personnel, and the opportunities to share or reconfigure fire station locations. So in conclusion, Placer County Fire is experiencing the challenges in delivering fiscally sustainable fire services similar to those found in other evolving suburban communities. And those are providing adequate level of fire service within the context of limited fiscal resources, competing needs, growing and aging populations, plus uncertainties surrounding the exact timing of future development in some areas. Given the structural imbalance that is projected over the coming year, the County Executive Office recommends consolidating the zones of benefit into a single district to maximize efficiencies across the countywide system, and further, that we work with the community to review standards of coverage and associated costs and identify a funding mechanism that will sustain the level of service residents desire for their communities. So accordingly, staff are seeking your direction on these initial steps. First, to confirm composition of an ad hoc committee. Chairman Holmes and Supervisor Montgomery have been participating in the Fire Services Work Group for the past several years, along with the Treasurer, Tax Collector, Council, Office of Emergency Services, and County Executive Staff. Second, we need your guidance on directing the ad hoc committee to develop an action plan for making application to LAFCO to consolidate CSA 28 zones of benefit into a single fiscally sustainable fire district. Staff would welcome input your board may have at this point regarding a preferred governance model. Alternatives include having elected board members appointed by the Board of Supervisors, or the board acting in that capacity or delegating the authority to an advisory board. And finally, we would seek your guidance on directing the ad hoc committee to work with the community through a comprehensive public outreach program, which would include evaluating standards of coverage, associated costs for the level they wish to provide. Staff propose that this occur through surveys and community outreach and educational forums. So that concludes this part of the presentation on Placer County Fire, and we're available to answer any questions your board may have.
Any questions from board members? Supervisor Montgomery.
Becky, thank you very much for the overview, and I want to start by saying I'm delighted to see so many people here in red shirts who are apparently very interested in the question of fire service, and let me just say that's a little bit of a... It's okay, Supervisor Euler. I'll just speak over your cough. I think it's a little bit of a misnomer. I think most folks are aware that the vast proportion of the calls that fire departments go out on are actually medical aids or non-fire related. So when we're having this conversation, I think it's really important to recognize that we're not just talking about your house or your kitchen or your backyard tree catching on fire. It's a much more comprehensive conversation that we're having. Having said that, for those of you who don't know me, my background is I met my husband of 30 years when I was a volunteer firefighter. He is a professional firefighter and paramedic up in the North Lake Tahoe area. And so working with Supervisor Holmes, who has a vast and comprehensive knowledge of Western Slope fire, has been really productive for me. And I hope for him and I hope for everyone else who's part of those conversations. Getting to the specific questions around our zones of benefit and potentially, putting those into one big pot. If I understood what you said, Becky, even if we were able to break down all those, I'm not going to say arbitrary because they all serve purposes, but break down those divisions, those lines between those different areas, it would still not be fiscally sustainable. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's that $9.5 million shortfall over, I think you said 5 years?
Correct.
Okay. And how is that $9.5 million shortfall funded currently?
With general fund.
With general fund. Okay. And the reason I ask this is it's important because...
It's not now.
I'm sorry?
It's not a $9.5 million shortfall. It will be.
It will be, yes,
Yeah.
over 5 years.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not currently a $9.5 million shortfall. That's what it will be over the next 5 years. But I think it's important to recognize that the general fund is what pretty much funds everything else in Placer County. It helps fund libraries, it helps fund parks, it helps fund pretty much everything we do as a county. And my concern, I live in the Truckee Fire District. I live on Donner Summit. And at the Truckee Fire District, a number of years, we did consolidate. I was with Donner Summit Fire, which was a tiny little district. We consolidated with Truckee. But part of that consolidation was a commitment from the folks who lived in my district, Donner Summit Fire, to bring additional revenue to the table because we wanted to continue to have the level of service that we as a community said, this is what we want. And so we brought forward the mechanism to pay for that. And one of the concerns I have about the idea of this consolidation without recognizing new revenues is if we continue to rely upon general fund dollars, we whittle away at everything else we do. And I think, not more importantly, but equally important, I've heard from folks who live in sustainable fire districts and unsustainable fire districts that they are concerned about having their general fund dollars go to support a smallish subset of fire districts that, at least in their vision, are not carrying their own weight, are not paying their fair share. So I think that's part of the conversation that I'm hoping that this board will have as part of today's discussion. Those are all my comments for now. I've probably got more later, but just wanted to sort of kick it off with that perspective. And really am hoping to hear from the other soups who are representing districts that are in Placer County Fire, but may not be the special independent districts that we'll be talking about later.
All right, thank you. Any other board members? Many of you know my background. I served on Placer Consolidated Fire District Board. Placer Consolidated was the consolidation of Ophir Fire and Rock Creek Fire, which was in North Auburn in the Rock Creek District. And the Rock Creek chief was doing most of the administrative work for Ophir Fire, so it just made sense to consolidate, and it worked out well. That was in 1984. Fast forward to 1990, we had, our equipment was two 1955 fire trucks that we couldn't get parts for, so we went out for a parcel tax of $48 a year, that's $4 a month, in order to buy new equipment. We didn't have to go out to an election because that was before Prop 218, which took the taxing authority away from the elected board and gave it to the people, and that was a 2/3 majority. Very, very difficult to achieve. But the board at that time, and I served with Wayne Nader, I see here today, was very proactive in trying to find solutions to how to better efficiency for providing fire service to North Auburn and Ophir. We had the firefighters actually came to ask us if we would look into the idea of going into the county fire system. I was very skeptical about that. I was the chair at the time, but we went ahead and decided to look at it. County staff sharpened some pencils, went through probably quite a few pencils, sharpening it to make sure it was revenue neutral. At the consolidated level, we quit hiring staff. We cut our staff due to attrition. We didn't hire anybody. And finally, we were able to make it into the county fire system. And that was in 2007. Well, the point is that the people in that district, North Auburn and Ophir, have been paying $48 a year for 30 years. And costs go up out of our control, just like we do in our own budgets. Fuel goes up, insurance goes up, labor goes up. And so we've been very proactive, but we start cutting and cutting and cutting, and we're at the end where we can't cut anymore. We have to make a decision. And it's going to be very difficult to do this, but it's going to take the board to go out and educate, work with the public and let them understand how we got here, that the county's not required by mandate to provide fire service. But there is a terrible issue for us, and we need to step up and try to figure that out. And so I would be happy to be on the ad hoc committee and serve with Supervisor Montgomery, and then, of course, our super county treasurer, Janine Windishausen. We need her input on that to keep us on the right track. As far as we're way too far ahead to have a separate district and appoint board members or have any board members that would govern the district. I think if we did that, I would rather have the Board of Supervisors appoint members to the board and then have staggered elections after that. Anyhow, it's going to be really, really difficult, but we've got to take action and move forward with this. We've tried this several times back in the, I think it was in the early
2012 was the most recent.
Pardon?
2012 was the most recent return to the.
No, I'm talking about consolidating all the fire districts back in the late 80s. We all got met out at the Ophir Fire Station, the chiefs of each fire district and board members. We tried to get everybody work together to solve this because, you know, we got a municipal service review a couple of years ago. It's the same thing that they said in 1966. Nobody's taken any action. Some districts have, but no one's taken action, and we've got to be able to fix this. So we couldn't get buy-in then. We worked closely. We had a deal with South Placer Consolidated, which has been a great benefit, but it didn't go through. LAFCO had approved it, but for some reasons it didn't follow through. So anyhow, we've been fighting this battle for years. We just need to step up and take control of it and see how we can fix it. Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, speaking from someone like you, Supervisor, that represents a district in Dry Creek that actually failed, I've talked to quite a few folks about the effect on them, and they are part of the county system. But I'm here to tell everybody that I think we're at a watershed moment here. 4 years ago, I had a meeting with a lot of the city jurisdictions on talking about fire and future consolidation, and I could tell that there was a lot of interest, but because of economic concerns and political things, they were kind of reluctant to have that discussion. But as usual, forced things are less better than things that happen organically, and I think when jurisdictions and independent entities are on the brink of failure, that really spurs people to action. So what I can tell you is that not only are these discussions happening here with the independent districts, but the local districts understand the effects, or the local jurisdictions, Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln, Colfax, understand the effects and the cost of fire services. So all eyes are on us, and we either do this right or we don't do it. But I think if we create an environment for a win-win for everybody, and I think the win for the county comes in if the county's going to have to pony up something, the county is going to need to be at the table, big time. That's just in order to make it work. That's one of the criteria that I've got, is that we're sitting at the driver's seat of a wheel. Doesn't mean that there isn't input, but if we're asked to pony something up as a policy question, that's really the trade-off. And hopefully each and every one of you understand that if there isn't parity at the local level on your end, then that's really the alternative for the county. So that's how we protect our interest. So.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you, Chairman Holmes. I just wanted to get a quick clarification from Becky around process before we open it up to public comment. Becky, my understanding is this proposal would need to go to LAFCO, but in order for LAFCO to bless this, we would have to be able to demonstrate that a unified new district with one single set of boundaries would be economically sustainable. So it strikes me that we're in this situation where divided we absolutely fall currently, and even separate unless, or even pulled together, unless we bring additional revenues to the table, we also are not going to be successful. Is that correct from the
That is
LAFCO perspective?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Any other comments? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public. Just want to be clear that we're talking about the county service areas at this discussion. The distressed fire districts will be, after we take action here, we'll be discussing them. So is anyone in the audience wish to address us on this item about our county service areas? Mr. Nader, please come forward.
Morning, Chairman Holmes, Supervisors, Todd and Jerry. As referenced by Chairman Holmes, we had the pleasure of serving together on the Placer Consolidated Board, and the issue of fire service and the challenges between revenue and the need for service is a subject that's been talked about for, as he mentioned, over 30 years. And I would agree with Supervisor Durant that this is a watershed moment. We're finally, and it's unfortunate that we are being pushed to the wall to do this. But I think you realize, and I think Supervisor Montgomery brought this up, that the majority of the calls are related to medical, probably 80 to 85% are. And the demographics of Placer County, also referenced in the report, are getting older. You know, there's a lot of us that are over 55 already, and in the unincorporated areas, I believe it's probably that number is even higher. And people are living longer, they're staying on their properties longer, so those are going to be calls that are probably, we know that are going to come. And so I know I'm in agreement that it makes economic sense to bring all these districts together to bring some efficiency. But I think we need to really look at how we deliver the service, because there's a big disconnect between what the revenues are and how we need to deliver them. And I think the standard way of delivering them, that model doesn't work anymore. The cities of Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln are already having discussions about how they can change that model to make it work between the revenue and what those needs are. Because typically you have to say, does it make sense to roll a complete fire company out for a medical-oriented issue? So I think there needs to be a real discussion, not just about the combining of these districts to bring efficiency. There needs to be a discussion of how we deliver that service, which may be a very radical change in how we do things. But I think it needs to be a discussion that we have as we go through this process. So I would encourage you to have that as part of the discussion. And I would also suggest that it would be too easy for this to become analysis paralysis. So do not let this go on forever and ever. I would encourage you to be thorough with this, but I would encourage that there be some expediency to it as well. So appreciate the effort that's going to happen with this. It is badly needed.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne. And I think it's important to note that as part of this discussion, we do need to bring AMR into the conversation, since they are the ones who roll the ambulances,
right,
generally speaking.
And it has gone on forever and ever, Wayne. We're going to put a stop to that. Mr. Myers.
Mr. Holmes, Supervisors, my name is Brian Myers. I'm here today as the chairman of the Friends of Penryn Fire, a citizens committee supporting our Measure A and the goals of the Penryn Fire Protection District. My comments that I came here to make, are on item 7. But the conversation that you're having here spurs me to at least make some comment on this item, because there's a ripple effect from this item and item 7. And as you pointed out, I don't think there's anybody that has an objection to the consolidation of these zones of benefit. And I don't live there, so I can't speak for those residents. But economically, fiscally, it makes sense to reduce costs as much as you can and combine these into one fire district. But as you so pointed out, Supervisor Montgomery, a whole bunch of poor zones of benefit combined together don't make a rich district and don't make a sustainable district. So what's the solution? I hope you'll charge this ad hoc committee with doing as the previous speaker suggested, looking at service levels, deciding what is appropriate in service levels. And then these tax rates, as Ms. Riggins pointed out in her presentation, are outmoded, they're old, they're low. In Penryn, we went to our voters last year at $240. We worked hard, and I'll explain that more in the next item. But we passed it, and our voters had 78%, the highest passage rate of any tax measure in Placer County history, is what I'm told. So it takes work to do it, but you've got to have the right ammunition. people have to realize that you've got to pay for services, and we recognize that. And no one is saying that $78 a year is sufficient. I mean, it needs to be increased, or $48 is the actual rate. But it takes an education process. Now, we have a solution that I'm going to suggest to you under our next agenda item that we hope you'll listen to. And we hope you'll study and analyze, not ad nauseum, because we've been doing this for a long time, Supervisor Holmes, right? Mm-hmm. And so we have a solution that we think is viable and will cost you the least of any of the proposals that I've heard about so far. So I'll address that in the next item, but I don't think there's any opposition to what you're trying to do here. And I appreciate that the comments, Supervisor Duran, Supervisor Montgomery, Supervisor Holmes, that the time has come. These districts are failing, and the time has come to protect what is basically a third of the county geographically. So thank you very much.
All right.
I'll see you again in a few moments.
All right. Anyone else? Good morning, Wes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Wesley Dill, live in Penryn, and I've listened to all of this, and most of it, a lot of it familiar with. Some of it's new information, and I appreciate it. It looks like it's a situation where, regardless of what happens to the county, at some point, we'll continue to have to pony up some money for people to have these services. It would appear that at some point, you would have to set a threshold where a particular service area, if they don't reach a certain threshold of meeting their funding, they don't get county funds. And that's just a carrot and stick, and it's something that maybe could be put out there. If you want to get funding like this other service area, you got to pony up the same percentage so that it levels the field. And that's what I see, but I don't know if that's possible.
No.
Thank you.
That's what we're working for. Thanks, Wes. Good morning.
Good morning. Paula Bertonson from Forest Hill. Thank you, Ms. Montgomery, for getting this on the agenda today. I was a very big proponent for this because I had gone through the budget, and I was really concerned about where 1.5 million shortfall was coming from. So I really appreciate your presentation today. I really think that explains a lot, clarifies, and so I just really want to thank you for doing this for us, and hopefully in the next presentations we can come up with some ideas on how we make the fire system work throughout Placer County and support all of our fire department there and the work CAL FIRE does too. We need to make this a win-win all the way around. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else want to address this on fire service and county service areas? Seeing none, we will close that public comment portion and bring it back for action.
Okay, I just have a few additional comments, I think, before we move to any action. As Chairman Holmes indicated, I would be happy to continuing to serve on the ad hoc committee if the board should so wish to appoint Chairman Holmes and myself to that. I think we both have a pretty good depth of history on this and knowledge on this situation that would be useful to all the participants. I also do think we should direct staff to work with the ad hoc committee, and I actually had sort of a blended model in mind around what could it look like if there was a LAFCA process that was deemed to be fiscally sustainable, that was a single new district, and how would that be managed. I think having the Board of Supervisors appoint initially folks to that board that did have staggered terms so that at some point in the future people could actually vote for those individuals as their elected representatives rather than folks that we just appoint. I think that makes a great deal of sense, and I believe that would be similar to the way PCWA was rolled out many years ago. Right. So I think we have a pretty good model for doing it that way. Perhaps Robert, who's lived here a million years, can verify that, but similar model? Yes. Yeah. Shaking his head yes, or yes. Okay. And then I think the comments that were made about really educating people and reaching out to them and making them understand that there are some folks that are down here and there's other folks that are up here, and we need to figure out a way to level those so that we can have a uniform level of service throughout the Placer County fire area initially, and potentially at some later date that would include special districts, the special districts that are here today. I don't know what the structure of that looks like. I don't know if it's a whole new independent special district or if it's something that CAL FIRE under contract operates on the county's behalf. But we need to figure out a way to meld what we're trying to do in this agenda item with our next agenda item so that we don't have this broken up pattern of fire service. And again, I should be saying emergency service. I'm contradicting my own comments from earlier. We need to have a uniform and consistent level of response that people understand and are willing to pay for, so that certain groups are not subsidizing other groups. I've talked to some folks in Forest Hill who are very concerned that they have a failing fire district in Forest Hill, yet their general fund dollars are going to underwrite Placer County Fire. And I do see the inherent conflict in that, and I do see why that would really grate on people. And the same holds for people who are paying, significant amounts at special districts that aren't failing. So I think the three actions that we're asking here today, I feel a little weird making a motion to nominate myself and Chairman Holmes, but I would like to make a motion to take three actions. Confirm the composition of the ad hoc committee of the Board of Supervisors, meaning Chairman Holmes and myself, to work on the Placer County Fire Services issue. I would like to move that we direct staff to work with the ad hoc committee to develop an action plan for making application to LAFCO for consolidation of all areas covered by County Service Area 28 zones of benefit into a single fiscally sustainable fire protection district with a governance model yet to be determined. And then third, direct staff to work with the ad hoc committee and others to develop a comprehensive public education and outreach program to include evaluation of standards of cover and associated costs, and to start the surveys and community forums and outreach to gauge public support for a consolidated fire system that provides a fiscally sustainable level of fire services.
So I'll second that, and if I could make a couple of comments, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Grant had his light on first.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Chairman, trying to cut in line on me. Robert? No, I don't have a problem with Jen or Jim being on this. The one concern that I have is input outside, obviously no Brown Act violations or anything, but I was a little disappointed in a couple of how we got here. I'm not going to go into detail, but I think it's imperative, because we are all vested in this, that staff needs to come back to us at periodic times and inform each one of us what is going on and what is being contemplated, especially when it comes to the governance model. And please don't come back with just one model. I want to see different models. I want to see the good, the bad, and the ugly with each one of them. I think that's fair. But I think I would feel most comfortable going in that direction. That's my comment.
All right. Supervisor Weigand.
Did you second?
No, you second.
Okay, so I'll second. First of all, and then I just basically, I think, reiterate a common message that's been stated by my colleagues pretty much over this time. But so, yeah, this issue has been an emerging issue. This just only gotten more intense over the years since I've been on the board, and it's only going to get worse. So one, I think we don't want to waste a good crisis when we're to that point, unfortunately, for lack of being able to solve the problem before we got there, and that's not good, but it is what it is. So yeah, in a perfect world for me, we would all pay the same and appropriate price for fire service, and we would all have the same level of service. But so I think what might be helpful, if you haven't done it already, but we know essentially Placer County Fire-wide, on average, our levels of service are, if you will, measured by the number of people that are staffing the facilities, even though it's not the same within each of the zones. But I think it would be worthwhile to talk about, if the county didn't backfill any general fund monies towards this end, what that would look like. And maybe that will help create some incentive to cause some folks under Prop 218 to step up to the plate, like Parks did down in Granite Bay. Because all of us, of course, have huge demands for our county's existing general funds and the public safety fund. It's not like we would be just throwing money that we have sitting around into a solution. We would be taking that money from something else, essentially. So Those are my comments, and look forward to the ad hoc committee solving all those things for us and bringing it back to us soon.
Alrighty, seeing no more Supervisor Euler, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in worth in here. As the only member of this board, I believe, that doesn't have a single part of his district that's affected by what we're talking about here, because I have South Placer in the city of Roseville. However, Supervisor Wygant just brought up, I think, an important point, and that is an earlier action item that our board took today was to increase the fee that we in Granite Bay voted to assess ourselves back in 2001 for our Parks and Recreation, a fee of a little over $80 a year now. And so we're paying more for our Parks and Recreation than some folks in this room are paying for their fire protection. And then out on top of that, we pay for South Placer for our fire in addition to that. And so the reason I'm raising this is I have a particular interest in making sure we minimize the impact of these special services to our general fund. Because every dollar that goes to fund fire somewhere else is one less dollar to fix my traffic problems in Granite Bay or my, roads in Granite Bay or anything else. And so I wholeheartedly encourage Supervisors Holmes and Montgomery to engage this conversation and look forward to the creative solutions that they will be bringing back. But I like Robert's perspective of what would it look like had there been no general, or if there were no general fund dollars being contributed to this, and what would that order of magnitude be at that point.
All right, thank you. Okay, seeing no more comments from board. I closed public comment, but go ahead. Since you're special, I'll let you.
What you need to do is first address your fire departments and find out where you can do the cutting. Some of the things you were specifically saying is a lot of the things go out are medical versus fire. So it seems to me that you should go back to your fire departments, find out how they can cut. And the other thing you were saying, a lot of places you need where you have your employees, where you can move them around. So you should let them answer their own dynamics. Give a time frame. 2 months or whatever. Give your action items for them to do before you come forward trying to decide what a budget's going to be. I mean, that seems like that would be logical. Then you'd have, you already know the cuts are, so you already know how much money you have to spend. Now, personally, myself, I was here when they wanted $48. Our tax bill for a single residency is almost $500 a year now. So that's the difference.
Right. Okay.
So, but that to me seems like a logical consequence of how, or sequence to do things. Would have your answers on the table before you really rush into how you're budgeting it.
Right. That's what we're going to work on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think, just to clarify, I think that's really the, certainly part of the intent of this ad hoc committee, because we don't want to put the cart in front of the horse. Absolutely.
Alrighty, we have a motion and a second about our 10 o'clock timed item about fire service in Western Placer County and the county service areas and zones of benefit. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you for your presentation. And now we will move to our 10:15 timed item. The update on the fiscally distressed independent fire service. Receive an update on the fiscally distressed independent fire service districts in Placer County and provide direction regarding the following: payment of service for an all-mail ballot, special district election on behalf of Forest Hill Fire Protection District, in collaboration with special districts on a comprehensive public education and community outreach program regarding fire service and fiscal sustainability. Okay, good morning. Yes, still morning.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. As introduced earlier, Amanda Flo, Management Analyst from the County Executive Office, here to speak to the fiscally distressed independent fire districts in Western Placer County. Today, we will be presenting a brief summary of the fiscal challenges within the unincorporated areas. Within the unincorporated areas of Western Placer County, but that fall under the governance and jurisdiction of the independent fire districts. We will be seeking your direction on whether the county should offset election costs for Forest Hill who wish to return to their voters for consideration of an increased parcel tax. And we will also be seeking direction on working together with the special districts on potential public education and outreach efforts. We would first like to start off by stating that much of the information in this presentation will be data that your board just previously heard in the prior presentation. Given that the staff report goes into greater detail, and also to be mindful of time, what we will be covering today will be brief highlights and overviews. However, staff is prepared to answer questions should your board desire more information or any clarification. You will recognize this map. So here we have the map that was just described earlier in the prior presentation. And it was discussed that Placer County is provided by 17 separate fire agencies and by the county itself through a contract with CAL FIRE. This map portrays the Western Placer Territory in the light yellow. In the light yellow are the Placer County CSA 28 fire service zones of benefit that were just discussed. And you will see in the colored crosshatched areas the independent special districts. Specifically, this presentation focuses on the distressed independent fire district in Western Placer County. We will talk today about Forest Hill, Placer Hills, Newcastle, and Penryn. Right in the middle of the map, you will see Placer Hills in purple. This district consists of 3 stations, 2 staffed and 1 unstaffed, which cover approximately 35 square miles, serving a population of just over 12,000. Next to Placer Hills is Forest Hill in orange, which consists of 2 stations, one of which closed earlier this year, covering approximately 81 square miles and serving a population of almost 7,000. Below that, you will see Newcastle in green, which consists of 1 station covering approximately 25 square miles and serving a population just over 1,200. The last of the distressed fire district being discussed today is Penryn, which is in blue, and consists of a single station covering 11 square miles and serving a population of roughly 3,000. To note, the other 2 districts portrayed above, but not discussed in today's presentation, are Alta Fire Protection District up above in red, which is operated by volunteers, and down south is South Placer Fire Protection District in pink, which recently consolidated with Loomis Fire Protection District after Loomis's success in increasing fire revenue through a variety of methods, one of which is a parcel tax increase. As was discussed in the previous presentation, on April 4th, 2017, your board received a comprehensive fiscal overview of the distressed fire services in Placer County by Treasurer Tax Collector Janine Wendeshausen. It should be noted that Newcastle Fire Protection District was not specifically named in this financial review as a distressed fire district. However, we are including them in this overview as they are facing financial challenges of their own and have worked with Placer Hills and Forest Hills over the last 3 years to function administratively as a single district. They have reduced 3 fire chiefs to 1, streamlined some of the business operations to reduce staffing where feasible, and are actively pursuing grants, currently as 1 single unit. Penryn, as we have been told, has also been in discussions with these districts to potentially consolidate some of these services as well. In regard to the independent special districts, findings from the report are listed in the slide above and generally mirror what was discussed in the last presentation, 2 of which we would like to highlight today are such. First, new technology and other factors have led to a substantial increase in equipment and apparatus costs. Therefore, these already struggling districts can no longer afford to set aside funds for adequate capital equipment replacement and are using equipment and apparatus well beyond its useful life. Second, the new California minimum wage mandate is not sustainable for these special districts. Most of the fire personnel in these districts are paid low or minimum wage with few, if any, benefits. And even though these men and women that work in these districts are extremely dedicated to serving the communities that they live, work, and are so proudly sworn to protect, these districts face challenges with retaining trained staff as well as recruiting new staff. Also, as was previously discussed in the prior presentation, special districts are expected to be financially self-sufficient, and one means of doing so is by passing special assessments and/or special taxes. As depicted above, these assessments vary widely among the districts. Also to note, staff had listed the average rate per parcel, as many of the districts have varying rates based on occupancy or type of parcel. On April 4th, 2017, your board also approved funding the July 11th, 2017 all-mail ballot special district election as requested by Penryn and Forest Hill, with the understanding that successful jurisdictions would reimburse their county for their share of the election costs. Consistent with Prop 13 and later Prop 218, passage of the proposed measures required 2/3 voter approval. Penryn was successful in passing Measure A and adding a new assessment of $240 per resident, bringing the typical parcel assessment to $315, but as you'll see noted above, is an average rate of $330. Sorry. How unfortunately, Forest Hill was not successful passing Measure B, a proposed $180 per parcel assessment, having fallen short of the 2/3 requirement with 61% approval rate, leaving Forest Hill with the average rate of $150 per parcel. As mentioned in the April 2017 financial report, many of these districts are operating at a deficit and are headed towards service reductions and or station closures, which can result in a number of impacts as listed above. Most notably, increased property insurance rates and property insurance policy non-renewals, as well as increased response times for remaining fire agencies, with added risk to life, safety, and property. Over the last year, there have been some significant changes. First of which was the suspension of the state responsibility area, also known as the SRA, fire prevention fee of $152. Many feel that this fee contributed to the unsuccessful election for Forest Hill last year. Also, as was noted earlier, being unable to increase revenues and therefore to provide competitive wages, Forest Hill lost staff through attrition to higher paying agencies in the fall of 2017, resulting in the closure of Station 88 earlier this year. Subsequently, residents have conducted several community meetings to express their concerns with the reduction in local services, and recently there have been many collaborative discussions among the local district's fire boards, as well as increased community outreach. Given these events, Forest Hill Fire Protection District is hopeful that a future all-mail ballot special district election will be successful and plan to hold one in the near future. The district has requested the fees related to the special election be waived. This is estimated to be about $25,000. The county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters requires board approval to waive election-related fees. Should your board provide this direction, staff recommend authorizing payment for the election services from the Placer County Fire Control Fund. Therefore, staff today are seeking your direction on the following. First, payment of services for an all-mail ballot special district election on behalf of Forest Hill Fire Protection District. And second, collaboration with special districts on a comprehensive public education and community outreach program. With that, we will open it up to any comments, questions, and or further discussion.
Any questions from board members? Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate the presentation. Again, Chairman Holmes and I have been working on this issue with the special districts and other partners for, it seems like forever some days, but it's not quite that long. I had hoped, as I think you know, that this conversation could be a little bit more comprehensive around the question of special districts, so that our board could have really a very robust public conversation about what is our intention as a board, not just around Placer County Fire, but as it relates to potentially assisting other special districts. I recognize that our county council has told us repeatedly, and he's absolutely correct, that as a county we actually have no legal obligation to provide fire service, but I think each of us as individual board members representing people in our districts have a recognition that we have maybe some sort of moral obligation. I'm not quite sure how we want to characterize it. So I believe there's a number of folks here today, not just the people in red, but some other folks from some of the special districts who are going to want to speak to this. I'm really looking forward to hearing their comments around this. I would just say, given the limited choices that or the limited recommendations that we have in front of us today, I'm going to be supporting these actions, but I'm hoping, honestly, that we can have a little bit more of a comprehensive conversation around this, and that all our board members will have at least some comment around this, because, again, Supervisor Holmes and I have put 4 years to this, I would say, at least in this current iteration. Jim's
30.
been doing this, 30, says Jim. 4 years together in this current iteration, and, at a certain point, I want to be sure that there's purpose to trying to continue to move this forward. And if there's not, meaning the board just doesn't see any role to play with special districts, I think we all need to understand that. And I think the action in front of us says clearly our board thinks there is some role, but I'm hoping to flesh out today, is there more, or is this what we're going to be doing? So those are my comments before we open it up to any of the other supervisors or to public comment.
It's, this is an important meeting. I think Supervisor Montgomery and I have worked, and I've worked with some of the special districts over the years. But this is the first time that Supervisor Montgomery can't take action, just the two of us, but this is why we're bringing it to the board, to get their input and hopefully agreement that we need to do something and move forward as we start to solidify some kind of course of action to resolve this issue. So, Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, based on my comments on the last item that we had, I don't have a problem supporting this. So with that information, I would hope that you would keep your comments short.
Thank you. Any other comments for board members before I open it up to the public? Seeing none, okay. Anybody from the public, please come forward, state your concerns.
Thank you, Supervisors. I'm still Brian Myers, Chairman of Friends of Penryn Fire. Thank you, Supervisor Montgomery, for acknowledging the red shirts who are here in support of our presentation today. Thank you all for being here. I would like to make a suggestion that I believe will just about guarantee passage of special taxes in Forest Hill, Placer Hills, and the CSA. My suggestion comes from the report done by Treasurer Janine Windeshausen. She did a thorough job in analyzing these fire districts and concluded that their existing special taxes were outdated and too low. She recommended taking new special tax figures to the voters, but she also recognized that these districts could not tax themselves sufficiently to be financially solvent. For example, in Penryn, we would have had to take a tax of over $625 a year to our voters. SCI initially wanted us to go at less than $100. We settled on the figure of $240 because we felt that was doable. We went all in with our voters we thought if we could educate them and explain that that would keep the doors open, but it doesn't solve our problem. In Penryn, we took Ms. Windeshausen's suggestion seriously. We presented Measure A to our voters, asking for that $240 a year increase to get to a total of $315. Our Citizens Committee worked tirelessly with our Professional Firefighters Association to educate our voters. We did 5 mailers, we put up signs, we walked door to door over 85% of our district, and we sat outside our post office for days on end, talking to people, handing out flyers. The result was a 78% passage rate. We're very proud of the support that our citizens gave to Penryn Fire. But during that campaign, county staff and you, Supervisor Holmes, said on numerous occasions, we recognize this isn't the final solution. We recognize you're still going to have a deficit at the end of the day, even if you pass this measure. But we did our part. But now, we still have a deficit. It costs roughly the same to run a fire station anywhere in the county. The fire chiefs use the figure of about $1.5 million as the minimum cost to run a fire station. Since we only have some 1,400 taxable parcels in the Penryn Fire District, our special tax and our property tax revenue totals about $900,000 a year. So we're $600,000 short of that figure. Our firefighters work at below average wages. They get medical insurance only for themselves, not for their families, and they have absolutely no retirement. That's way below the standards of any other fire district in this county or anywhere else in the state of California. We believe that we have a $600,000 deficit. We believe if you assist us with that final solution that was suggested, with that $600,000, we would be in a much better position to fund these issues. It's a much cheaper cost to you than any contract with CAL FIRE would be, with all due respect to our CAL FIRE folks. It's a much cheaper cost to do that. We retain local control. You invest in fire and emergency services for roughly 1/3 of the county. If you set the example of assisting Penryn, why would any of the other fire districts say no to a tax measure? If they knew you had their back, if they knew if there still was a deficit, you would help fund that deficit. Figure out the cost. Figure out, it's tough to set the same tax rate in every district because all these districts are different. But I'm sure there's a lot of smart people here. And I'm sure they could come up with a tax rate for each district that would be recommended as that minimum floor that had to be done. And if there is still a deficit after that minimum is passed by the voters, we like the $315. We prove we can educate people that that's a reasonable amount. And so if that amount, if there's still a deficit, if you would agree ahead of time to fund it, why would these other districts say no? They would be foolish of them to say no. Can I have an extra 30 seconds? Are you?
30 seconds, that's it.
Thank you. The time has come to get a plan on the table. We've had studies, consultants, meetings. Because of Penryn's very low Prop 13 tax rate return of 6 cents on the dollar, we've actually been subsidizing other districts because they get more of that tax rate than we do. You need to realize, and I think you're now today saying that you realize, that fire protection and emergency services everywhere in the county are as important as animal shelters, homeless services, or any of the other myriad issues that you fund. We need to come up with a solution together. Remember, these are the firefighters that saved this county in the fire that occurred in Applegate. Their quick response put out that fire. It could have been much worse. We've had this discussion for over 10 years that I've been involved in it. We ask you now to be leaders in a solution, and so that we're not continually just talking about what will happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Euler, did you have a
Yeah,
comment?
just a quick question. When you passed the fee, you also passed a provision for an annual increase, correct?
Correct.
Up to 4%?
4%.
Did your board just recently take an action on an annual increase?
Yes.
And what did you decide?
2%.
Okay.
That's the composite consumer price index that was published yesterday by the federal government. And the board felt that in our first year, taking a full 4%, which is beyond any of the indexes, even the San Francisco index, the board voted 2-1 to go with 2% rather than 4%. We're not trying to gouge our people, but we're trying to be realistic too.
But again, come at it from the perspective that I laid out from me coming from my district. We just did 3% in Granite Bay for Parks and Recreation that this board just adopted. And you're standing there saying that our general fund needs to subsidize to make up that gap when you had the ability to go 4%, you only went 2%, and yet you're telling me I need to vote general fund dollars to subsidize you guys. So I'm just asking you to look at it from that perspective.
I understand. I understand your point. The difference between 2% and 4% is between $7,000 and $10,000. We felt the goodwill that we engendered with our community that just voted for a tax and not going for the full 4% was as important as it was getting that extra $7,000 to $10,000. But I understand your point.
No, I get it. You make.
But there's a realistic point between getting support of your community and getting money.
Yep.
I mean, we're not there to just squeeze and squeeze and squeeze. Our voters stepped up, and we felt we owed them a little something. I shouldn't speak for the board, but I mean, I was there for the discussion, and I think the board felt that the two people who voted in support of 2% felt that they owed the community a little something here for supporting us and bringing it up as high as they did. The cost per year is like $1 a month difference, so it was more the goodwill that was important. But I understand your point.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else wish to? Leslie again.
Wesley Dill, Penryn. I guess this is for Supervisor Euler. It's also unincorporated areas of Placer County also have been paying a CAL FIRE fee of $115 annually. And we just voted on top of that for more money. So when we talk about are we stepping up to the plate and funding our share and then asking for you guys, so I think the answer is yes, because you guys don't have that $115 a year either.
Actually, most of Granite Bay was covered by the SRA law.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So then I'm in error.
As was my fire district in all of
Okay,
Tahoe.
so anyway, I guess my point is, on top of that 330 or 315, it's another 115. So I think that's a heck of a lot of money that people are kicking in. And so I would ask that, yes, that you do support some money coming back from the county, from our
Just
general
to be
taxes.
clear, the SRA fee has been suspended.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
All right.
But up until this point, I'm just saying, we've all been paying it, and I'm glad it's suspended because it'll save me from sending in my protest letter every year. Save me a stamp.
Me too. Thank you. Good morning again.
Thank you again, Paula Bertonson, Forest Hill, and thank you, Mr. Duran, for your comment. I have a radical idea. If the general fund of about 1.5 million to 2.1 million has been being used to subsidize the shortfall in the fire districts that we're suffering, and it technically, I'm hearing, although it is a moral issue, for Placer County to feel they provide fire services, one of the solutions that should be put on the table is we cancel the CAL FIRE contract. Right? If we're not responsible, that is one of the ugly solutions. Not one anyone in this room really wants. Seriously. However, Forest Hill has provided a lot of services outside the district that have not been reimbursed. And the kind citizens of Forest Hill have been subsidizing that along with the ambulance services. And we made that choice. We wanted ambulance service because we recognize aging population. I worked in the medical malpractice industry for 12 years. I get it. I worked for a board of directors. I get it. Tough decisions, tough calls. So where can we start? If Placer County is saying they are not responsible for providing fire services, start by canceling the CAL FIRE contract, and you watch those 7 districts that are benefiting from that $12.1 million contract, how quickly they will respond. You have the power to do it. Then everybody will relook at what they're paying, what they want, and you have leverage. It's a terrible way to process things. So I heard what Mr. Euler said, yes, but how many people from Granite Bay go up to Forest Hill and use all that off-roading, have accidents? We are there for those people. We have a limited tax basis. So there is a big problem. So we have paid, if we're going to do a special ballot election, it might cost $25,000. I think Forest Hill can be subsidized on that. However, we do need assistance from Placer County on doing proper education, so that we do not get undermined by a board member who did not want to support it because he didn't really understand it, and also a flyer that was so technical that went over everybody's head that even when I looked at it, I thought, nobody's going to understand this. Respectfully, we need somebody who has PR, marketing. I will partner with them, and I would like to look at the verbiage of any ballot so that people understand. It's got to read so people know what they're getting. I think that was the big issue. So we got to 61%. That was good. We can do better with help.
All
So, thank you.
successful parcel tax measures in Loomis, Newcastle, and Penryn were led by community members, and that's a key. And I
Yeah.
appreciate you bringing that forward. And I'll be glad to help. It's Supervisor Montgomery's district, but I'll be glad to help whatever I can do. Maybe just by staying out of town. But
Well, just thank you for the time and for hearing us.
all righty, thank you.
Paula, thank you. And again, I'm available to help in whatever way I can. I think you're absolutely right. We can get to a successful ballot measure this time moving forward, particularly in light of the SRA fee having gone away. I know I sent my protest letter in every year saying, damn it, I've already got fire protection up here. I don't need your SRA fee. But I think we can get there. But again, as was mentioned earlier, this doesn't necessarily get us all to fiscal sustainability. And the bigger question, whether it's for Placer County Fire or the independent special districts or all of us together, which is how I see it, is how do we get to something that's a fiscally sustainable model that is fair to all taxpayers in Placer County.
Like Penryn, I don't want to be here in 3 years.
I don't want to
Yeah,
be here in
right.
3 years either.
Right.
Having this conversation, I want to be here in 3 years.
Got it. Lawrence, former Chief Betancourt.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chairman, County staff. Thanks for your time in this effort. I was elected to the Newcastle Fire Board in 2016, and assigned to the Placer County Fire District's Financial Stability Task Force. After I spent 36 years at South Placer Fire and retired as the fire chief. I want to thank you for confirming the ad hoc committee to assist with the consolidation of the old failed districts that are currently served by Placer County Fire. That's a definite step in the right direction. Penryn, Newcastle, Forest Hill, and Placer Hills represent 4 additional distressed agencies that will fail without assistance in the future. The 4 agencies have contracted with each other for administrative services through different contracts since 2013. And all Placer County Fire partners have been signatory to the Close Resource Agreement for over 15 years, sharing resources, covering each other's stations. Placer County mobilized 13 or more engines through this Close Resource Agreement for automatic aid to the Galleria Fire in 2010 and to the Applegate Fire in 2014. But Placer County Fire today cannot send those same 13 engines due to the reduction in staffing and some station closures today. The review of the current level of service and development of standards is another important thing outlined that you approved to do. Some fire agencies provide basic life support with 2 engines. Some agencies provide paramedics with 3 engines. And as the operational area coordinator, trying to cover the stations with unlike resources is really tough. Throughout the county, there's different levels. Standards of cover is also very important. Penryn, Newcastle, Forest Hill, and Placer Hills, we need the help from that same ad hoc committee to get us to come together so we could submit an application to LAFCO that's fiscally sustainable. They have been the only Placer County agencies to pass voter-approved engineered assessments or direct taxes, as you talked about. It's the community that's getting these done. 16 independent fire districts in Sacramento County in 1990 consolidated into 2, Sac County Fire and American River Fire. In 2000, which is not that long ago, that's when Sacramento Metropolitan Fire came together from those 2 districts. So what I'm asking is that the several zones of benefit and the 4 special districts can be reduced to just 2 agencies with the help of the ad hoc committee and the county staff and get going in the right direction. Sac County did it. We can do it the same way. And it has that ad hoc committee help not just Placer County Fire, but help us 4 come together. And slowly, we're going to have to do a little bit at a time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership, Lawrence. We really appreciate it. All right. Good morning, sir.
Chairman, Supervisors, County Administrative Staff, distinguished guests, and fellow constituents. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Matt Slusher, and I am a fire captain paramedic with the Placer Hills Fire Protection District. I have served the constituents of Placer County for over 16 years. I am a resident of this county since 1986, spent my formative years growing up here, and am so lucky to own a home in these Placer County foothills. I am proud to be raising my family in this area and am blessed to be so well ingrained in the community. The reason I am here before you today is to address fire protection and the members of the local 3800, which I represent, whom are directly affected by the fire protection issues which have plagued this county for many years. We're here to advocate for a collaborative approach to fixing the fire protection and life safety issues in this county, and to do so in a way that benefit the entire fire protection model within Placer County and ultimately better protect the people with whom we are so proudly sworn to protect. I ask that the Board of Supervisors consider appointing a working group made up of industry experts, local fire service management, and our local labor groups, including our local 3800, to directly work with the formed ad hoc committee and county administrative staff. It is our belief that collaboratively we can find ways to overcome the many challenges we face, including the woefully inadequate funding mechanism as legislated by Assembly Bill 8. We understand your first goal is to address CSA Zone 28 and the zones of benefit with which you have a direct protection authority, but feel as though without addressing the entire county, including the 4 distressed fire protection districts, it won't be long before we are back here again after another distressed fire protection district succumbs to inadequate funding. We're thankful that the Board of Supervisors has opened the door to review such a serious public safety concern and look forward to working together in whatever capacity best suits the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nader, welcome back.
Wayne Nader, just a couple of quick comments. One of the things that really concerned me in our last discussion on the previous item was the shortfall that we're looking at a 5-year point, and that's just dealing with what is now covered with the CAL FIRE contract. It's $9 million. That's a gigantic number. And if we start to see failed districts, and the county would have an obligation to step up in some form or another to cover those gaps of service, that's only going to make that number get bigger. And even if I believe, I haven't worked the numbers out, but I believe if you took that state dollars that were being charged, what was $153, I think you said, something like that, per parcel that's now gone away. I think if you took that from every parcel in the unincorporated areas, you'd still have a shortfall. If you took all of, again, the fire districts as well as the current CAL FIRE contract, we're chasing something we're having a hard time ever catching up with. We're trying to meet the service needs, but the revenue is just going to always be a challenge. I think even, and I obviously strongly support the board getting behind this mail-in election. But it's probably going to be, if we actually went out to each one of those residents and asked for the number that we really needed to bring the service levels up, for them to be able to replace equipment, improve their fire stations, they would refuse it. So we're always going to be fighting a shortfall. So I just want to go back to what I said in my previous one. We need to look at a new model. We need to look at something different. We need to bring up a more efficient process to how we do this, or we're always going to be chasing this issue. So just want to add that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wayne. Yeah, please come forward.
My name is Mark Wright, Colfax. Excuse me. Talk to Mrs. Montgomery. You're right. You say we don't have to provide fire as a county, but people in this county have a government to protect them. And the reason we have a government, otherwise, if we could do it ourselves, we wouldn't have government. That's why we have government. And we support more than just the people in this county. You say we'll pay for the services that we will pay for, but we're on I-80. Our fire districts support I-80. County gets taxes from I-80. People who coming through buy on gas, they buy food, they buy stuff. They get service from us. When they wreck, they get service. And so we get out there to help them. We have fire for them and everything. When the fire Applegate was started, that was started by someone on the freeway. That wasn't our residents being stupid, building fires when they shouldn't. It was actually someone coming through caused a fire. I don't know if it was deliberate or not, but that's what happened. So I think the county does have a role in help paying for the increases. I've watched the board of supervisors meetings and see how, as things go along, everyone comes to you and says, hey, the state's making us have this new apparatus, and they can have this thing, so we need more money from you. And you guys support all these other things that the county doesn't have to do either, like homeless. You don't have to do that. But we still pay for that. So we do support each other, and it's not an even pay around, so we are subsidizing each other in that sense. Because some fire districts get 3%, some get 6%, some get 19%. That's not fair either. So the county does have a role, and that's what I want to know. You guys actually do have a role, and that's what I want to leave you with here, is that this is not just a residents thing, because if our fire districts only responded to our residents, I'd be with you 100%. We'll pay our own money and we'll do our own thing. That's not the case. We support a lot of people who come through here, and you, as a county, I mean, the county makes money based on people coming through. So I'd like to see us get more of the money, like the PILT money that doesn't come out of Forest Hill. That doesn't go to people, that's supposed to go to fire. We have the new money coming in from the water projects. That money's coming in, and that was supposed to help pay for these kind of things. So that's more money, revenues coming in. So there's lots of ways money's coming into the county to help pay for this. So I'd like you to look at the Middle Fork project, that money coming in, to see if that can help pay for these things. Thank you.
And I want to thank you because you actually just made the argument I was making. What I was saying is county council's legal position is that we don't have an actual legal obligation. Mm-hmm. I believe that we do have a moral and ethical obligation. Yeah. But I think it's also important to note that every district responds to lots of other people who don't live in their districts. Right. Truckee Fire, same situation as Colfax, Roseville. Yeah. You know, when I go to San Ramon, I don't think I've ever been to San Ramon, but if I go to San Ramon and I'm in a car crash,
Right.
I expect that they're going to roll on me.
Right.
And so there is this sort of mutual agreement as a society that we are going to figure out ways to support each other and provide these public safety services. So thank you for making the argument that I didn't make very clear. I appreciate that.
Oh, but also when you go to San Ramon, you do pay taxes in San Ramon that do help that. So if that money goes to help fire, then that would be a good thing to help, right?
Absolutely, if I ever went to San Ramon.
What? That was your example.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Davis. I live in Penryn, and I was the treasurer, I am the treasurer of the Penryn Fire Department, Friends of the Penryn Fire Department. I have some concerns, and one is very personal. My father was rescued by the Penryn Fire Department several times when he had heart attacks. And I just love that our Penryn Fire Department, our firefighters know where we are. You know, they are in our community. They know our streets. They know our addresses. We live at the end of a very, very long dirt road, and they know where we are, and they come to us, and they help my dad when he needed it. My mom's 87. She lives in her own home. She's very capable, but there could be a time when she needs their help as well. So concerned that if something happens to our Penryn Fire Department, that we, you know, the response time from Newcastle or Loomis could be doubled or tripled, not know where we are exactly. Huge concern on my part there. Also, I was at many of the meetings at the Penryn Fire Station where we heard from CAL FIRE, we heard from Supervisor Holmes, Janine Windenhome, and we were told that you got to prove that you guys really want this fire station, and we formed this committee, and we worked with the firefighters, and we raised money, and we sent out mailers, and we walked door to door down very long driveways, and we convinced, as you know, the people of Penryn to raise this tax. We know that we would have had to raise it over $600 to be totally sustainable, but we were strongly recommended by Supervisor Holmes and Janine that we not go that high, that we probably could never, for sure, never get that, but that the county would step up and help with the additional costs that we would need. We heard that over and over again. The third thing is, I know the general fund is committed to so many different things, and all of those are so important, and you know, from homelessness to the animal shelter, et cetera, and none of those are not important, but I beg to argue that fire and medical care is equally, if not more important right now. With global climate change, we're seeing more and more wildfires. We're seeing, the bark beetle kill off and that kind of thing, that, we need our fire protection, and we need it local. This consolidation is fine as long as we don't lose these local fire departments that can get to us quickly. And then, of course, for the medical care, concern, again, for our aging population and needing those firefighters to be able to get to us quickly. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning to the board. My name is Fred Loprano. I live in Meta Vista. I have done for 30 years. Joined the fire department the first month I lived there as a volunteer, and am still involved in the fire department as a board member at this time. But I'm speaking as a private citizen right now. We've been addressing these issues in Placer Hills Fire District for a number of years and have done everything we could to remain a viable, advanced life support, immediate response fire department protecting our citizenry. One of the problems that we have tripped over constantly and constantly gets thrown up as an impassable barrier is the Prop 13 strictures that were put on everybody based on your revenues and or budgeting in the year that it took effect. It set a rate which seemingly is in stone and can't be changed. What I say to you as a county board is we all pay the same dollar per 100 that we have to on our tax bill. It's that way. To Supervisor Euler, I'm tickled pink that Granite Bay is as successful as they are. I've worked with those people for years. They're fantastic. They're getting 14 cents of that dollar every year that's contributed. The people in Placer Hills put that dollar in and get back 7 cents or 6 plus. The same thing is true. Loomis used to be at 2.3 cents on that dollar. We are contributing our share just like everybody else is. We're not getting back the same amount of money that, let's say, South Placer is getting. They're successful because they can afford long-term capital improvements. They can afford viable wages and don't lose people to attrition. I would challenge the group and the board to maybe find a way to find some parity to get all of the fire districts up to a basic level. Currently, it's somewhere between 18 and 25%, if you look at the state of California, is the amount of that tax dollar it takes to maintain a viable fire service in those areas. We're all paying the same tax money. We're just not getting back the same share that other people in the county are. And maybe a reorganization somehow to get that basic level of return from our tax dollars back to our citizens might take a big dent out of the shortfalls. Then you can viably, potentially, pass special taxes to increase. We put them in place to maintain our paramedic services. But it's something that I would ask that people look at, is somehow we have to find that parity so that we're getting back the same share of our tax dollars for fire service as are being dedicated elsewhere in the county and in the state. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Sir.
As a member of your board?
Yes.
I see that Forest Hills is going to go back out. Is there any reason why Placer Hills doesn't want to go out for another?
The county put forward a study. They gave us a consultant. They went out, they did proposals to the citizenry. They sent out their questionnaires. They came back that in our district, for whatever reason, and we gave them the same education program we always have, came back at what was deemed to be an unviable proposition to spend money that potentially was offered by the county or to take out of our budget for an election that was fairly destined to fail. At least that was the recommendation that came back from the consultant. We're more than willing to go back, but as you've heard from other agencies, our real number is somewhere up around $470, $480 in today's world and climate. You just can't go to the people and say, give us $500 a year more and have them jump on the bandwagon, at least not to that very unapproachable 66 2/3% margin.
So was the suspension with the SRA fee, do you think that would help move
It would probably help, but again, yes, it has to come down to this public education. I appreciate that that's being addressed at the county level to try and help with that. Yes, but that's still just $115 that they're not spending, and there's no guarantee at this point in time that that won't be reimposed. It's just been put on hiatus. So to convince the citizenry, oh, that's not being charged, you have to tell them that it might be, if you're being honest.
Yeah.
And again, that dollar amount that the special districts are facing as the actual number required to generate a viable, sustainable, current fire district, it's a big number. And unless we come up with something besides just going back to the people for them to pay for it, I don't see it happening.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you
that.
for your time.
And actually, before you leave, I had just a couple of comments and maybe a question for you. I think I mentioned my husband works for North Tahoe Fire,
Understood.
which used to be Kings Beach Fire and Tahoe City Fire, and they consolidated many years ago. About, I want to say a dozen years ago, maybe a little bit more, they actually went out for a parcel tax that failed. But what they recognized was that they needed to go out a couple of times to their ratepayers. And it was either the second or the third time that they were successful. And just one of my experiences around this process, and I think this is what Forest Hill is seeing, is that sometimes you need to go back right away for that second action to say, hey, no, we were really serious last year when we said this could be a problem. And so I guess not really a question, but I would encourage your board to consider going out again, irrespective of what the polling says or the numbers say. We all, and we're going to have to do the same thing around Placer County Fire, we're going to have to make the case to people that this is important, and this is something that if we want an identified level of service, we need to do all we can, which frankly may not get us to sustainability, I get that, but we need to do all we can to bring ourselves closer to that parity that people have discussed today so that we can have a community conversation about how we provide emergency services to all our citizens.
Oh, I agree, and I can share with you, we had those discussions as a board. We took the advice from the consultancy that it wasn't a viable thing to do, and we looked at that $25,000, $30,000 expenditure that would have been coming out of our budget. We're already running a negative number on an annual basis anyway. We're like everyone else, robbing from Peter to pay Paul. The money that should go to future equipment and long-term capital improvements. We have a fire station that was built by volunteers back in the 40s, okay? It's, apparatus doesn't fit anymore. You know, we've got remodeling issues. That $25,000 or $30,000 might just get us an extended base or a new $500,000 fire equipment that we need to buy. Will be protected from the elements and actually kept, you know, in a garage.
You know, and that's the problem. You mentioned 1940s. There was volunteers. You had
When I joined, we were, excuse me, but when I joined, we were 100% volunteer company.
Yeah.
You
You had a
and it
pancake
worked.
breakfast and a fireman's ball, and everybody contributed. It was, but proposition, and then you're punished because you were so thrifty during those
Exactly.
times. And then when Prop 13 came into effect,
And that's what we're facing. That's why
Right.
the premise of my talking today
Yeah.
was we need to find a way to equalize
Right.
what we get back on those tax dollars versus what we're getting now. That infusion would help a great deal, and I think that would also give us premise to go to the people and say, okay, we're up to this point, we need this much more to get to where we want to be. Thank you for your time.
oh, thank you. Good morning, young man.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nick Salas, and I'm a CAL FIRE Placer County Fire Captain assigned to Station 180, located in North Auburn off of Atwood Road. My family and I have also resided in the community of Meta Vista for the past 4 years. I know I can speak for all of the firefighters in this room when I say the fire service holds a very special place in our hearts. When I was 13 years old, I lost my father to cancer. My mother worked for the local school district and did her best to keep an eye on my little brother and I. One day, while I was visiting my mom, I noticed a backdraft poster in the nurse's office. I told the nurse I wanted to be like them when I grew up, and she recommended I meet with the firefighters at the station since her husband sat on the local fire board. Shortly thereafter, I started in the fire service as an explorer at the fire station around the corner from my home in North Auburn. I've literally grown up in a firehouse. The firefighters helped raise me, but more importantly also supported my mother and little brother. For those of us that can remember the impact these firefighters had and the impact they had on the citizens on your communities, I know you remember that feeling when you realized that this would be the only job you could ever see yourself doing. These firefighters took me under their wing and helped mold me and assist me to get to where I am today, and for that I'll always be thankful. I'm here to speak about an experience with a failing fire district that was once Placer Consolidated Fire Protection District, which covered the North Auburn-Ophir area. I know firsthand what the members in these districts in distress are feeling and are going through. We all come from different communities, have different skill sets, wear different patches, but at the end of the day, our mission is the same, which is to provide the best service for the citizens of Placer County and the state of California. At the time, our chief tasked us with bringing him solutions, not problems, for our financially challenged fire district. The members researched multiple options to solidify our pay and employee retention. From that process is how we began our relationship with CAL FIRE. This contract has opened up so many opportunities for me, beginning at the station I grew up at, promoting up to an engineer after going through an intense company officer academy at the CAL FIRE Training Center in Ione. I was then given the opportunity and had the pleasure of working at fire stations in the communities of Smartsville, Alta, Dutch Flat, Colfax, then returned to North Auburn. I then promoted to captain, where I worked at our Auburn headquarters station at the Grass Valley Command Center, then returning back to Station 180 in North Auburn. The training and experiences that I have had while assigned to these locations has been exemplary. I've done everything from staffing a 105-foot ladder truck, Type 1 and Type 3 fire engines, a rescue, and was also assigned to a Bell 214 helicopter. I am also a member of the Placer County Technical Rescue Team, which specializes in swiftwater rescue, high and low angle rope rescue operations, and rescues in remote areas, to name a few. CAL FIRE has brought stability, professionalism, and ultimately a great foundation to raise my family and I in the county I grew up in. In closing, what has really opened my eyes during this whole process is the level of service, the vast array of experience, all of the numerous benefits CAL FIRE brings to the citizens of Placer County. Thank you.
Nick, thank you. You know, I've watched you since grammar school and go through the Placer Consolidated system, and you've grown. I can't tell you how proud I am of you.
Thank you.
Taking advantage of all those opportunities. And I knew your dad, and the loss of your dad was very impactful. And I just appreciate the fire community surrounding you with their encouragement, and just thank you for all you do. And I'm really proud of you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And Nick, thank you. I want to add my comments to that as well, which is I reflect on a photo I have of my husband at 2 years old in a fire helmet at San Bruno Fire, standing next to an engine. And I just have to contradict one thing you said. You said you grew up to work for CAL FIRE. My husband has always told me you can either grow up or you can become a firefighter, but you can't actually. So.
You are correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You betcha.
Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning. Gail McCafferty, Forest Hill. And I am really happy about this ad hoc committee because that's what we need is information and solutions. I just wanted to say to the ones that don't live in Placer County, I have relatives living all over Placer County.
We all live in Placer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Up here, yeah.
I think we have to.
Yeah, East Placer County, I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Rural Placer County, okay. Which has always been a problem for Forest Hill to relate to the folks down in the more populated areas. I have 2 married daughters, and they both live in Lincoln. And so I have 4 beautiful grandchildren too. And so I'm down there quite a bit. So I use Placer County, and I love Placer County too. But Forest Hill versus Lincoln, Forest Hill versus Granite Bay are totally different. Now, what my point I want to make is we're a community of 7,000, and that's not everybody participating. You know, there's a lot of people that participate, but that's all we have is our 7,000. And we are trying our best to keep our fire station and ambulance up there in Forest Hill. And things that we have done, we have Firewise communities up in Forest Hill. When we had the Robbers Fire come through, which came close to town, we lost 1 structure, and it was a little vacation cabin that these people owned that lived in the Bay Area, and they were sorry that they hadn't been out to clean it up. Well, we have defensible spaces, and it prevented many homes from burning with firemen standing there, and I know it's a lot CAL FIRE too, but my point is, have you guys been to Forest Hill is what, okay, just want to make sure that you come and visit Forest Hill, because it is absolutely gorgeous. Everything, I couldn't live without the mall, are you kidding? Without Galleria? So we are one family is what I'm trying to say, and we need your help. We desperately need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before? Oh, here we go. Good morning, or good afternoon, Eleanor.
Hi. I just learned about this in Medlar, so here I am. My name is Eleanor Pateski, and I really want to congratulate the board on this ad hoc committee. I was involved in the effort to get a tax increase in Newcastle, which we were successful doing. But, it was during the economic downturn. We were not able to ask for the amount of money that we really wanted to ask for in order to even get it passed. And so we were delighted when it passed. It was a good thing, but there wasn't anybody among us that didn't realize that it really wasn't enough money, and it was just a Band-Aid. And I have, just observing the hellacious fires that we have had in the state of California the last 5 years, Sonoma, Yosemite, all over the place, Ventura, whatever. And, we're all in this together. This is not a Lincoln, Newcastle, Granite Bay thing. This is a fire situation. This is climate change. We need to have a good fire system. And one of the things that has always bothered me being involved, closely with the Newcastle Fire Department is a miserable amount of money that we pay some of our firefighters. It's embarrassing. It's immoral. We need to have equitable pay among our firefighters. We need to have health care for the firefighters and their families. And this is an opportunity to address all of that. A fire doesn't just stay in one district. You know, the fire in Sonoma has hurt us, was a shock to us. A fire anywhere up in, you know, Forest Hill or anywhere, it hurts all of us, and it crosses lines. And the fires that are up in the mountains, I don't know what they do to the watersheds, but we're all at the bottom of that, and we all need that. So all I can say is we need to look at this as a universal thing, and I hope that we come out the other end with a really good solution. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eleanor. Good afternoon, Susan.
I'm Susan Barnes from SCI Consulting Group. We actually helped the county last year with some surveys to see if you could do funding measures for your fire districts and the CSAs as well. We do help districts, counties, and cities and special districts throughout the state to do successful funding measures. And we have over a 90% success rate with that. So I just did want to clear up one question about the survey results. One is, first I'd like to say for Forest Hill, I think it's great that they're thinking about going out again. It does happen sometimes that you fail one time, and then that helps to educate the public, and then when changes happen, like fire stations have to close, then sometimes that helps you with the education to get the public to understand why it is that they really do need to go ahead and vote for a tax measure. So I think Forest Hill has an excellent chance if they do go out again, based on our experience throughout the state. And also I wanted to mention that, you know, obviously Penryn passed because they had a wonderful community group that was supporting them. And if Forest Hill can have that kind of community support too, that will help. Placer Hills had a lower rate of approval on their survey, but again, if I think they have some really good community champions out there, I wouldn't say they, you know, we would never say you never have a chance to go forward. We just say maybe not right now, but I think with a really good, strong community outreach effort on the part of Placer Hills community, they could get there too. So I just wanted to let you know that's sort of our opinion based on what we've seen throughout the state as well as in your county in particular.
Thank you. SCI has been very successful in Placer County.
Yeah.
Worked with you several times. Thank you. Any, Treasurer Windeshausen, good afternoon.
Thank you. I really debated approaching the podium. I know this has been going on, but I wanted to call out a success story related to fire that we have had here in Placer County. And that is, it has to do with the recent merger of the Loomis Fire Protection District and the South Placer Fire Protection District. As a share of property taxes, Loomis received the least of any district in Placer County. South Placer received the most. There was no way that they were going to touch each other. There was no way that South Placer was going to subsidize Loomis. Over 7 years ago, the voters in Loomis voted to tax themselves. I voted to tax myself. I live there. I pay that $350 a year plus the SRA fee on top of it. It took 7 years of that board consistently adopting the maximum COLA to get to the point where eventually they will bring more revenue after the merger to the table than South Placer will. And so after about 6 years, or 6 or 7 years, they went from basic life support to providing advanced life support, and then they successfully merged and consolidated and created even more efficiencies. So I hope that is some inspiration of we have to make the pie bigger, and that it has been done, and it's been done successfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your help on that as well. Okay, seeing no more public comment, we'll close that portion of the meeting and come back and see if there's a motion. Oh, Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, I would move approval of agenda items 7A, 1, and 2. And I would also encourage the other special districts that are not Forest Hill Fire that are facing these challenges, please come back to us with this same request. If the board is willing to do this today for Forest Hill, I think it's a good conversation that we've set up today, and I think it would be important for the other districts like Placer Hills Fire to come back to us with this same request. So I look forward to that. So I move that we adopt or we approve 7A, 1, and 2.
Alrighty, moved and seconded to adopt 1A and 2. First of all, let me just say thank you all from the fire service that has been here today. I can see, you please understand that the board is engaged in this process, and we look forward to working with all of you to make fire service and ambulance service sustainable for all people in Placer County. Having said that, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Is any abstentions, any objections? Hearing none, the motion is passed. Thank you, everybody, for coming. And now we'll move to our 11 o'clock. We'll now move to our 11 o'clock. I got it here. Oh. This is a county executive item. It's an update on our fiscal year 2018-19 budget workshop. And I'll turn it over to our county executive officer, Todd Leopold.
Thank you, Chairman. What I want to do is thank everyone first, department directors, elected offices for all the work they put into this budget leading up to today's conversation. We're going to be talking a little about the policy process that we went through in evaluating the budget and kind of what the current condition is we're looking at for our primary general fund, but as a few funds in general as a whole. Some of the requests supplemental wise that are being requested. So Kate Sampson, our deputy CEO, is here, and she's going to walk through this presentation briefly for you, give you a quick rundown. I'll give you a little snapshot. This is really a conversation that we've had for the last couple of months with elected officials as well as department directors about their requests for the upcoming fiscal year. It's an iterative process, obviously, so what we have done is done some initial blush and looking at our requests based on some policy direction that we've kind of framed up, and we'll be talking with you today. It's not over. There's going to be a conversation that's going to be taking place over the next few weeks. We'll be coming back to you with a more formalized proposal for the budget on our June 26th public hearing. So having said that, I'll turn over to Kate, and she can walk through this slide deck.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Holmes and members of the board, my name is Kate Sampson with your County Executive Office. And I understand you've got a very full agenda today, so I will do my best to keep my comments brief. Please feel free to stop me and interject if you have a question as I proceed. Just a reminder where we've come from and how we got here today. For 2018, we've developed this budget process shown on the screen. In March and April, departments submitted their requests for consideration for funding next year. And on March 20th, your board received a mid-year fiscal update to give you a status on what we were seeing in terms of our fiscal position for the current year, as well as a forecast for the future. Then at the beginning of April, you held a strategic planning workshop to talk with departments about your priorities for the community and the organization. And you invested quite a bit of time at your last meeting on May 8th listening to presentations from departments about the needs that they see as being critical for their success next year. Then today, I'm providing you with an update and looking for some policy direction on evaluating requests for funding. And as Todd mentioned, we will return to you on June 26th with a proposed budget for your consideration. As always, in September, we will provide a final budget for your consideration that takes into account any changes that are impacting the county based on the state budget and the year-end closing process of this current fiscal year. So with that, I will provide a brief overview of our general fund. That's been mentioned a few times already today. We speak about the general fund so often because most of the revenues in that fund are to be spent at your board's sole discretion. So we've got a number of funds in the county. Many of those are restricted to a certain purpose, but the general fund you have the most control over, and so we do spend quite a bit of time discussing that. You may also recall during our mid-year review that we discussed some of the pressures facing the general fund. We're fortunate that the economy still supports a modest revenue growth that we see both in the current year and for next fiscal year, but we're also seeing that expenditures are growing too, in many cases at a faster pace than our revenues, which will continue to squeeze our ability to meet our obligations in the future. So in a little more detail, here's a look at our estimated revenues, both for the current fiscal year and next fiscal year in the general fund. You can see the largest portion of that bar is that top light blue section. Those are taxes entering the general fund. We are seeing about a 5.7% total increase in revenues for next year, which is very good. In terms of my budgeting experience, that's a great sign that the economy is still strong and we continue to move forward. Specifically, secured property taxes are currently shown at 4.5% of an increase over the current year. We're in close conversations with your assessor to be sure we get that number dialed in as close as possible to the roll being established currently. We're also seeing that in year 17-18, we're really experiencing a robust growth in sales taxes. Their receipts are projected to be up 9% over what was over the prior year in 16-17. That's mainly attributable to growth in auto sales, building and construction, and as reflective of increased fuel prices. So kind of a mixed bag there, but still means more revenue to the county overall. So considering this growth in revenues, if we look at the flip side on expenses, we see growth here too. Expenditures are looking to grow at about 9% next year. So that is above and beyond the 5.7% in revenue growth that we're projecting. The biggest source of that growth is in your compensation costs for salaries and benefits. That's due both to negotiated contracts and our PERS and OPEB liabilities. So just for a frame of reference, next year for our PERS retirement costs, our annual required contribution is almost $61 million. That plan is about 65% funded as of the close of last fiscal year. We are anticipating being able to prepay the unfunded actuarial component of that liability, which means we'll get a little bit of savings from PERS. We propose for that $1.3 million in savings to be set aside in a trust that you have established to offset future liabilities from PERS. So we will continue to contribute that and let that money grow over time so it's available for your use. In terms of OPEB or other post-employment benefits, next year we anticipate a $29.2 million annual required contribution. That includes the normal cost. And just a note here that plan is about 78% funded, projected for the end of this year. That is, I would just like to highlight, tremendous when compared to many other counties and agencies in this state. Our actuary says that many of their clients, most of them are in the 25 to 30% funded range, so 78% is a testament to your discipline and commitment over the years to take care of that liability. So we're very pleased about that, but it is a continued cost for the county. I will also note that gray slice of the bar, major contributions, is growing by about $4 million. And those are contributions the general fund makes to a number of other functions or activities in the county. So we'll take a closer look at that here. In the current year, we're spending almost $126 million on contributions. You'll see there's a little bit that goes to the capital fund, the road fund for a maintenance of effort there. But the majority, represented by that orange slice, goes to the public safety fund. So currently that's at about 86%. And although the contributions are growing by about 3% for next year, so the pie is getting slightly larger, the public safety fund will also require a proportionately larger share to be able to meet their obligations. So it's definitely something we want to monitor moving forward as that need continues to grow. So what does all this mean for where we stand today? I do want to note that these numbers are draft as of today. As Todd mentioned, this is an iterative process, so numbers will continue to change as we refine our estimates up until we present a proposed budget to you in June. But the long and the short of it is that for the general fund, we anticipate about $472 million in revenues and about $490 million in expenses, which leaves us with an initial shortfall of about $18.5 million. The good news is each year we generate savings from not expending our full budget, and those dollars are available as carryover fund balance for your use to be appropriated in the following year. Our current projections show about $23.8 million available in carryover fund balance for fiscal year 18-19. If we first use those funds to fill that shortfall of $18.5 million, we anticipate about $5.3 million left for your use. So we'd like to talk about today how we might go about evaluating some of the requests that we've received for funding from that pot of money. At the bottom of this slide, you'll see we received just for the general fund about $13.5 million in requests. Those are made up of about $9 million in one-time and a little over $4 million in ongoing funding requests, all of which you heard in more detail about at your last meeting. A lot of important needs and initiatives there, but not enough funding to meet all of those. And just as a frame of reference, across all funds, we had about $22.4 million in requests. So given that, I'd like to walk you through some of the budgeting strategies that we would use to evaluate these requests and seek your direction on whether this is the policy you'd like us to use to proceed with forming our next year's budget. First, we'd like to be sure we align our resources where the needs are. So historically in this county, we would budget, particularly for personnel, to fill every position for every day of the year. Although we know folks come and go and there will be times when those positions are vacant, it's a nice conservative practice to have to fully budget for all of those people. What we see in practice, though, is that you generate about 8% savings just in the general fund each year from standard turnover. And so it's a question of whether you want to commit resources to those costs that you know you're not necessarily going to incur, or whether we want to true up a bit for a more realistic budget, our compensation costs and what we budget for them. So given that we normally experience an 8% savings, we would recommend including a 3% salary savings in next year's budget. That represents about $17.7 million in the general fund, which would be freed up for other purposes. I would also note that for those departments, particularly on the smaller side, who may not experience this rate of turnover in a given year, we do have contingency funds that would be available to help keep departments whole if they were not able to achieve that 3% salary savings within the course of the year. Additionally, we've identified $4.5 million worth of positions that have been vacant for 1 year or longer in the general fund. So the question to your board is whether you want to continue fully budgeting for those positions that have been held vacant, or whether we might assume at least a portion, let's say about half of that money might be available for other uses if those positions haven't had a need to be filled within the last year. We would recommend potentially freezing those allocations and then delegating to your CEO the ability to fill those as needed based on conversations with departments as the year proceeds. A second policy direction would be to utilize restricted funds when available. So I mentioned a moment ago that the general fund it holds funds that are at your discretion to be spent. We have a number of other funds that have monies for restricted purposes. So we would propose to use those restricted dollars first to give you ultimate flexibility with your discretionary funds. An example of that here is road maintenance equipment. You may recall talking about road maintenance equipment and our needs there at your last meeting. We receive requests both to fund replacement of equipment in the road fund, which is restricted for these purposes, and the general fund. At this point, we would recommend to you to use those restricted funds first and hold on your discretionary dollars paying for those types of activities. Additionally, there's a proposal to update the recording system used in your clerk recorder's office. Again, there are trust funds with fees collected for that exact purpose over time. Those are restricted for those purposes. We would recommend using those first before a general fund contribution. An additional best practice when it comes to budgeting strategies is to use one-time sources for one-time uses. So when we talk about, for instance, carryover fund balance that's available for you to appropriate next year, that's a one-time source. And we would recommend it would be best to use it for one-time uses. I've highlighted a couple here. This is, again, not exhaustive, but gives you an idea how this would apply to supplemental requests. We have $1.4 million for the Placer County Conservation Plan consulting contracts in order to move that initiative to the stage where we're ready to implement in the coming year. We also have programmed $500,000 towards a future purpose of elections equipment. We would not propose to buy that equipment next year, but we know it's a need coming up in a few years and could be a potential kind of capital bubble to make that expenditure all at once. So we would suggest that we begin saving towards that expenditure in the future. We've also included a $500,000 contribution to open space, consistent with your board's direction to provide funds to acquire open space property over the last few years. And another example of a one-time purchase would be $250,000 for a body scanner in our minimum security facility for safety reasons down at that correctional facility.
If I may, I told this to both of Todd and yourself, that I find it challenging for me to have $2 million of the $4 million that are being spent going to basically one thing, PCCP. And I'm combining the 1.4 and the 500,000 for open space because I basically see them as the same thing. So I'm having a lot of trouble justifying that in my own mind as to why we're doing that and how we can, for the life of me, blow through $1.4 million in consultants in one budget year. So I'm going to need a lot more information on that before I can get anywhere near buying off on that. So, because I think there are a lot of other needs that our folks in our different departments have asked for, and to take 50% of that is troubling for me. So.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor. Please continue.
The fourth item that we would recommend to you would be to adjust position allocations to align with workload. You heard a number of department heads speak to you at your last meeting about requests to trade a certain allocation for another that would be most closely aligned with the workload they're experiencing. So we would call this a reclassification or an add delete. The total impact to the general fund is about $6,500. We feel like that's a reasonable expense to be sure departments have what they need to complete the work that that's part of their work plan for the coming year. And we would also look to explore contracting models as they're available. As these position requests come in, we would look to see if there are opportunities there. Another strategy would be to add positions only when costs are offset. So as we discussed some of the pressures on the general fund, we feel that if that trend continued, or even if we began to experience a significant recession in our economy, the balancing the budget could quickly become a rather difficult task in the future. And given the ongoing liabilities associated with adding personnel to county employment, it would be difficult for us to recommend any additional positions that don't have some sort of offset, either in new revenue, such as grant funding, or a reduction in expenses. So a couple of examples that we would recommend that do have offsets include customer service positions that would be contingent on development revenue. So an example of that would be a building inspector. We anticipate growth in our development community. As those permits are coming in the door, there will be a workload associated. We'd like to be positioned to be able to meet those customer service demands as that revenue really materializes. So that would be one example of a position that comes with offsetting revenue. Additionally, there are some grant-funded positions that we'd like to recommend provisionally so that as long as that grant funding is available, we would keep the position if the grant funding dried up and was no longer available, that allocation would be absorbed into the department or otherwise dealt with at that time.
Can I just get a clarification on that? Because this, this one makes me a little bit nervous. I look at things like the SAFER grant program that fire departments often participate in, where they bring folks in under a grant program and then 3 years later their dollars are gone. You know, and my concern is this is one-time money, grant funded for ongoing operations. And I, similar to Jack and his concerns about the PCCP, I want to see this fleshed out a bit more and understand how would we really imagine rolling those into an existing budget? Because it just concerns me that we may be creating obligations that aren't frankly just the salary, but retirement, benefits, all of that other stuff as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Lastly, we would recommend to you that ongoing costs should be supported by ongoing sources. So absent those sources, we would defer requests for ongoing funding until a sustainable offset can be identified. So just a quick summary of where we would stand if we were to apply those policies. In the general fund, I mentioned we anticipate having about $5.3 million available. Here's the 13.5 that was requested. We would recommend about a little over 5.3 million to you with a net impact of 6 FTE that again are offset by either revenue increases or cost reductions. In the public safety fund, things are a little bit tighter. We project about $900,000 in available fund balance. We had over $3 million worth of requests. At this point in time, we would recommend to you about $700,000 worth of requests that meet those criteria. In the library fund, we don't anticipate additional available fund balance. However, there are some capital reserves in the amount of $438,000. That may be a good source for about the $250,000 in requests that we received towards library operations. And then in trust funds, we do have quite a number of funds built up and could fully recommend to you funding the $820,000 in requests there. So quickly, again, if we were to move forward with these policy directions, it would have an impact on our work plan for next year. The budget's not only a financial tool, but a planning tool to help us prioritize how we spend our resources. And I'd like to highlight for you just a couple of the ways that we'd be able to support some of your priorities that you identified during your strategic planning workshop. Again, not all inclusive. I will only mention a few here. We'll have a more comprehensive discussion when we propose the full budget to you in June. But did have a few highlights to share with you. One critical success factor that you identified is comprehensive public safety services. There are a couple components here. On the criminal justice side, I mentioned that the Public Safety Fund is under very similar pressure as the general fund. Since about 60% of its funding comes from the general fund, a lot of the same issues are present there. And while the fund can afford to continue providing the current level of service next year, there are additional pressures, particularly from the state's realignment of criminal justice programs in 2011, that will continue to present ongoing budget challenges. So we would look to our criminal justice partners to help us think of some creative solutions to be sure we're able to provide sustainable services there in the future. We do want to prioritize some safety and technology purchases in this fund that are more on the one-time nature. Some examples, like I already mentioned, are the body scanners, some metal detectors, and security improvements. We'd like to update some equipment to have a modern dispatch center and replace our case management system in probation to be sure that we've got good data that we're using to support that program. We'd also like to work with these departments over the coming weeks before your proposed budget to develop some funding strategies for their identified ongoing needs. There are a number of positions and initiatives like body-worn cameras that we'd really like to try to come up with some alternatives that we could present to you should you want to move forward with any of those programs. Obviously, on the fire service side, you've had lengthy discussions this morning about the sustainable provision of services there. So we would be supportive of efforts to kind of curb that ongoing shortfall in the future. Quickly, I'll note that on a number of factors such as achievable housing, economic development, and land use planning and environmental stewardship, there are a number of initiatives that would be supported using these budgeting strategies, including implementation of the PCCP, preparing for increased development activity workload, like I mentioned. We would pursue some affordable housing strategies and really get some of those foundationary plans taken care of this year, and we'd focus efforts on the Sunset Area Plan with both the environmental document and work on the infrastructure financing district. In terms of general government and our innovative, implementation-focused integrated county services, the big focus here is on technology. There are a number of programs in the coming year, or systems that we'd like to implement. Of course, your Workday Enterprise system is going to be going live with the financial side on July 1. That's going to require a significant amount of effort in the coming year. We've got a learning management system, potentially a library cataloging system, a new recording system, lots of network infrastructure, and some digitization of our archives, that kind of thing. So all things to focus on modern technology. And as I mentioned, we'd be saving for future investments, such as new elections equipment. Additionally, we want to continue our succession planning efforts so that we can retain some institutional knowledge and prepare that new generation of service providers as folks in key positions leave county employment. And lastly, I'd like to focus on our public serving infrastructure and amenities. In the current format of the budget, we're able to maintain our existing infrastructure and replace some equipment that's at its end of useful life. But we do anticipate a need for some comprehensive discussions coming to your board in the following months. One is on this whole conversation about open space and parks and trails. Public Works and Facilities is working on a Parks and Trails master plan, so we look forward to that coming to your board for discussion and having a more comprehensive conversation about how do we acquire property, how do we plan for improving and maintaining that property in the future. So we've deferred some kind of big ticket items to that conversation so we can have a holistic conversation around that functional area. In the fall, we would like to propose to your board a capital improvement and facility need conversation to talk about how much do we invest in maintaining our existing facilities versus look to other solutions, either new facilities or different space. And then we can prepare a good recommendation to you about how to best use your dollars as maintenance costs go up according to the life of the building and other facilities. And lastly, we look forward to a conversation about funding for roads and bridges. This is a critical service that we provide, and we'd like to have a comprehensive look at the road fund and how we can set some priorities for spending there. So next steps is we will incorporate feedback received during this workshop. We will spend the next several weeks coordinating with departments based on this policy framework and finalize our recommendations. And then on June 26th, we would recommend to you a proposed budget followed by technical adjustments at the final budget in September. So that was a quick overview. I'm available for any questions and appreciate your feedback and direction.
Thank you. Supervisor Whiting.
Question, Kate. Do you know what the rate of return is currently on the trust fund we're using for OPEB? And is that the same trust fund or with?
Our OPEB funds are with CalPERS, but in a totally separate fund. We have adjusted that rate of return to 6.5%.
So that it can make a higher rate of return, right? Because so I'm curious as to what that rate of return is.
Well, they claim.
They
credit us at 6.5.
Yeah. Yes, we just adjusted the rate of return to 6.5%.
6.5.
From 7.
Okay, thanks.
And that increases our annual required contribution.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right, and that'll continue to go down.
Well, I think I'm asking a different question. So we have with the OPEB for sure, we set aside money and then we put that money into a trust fund. And it was my impression that it was so that it could earn a higher rate of return than just the normal treasury return because it was committed for a longer period of time. That's my
Then
recollection.
funds in the county treasury?
I'm not sure exactly how it works. I don't know if Janine is here or not. But, maybe I could follow up later offline. But I was of that impression, and I was curious what that rate of return was. But we'll resolve that later.
Certainly.
And then secondly, on the PCC, we've talked about this a little bit before the public, and then just maybe to drill down to a little bit more. I think as we go forward, we'll be transitioning into implementation. Once that starts, the county will be positioned to get its investment paid back. There are different rates at which that'll occur. One is the contribution we made to open space stay-ahead requirements. That'll be dependent on how quickly those credits get acquired. The other is a function of the fees that are implemented, have a component in them to reimburse the county fully for the amount that we've invested. And so I'm requesting some more, I know that range of revenue streams in terms of time can be huge, but I'd like to see us start to put a pencil to paper on that to get some detail on that. And then the 1.4%, or $1.4 million that you talked about, I think just, it includes, the consultants would be either staff or consultants, depending on how we did the startup of the implementation. So just for some clarity, and at the ad hoc committee, we haven't really drilled down yet much into the organizational structure, but I think we need to start doing that as quickly as possible. Not trying to take away any time from Craig to get the implementation point accomplished, but I think some more analysis on those numbers would be really useful.
Certainly.
Supervisor Montgomery? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Kate, and thanks for the update around this in a little bit more detail ahead of today's item. I wanted to get back to, you had a slide 12, which was summary of key funds. And I thought I heard you say that in some of these trust funds specifically, and possibly public safety fund and library fund as well, about 60% of the balance of that is originally from general fund contributions to those departments?
The public safety fund is funded about 60% by the general fund.
Okay. So just sort of philosophically, irrespective of whatever fund it is, whether it's the trust funds or the public safety fund or the library fund, I would suggest that it makes most sense economically for our board to ask those departments to use their funds first rather than ask for new general fund contributions to help support those things. It just, particularly if 60% of the public safety fund is actually originally general fund contributions, it just seems like by using that fund, you are actually using general fund, which is the request, but this just seems like a more direct way to make that occur. And let's see. I had one other comment on that, but I think I will leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Alrighty. Any other comments from board members? Thank you for your concise and quick summary. We have more work to do, and you'll bring back more recommendations. We'll have more further discussions with the board and then staff with board members individually.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you. Does anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, thank you very much. And now we will move to our, hey, we got 10 minutes. What I would like to do is bring item, what is it? Under the department head item, I'd like to bring item 12C. 12C forward is, yeah, here we go. This is the item regarding 5345 Bell Road, Auburn, agreement for purchase and sale with Twilight Ride LLC. Are we okay? We okay? Yeah. Marty.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Are you prepared to begin?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lori.
Chair, members of the board, I'm Lori Morse, Property Manager for the Department of Public Works and Facilities Real Estate Services Division. There we go. Today I am asking your board to approve 3 actions. One is to authorize the Placer Legacy Program acquisition of the Placer Ride property totaling 50 acres from Twilight Ride LLC in the amount of $1.12 million. And 2, to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to take all necessary actions to complete the acquisition, including the execution of the agreement for purchase of sale in substantial conformance with the material terms and subject to county council and risk management concurrence. And 3, to adopt a budget revision to cancel open space fund reserves in the amount of $558,050 and transfer $189,950 from Capital Projects Fund 140, Project 704907, that's the Miscellaneous Projects Fund, and $392,000 from the Tree Preservation Fund 370, Subfund 660, to complete the funding for this acquisition. The Department of Public Works and Facilities Parks Division is preparing a subsequent environmental impact report for the proposed expansion of the Hidden Falls Regional Park Trails Network over an additional 2,500 acres extending approximately 7 miles to the north and east on properties where the county has secured real property interests. The subsequent EIR project description issued in January 2017 proposed a parking area on the Harvigo Bear River Preserve property shown on the map. If I can get there. I just saw it. Maybe you could help me. Which is approximately 11 trail miles from the existing Hidden Falls Regional Park parking lot on Mears Place. Oh, good. Thank you. In late 2017, the Placer Land Trust informed Placer County staff that it had received an inquiry from the owner of Twilight Ride property, which is located at 5345 Bell Road in Auburn, and that the owner was interested in selling their property. That's shown in red on the map before you. Staff from County Parks Division recognized this as a potential opportunity to provide an intermediate parking location in addition to the current Hidden Falls Regional Park parking lot, and to provide an additional access point to the park if and when it is expanded. This property is approximately 8 miles from the parking lot at Mears Place and 3 miles from the Harvigo Bear River Preserve property. This property is located immediately adjacent to Bell Road and south of Kramer Road. It has 2 parcels totaling 50 acres, one 10-acre, which is immediately adjacent to Bell Road, and the second 40 acres adjacent to the Placer Land Trust Taylor Ranch property and the Codomayan Preserve. Let's see if I can do this. Thank you. Also, the county's Hidden Falls connectivity parcels are adjacent to the southwestern portion of Taylor Ranch. Both parcels are zoned FBX, 10-acre minimum. You're able to find the Hidden Falls. Okay, thank you. The 10-acre parcels improve with the 2-bedroom residence, access driveways, and various accessory structures, and is occupied by the property's caretaker. The acquisition of the property would preserve the 40-acre parcel's unique biological, agricultural, scenic, and open space values by precluding future residential development on this particular 40-acre parcel, and could provide an additional trailhead and access to an expanded trail system. The preliminary evaluation of the property indicates it can accommodate approximately 100 parking spaces and 40 equestrian spaces. An access driveway would be accommodated on the 10-acre parcel right off Bell Road. With your board's approval of staff recommendations today, County Parks will amend the subsequent EIR project description and add the property as a proposed additional parking facility and release a revised notice of preparation. As performed when the parks issued the original notice of preparation in January 2017, notices will be sent to the surrounding residents. The Taylor Ranch Preserve property has the largest contiguous area of oak woodlands remaining in Placer County, as can be seen on this map to the west. The Twilight Ride property and its oak savanna, oak foothill pine woodland habitats provide an opportunity to expand the unfragmented oak woodland habitat area. Based on this map, staff proposes that approximately 33% of the property be permanently protected as oak woodland habitat. In recognition that these preservation values, staff has identified 3 appropriate funding sources for this acquisition. The Open Space Fund, as this property meets Placer Legacy program objectives, and the Tree Preservation Fund, given the opportunity to protect and preserve existing oak woodland habitat. Your board's authorization is necessary for the use of the Tree Preservation Fund after your board determines that the acquisition of the property would serve to mitigate the prior conversion or loss of oak woodlands. And finally, the use of miscellaneous project fund 140, project 704907 will be used towards this acquisition. Since the Tree Preservation Fund contribution will constitute 33% of the total property acquisition cost, at least 33% of the property must be preserved as oak woodland habitat. And so should a potential subsequent use of the property result in reduction in this percentage, then the project sponsor would be obligated to replenish the fund for the portion being disturbed by any potential future project. Real Estate Services has successfully negotiated material terms for the proposed agreement for purchase and sale with Twilight Ride LLC. The parties have agreed to a 365-day due diligence period to provide adequate time for the environmental review and project approvals for the proposed Hidden Falls Regional Park Trails Expansion Project, which with your board's approval today will include this proposed parking facility at this location. Key terms of the proposed acquisition is the $1,120,000 purchase price, which has been considered an appropriate and reasonable price after evaluating surrounding sales data, and we obtained a broker opinion of value from the county's real estate consultant. And also, after considering the unique benefits of this property that it provides to the county in terms of its location and its proximity to the Placer Land Trust holdings and the Hidden Falls Regional Park. A key item of this of our purchase and sale agreement will be the due diligence period. Initially, there will be a 45-day property review contingency in which we will review the title, environmental, and property condition, and a 365-day proposed project approval contingency period, which starts upon the effective date of the purchase and sale. And as stated earlier, this is important for county park staff to perform their necessary environmental review process and to obtain all necessary approvals. There are deposits to be paid, initially a $10,000 deposit made into escrow. That would be refunded if the county does not waive the property condition contingency. Once it waives that contingency, a $55,000 additional deposit will be made into escrow, and that would become non-refundable if the county does not waive the 365-day property approval contingency. There's also an opportunity for a 3-month extension that the county would pay additional funds to the seller should the parties agree to that extension. And the owner has also requested a 10-year lease agreement with the county to allow for the continued occupancy of the property caretaker. This free rent arrangement effectively increases the value to the owner assuming to about 1.4 million, assuming the 10-year term, and is considered the mid-range of the broker opinion of value as provided by the county's real estate broker. In the terms of the agreement, the owner will be responsible for all maintenance, repair, and utilities, and all possessory taxes as determined by the county assessor, and the lease will terminate if the caretaker no longer resides at the residence. Close of escrow would occur 30 days after the county clears the proposed project contingencies, and the county will pay 100% of all title costs and 50% of escrow costs and fees. In conclusion, this acquisition provides a unique opportunity to support the proposed expansion of Hidden Falls Regional Park and preserve the property's biological, agricultural, recreational, scenic, and open space values. This concludes my formal presentation, and I invite questions from your board. Andy Fisher, our Parks Administrator, is also available for your board's questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Supervisor Montgomery.
Lori, just one quick clarification. When you say if the caretaker is no longer there, is it that specific human being or just
Yes.
a caretaker?
That particular person.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Fisher, did you have any comments at this time? All righty. Okay, now we'll open it up for the public to comment on this issue. Mr. Root.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you for your
We've had a
patience.
long morning. And I thank you for the opportunity to participate in local governance. And I think as I near the end of my statement that I would like to read to you today, you will better understand why I am here. I am Bart Rood, and an address of record is 10800 Kramer Road, Auburn. Abraham Lincoln once said, "The best thing about the future is that it comes one day at a time." Those are sage words that we can capitalize upon. We can, with intent, slow down and think clearly before we recklessly spend Placer County reserves that have been accumulated over a very long period of time, and that, when spent, will create a massive problem with the purchase of this property. When I learned yesterday that the Placer County and its taxpayers would pay $22,400 an acre, more than 51 cents a square foot, for the purchase of 50 acres that would provide access to the Hidden Falls Regional Park, it was like seeing a red flag. The decades-long historic use of the two parcels in question, I'll skip naming them, you know what they are, has been farming, specifically for cow-calf operations. Ag land in this particular locale might be worth $2,000 an acre for livestock husbandry activity. A valuation of more than 11 times the ag value is almost beyond reason. It is beyond reason when the hidden agenda is to provide parking and staging access to a regional park. I would ask, what would be the appraised value if the Placer Land Trust wanted to secure the same acreage as means to provide open space? The Placer Land Trust, as you know, has stewardship over much of the open space to which you seek access. The Rood property, give or take 160 acres, just east of across Bell Road, must surely have a comparable value, perhaps of more than $3.5 million. So what I would ask, might you be interested, if there was a willing seller, in offering $22,400 per acre? It seems that it's an extreme injustice that there was no written notice sent to those most impacted by this agenda item. The Planning Department and its director have breached trust in government as they sneak this item into an agenda as an action item. The lack of decency and courtesy of sending notice to nearby property owners is a profane injustice. By association, this board has also breached trust. And I'm sad about that. A second travesty and a breach of goodwill is the statement that the project has been determined by the county as exempt from CEQA. This seems criminal that you hide behind that dictate to slam this project through as a fix to the problem you have created, that problem being lack of access to a regional park. The people on Mears Road and the people on Garden Bar Road know well enough how you have destroyed the ambience of their neighborhoods, their communities, and trust me, my neighborhood will see the same ruination when we slam this project down our throats. I am alarmed that Placer Legacy Open Space Fund seems to be gutted by $558,050 to help with this acquisition, and to transfer funds from other accounts, specifically the $392,000 from the Tree Preservation Fund to offset the cost of a parking lot, seems like a violation of trust. The same could be said of the transfer of reserves from other county budget line items. My family has contributed semi-annually to the Placer Legacy Open Space Fund, but not in my wildest dreams did I ever believe this kind of charade would evolve. It is wrong to spend those funds in the manner proposed. As you are aware, there are many issues that must be looked at as you impact a rural neighborhood on this proposition. Traffic impacts and safety on narrow county roads are just two among many concerns. My understanding is that the county tried some 14 months ago to put a parking lot adjacent to the Auburn Valley Country Club on a part of the reserve up there. That proposal was unacceptable to the people and the power brokers who call that development home. Those who resisted were many, and you were rightly stopped only because the property is access to the property is by private road. Those who are on Bell and Kramer and all their side roads have many concerns, but those people are fewer in number, and effectively they have no voice because no one will hear them. They are hamstrung by your obtuse determinations. We do not want to solve one problem by creating another problem, a massive problem. With a little integrity, we can do better. So I respectfully ask that this proposed project flatly be denied by unanimous vote. It seems to constitute reckless spending, and because of the myriad negative impacts in a farming community, there surely must be an alternative. Perhaps an alternative today would be to table the vote until such time that there was legal notice and there was notice by letter to every landowner in the adjacent area, up and down Kramer and Bell and its side roads. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I realize that what you are doing is you are opening an opportunity for discussion. It will go on perhaps for the next 365 days. The tragedy here is that there was no awareness on the part of the neighborhood. It was discovered by accident that this was an action item today. And in my opinion, it was just flat wrong to not notify the neighborhood. And the neighborhood well understands what has gone down at Mears Road and on Garden Bar Road. And they know what went down at Auburn Valley. And so I ask your consideration for the preservation of a neighborhood, not the ruination of a neighborhood. Thank you. And I might take a question if you have something. Thank you.
Did you?
Yeah, I do have a question. I'm a little confused by your assertion that our quote-unquote hidden agenda, to use your words, is to jam a parking lot onto this. Reading the staff report, county staff recognizes this as a potential opportunity to provide an intermediate parking location in addition to the current parking lot at our regional park and provide access to The regional park, when expanded, preliminary evaluation of the property indicates it can accommodate approximately 100 parking spaces and 40 equestrian spaces. What's hidden about that? We're saying right out in the public that we're looking at acquiring this thing in order to build a parking lot.
Mr. Euler, there's nothing hidden really about that. What there is an effort, an acquisition of this property so that you can have a parking lot.
Right.
And it's the parking lot is the issue.
What's the hidden part, though?
Well,
you said we had a hidden agenda.
I misspoke.
Okay.
Thank you for questioning that. The issue is the parking lot. Do you realize what the attraction will be to that parking lot? Do you realize what the traffic will be on those service roads?
And that's why upon acquisition of this property, it'll be up to Mr. Graham's shop to go figure that out, do the traffic analysis. If it triggers any kind of CEQA review, we'll have to go through all of that as well. That's exactly but step one is we have to control the property before we spend the money in order to do those studies to figure those.
And I completely understand that, and I appreciate that. And my bone of contention here, as I pointed out, is that there was no notification of the neighborhood. That, in my estimation.
And I'm just going to assume
Or
we
judgment.
did everything that we're required to by law, by way of legal notifications for this kind of an action. I have to assume that we've, whatever.
That's the purpose of the proposed project approval contingency. It would have to go through the entire public process.
As a matter of
before-
courtcy and decency, sir, I think the neighborhood should have been informed up front.
I'm
And that
saying-
might be a learning opportunity.
Yeah, I'm saying that is the process that the neighborhood will be involved in the project.
You know how I feel. I've had opportunity to speak with Mr. Grimm and Ms.
Morris.
And now
Supervisor,
you know how I feel.
Supervisor Montgomery has a
Bart, thanks for hanging in there and commenting on this. So I have a question, and I mean this completely transparently. You said that you didn't think this was an appropriate use of Placer Legacy and other funds. And I guess my question is that because of the cost per acre or because of the particular acquisition?
I think it's the cost per acre, and I understand that real estate folks have taken a look at it, and they think that's a fair market value. I think a fair market value might be what open space would be worth to Placer Land Trust, or perhaps what agricultural value might be. Not highest and best use, meaning, the best price you could get for real estate value in a farming community. The problem that I have with this is that it's going to impact the neighborhood. I don't believe the neighborhood wants that parking lot there because that will be an attractant. I would imagine that there will be 200, 300 vehicle trips a day on the weekends to access that. And that is going to, and the easy way to get there is down Kramer Road from Highway 49 because it's about 1.5 miles, and then it's about another 1/4 mile, a little more, down Bell Road. People will not go out Bell Road past DeWitt because it's windy, twisty, narrow, etc. They won't go that way. They'll come down Kramer Road, right where the family farm gate is, and other access to the property. And so I expect that we'll see that Kramer Road will be impacted. Already, people drive 70 miles an hour on that road getting out to Auburn Valley, and there's no enforcement on it. I find that gutting the open space fund to do this is just, I think it's an aberration. I don't know what I thought that money might be used for, but I don't think I ever thought it was for a parking lot that would impact a farming community.
And so, again, just for clarification for my own understanding, it sounded initially in your response as if you would have been willing to consider this if it were a lower price or if the Placer Land Trust were the purchaser.
I think those are options.
But then I think you said that it's really the parking lot to which you have objections.
The parking lot is what is the attractant. If no parking lot, there's not going to be the impact of traffic and impact on safety as access is made to that point.
The way I understand it is even if we bought it for less or if the Placer Land Trust were to purchase it, it still would be for the intended purpose of a parking lot.
The building of the parking lot is an attractant. That is the undesirable point.
Okay. And just a little bit of personal reflection for myself. I live up in the Serene Lakes area, and that the Land Trust actually bought the 3,500 acres fully surrounding my community, which has brought, a significant increase in traffic to our community. But interestingly, the one thing I will say that it also did is it significantly increased the value of my property, because my home, because it was surrounded by open space. And so I think there are some trade-offs in there. I don't disagree that you will probably see increased traffic, and the due diligence that we do, if the board takes action on this today, the due diligence that we do over a year will look at what those impacts might be. But I think there is, maybe it's not an offset that you think is valuable, but I think there might be an economic offset to local residents as well in having that open space near to their properties.
And thank you for that thought.
Yeah.
And I will leave the podium with the one thought that I do believe in the regional park. I do believe in the preservation of open space. I think the Placer Land Trust is doing a good job. And I understand that they need access. When I look at what has happened at Mears Road and Garden Bar, it is a red flag. It's that simple. And I'm sorry it has to be that way.
Yeah, I understand your concerns. Thank you.
You know, I've lived in this town for 73 years, and I have talked to the Board of Supervisors off and on since I was 11 years old. And I have found one time when my match was met, and that was a long time ago, when the county drew a trail along Ore Creek on the Rood property, and I respectively asked that that line on the map be removed. Nobody asked if they could draw it there, they just drew it. And it was removed because someone knew the difference between right and wrong. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bart. Next. Morning,
Hello,
sir.
I'm David Frazier. I live at 9220 Kramer Road in Auburn, California. I wouldn't have known about this except my neighbor came up and said, "Are you going to the meeting?" I said, "What meeting?" He said, "They're going to put a parking lot in your bottom of your property." We are the last house on Kramer. We back up to the property in question. On the right side is where is a part of the Taylor Trust. Well, we have a gorgeous view. We have a lot of animals, and my concern is if they build this parking lot, it's going to be right in the bottom. These pictures were taken from my gate, my fence, out to his property. And so I have a fence here. I have 80 animals on the property. What's going to happen when people start feeding these animals, climbing my fences? We have people living in cars, bringing in the people, homeless, have a place to go. And what's going to happen if, with the dry seasons we're having, what's going to happen if someone drops a match or starts a fire? We've had a fire up there before, and it was horrible. And I just don't know why we weren't told about this when you guys had the idea of doing it. I heard it through the grapevine, actually. And I'm just really disappointed in Auburn and disappointed in the way the law works. And I'm just concerned because if this lot goes in, my house is going to be worth half the price that I paid for it. And I think I have a right to live here and a right to enjoy what I paid for and not have it taken away. That's all. And also the road. Bell Road cannot sustain all those cars. And we're going to have accidents. They're going to have to put stoplights in. It's going to be horrible. It's horrible now. So I'm just very, very concerned for myself and my family. And I can't sell it because right now I'd have to disclose they're going to put a parking lot in the bottom of it. So I'm basically losing what I've invested. And I just don't think it's fair. So I wish you people consider that, and thank you for the time and listening.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier.
Do you have any questions?
I don't see any, no, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Tiffany Vanderlinden from Meta Vista. I'm the current president of Meta Vista Trails Association. I want to thank you for letting us speak on behalf of this project today, or me. To start off with, I was a part of all the planning that when Hidden Falls in the past to make it a reality. And I will say that we had no idea at that time of the use of the park as it is today. I do want to start off with my support for this project. I do believe that it would bring a huge revenue to Placer County as far as local businesses going to the park or leaving the park, as well as property values. Yeah, and what was the other thing? And outdoor recreation industry being in California at this point is an $86 billion industry. So with that being said, our regional park here in our little town of Auburn could potentially be, you know, our little hidden gem for Placer County. Another thing I want to comment on is I do feel for the people on Mears Road. I do feel as a community that we do need to alleviate some of the congestion that traffic has imposed on those neighbors. And I believe that this park, or this area, this land, would be a very interesting and needed asset, as well as an asset, to Hidden Falls. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Dana Bergeson. I am an active, I'm a very active person. My son as well, who did a lot of the work. He does a lot of volunteer trail work when he lived here on the Hidden Falls Regional Park trails and the Land Trust trails. And I just wanted to say one thing as far as how I feel. I'm very much in support of this project. As a dietitian, I'm in support of any recreational opportunities that we can have in our community to keep families active. I personally have seen many families using the regional park, and I question the concerns about the type of clientele, as I've spent quite a bit of time in Hidden Falls Park and seem to find it to be a place that's very appealing to young, active people and families, and I haven't seen a lot of like riffraff type of people utilizing the park. It is wonderful to have that kind of a resource in our community and to be able to expand upon that for the health of our community, because obesity in our community is a concern and we need these type of recreational opportunities. Sports fields aren't everything, you know, places to ride mountain bikes, places to hike. These appeal to all ages, and this is very important. I also want to comment on a specific experience I had. So as I mentioned, my son is a volunteer trail builder. He's gone even to build trails in Armenia and Georgia. He's away at college in Eugene right now and has been building a lot of trails there. He came back for spring break with his girlfriend and was so proud of Hidden Falls Regional Park and wanted to show her the park. So we piled all the bikes into the car. It was a Tuesday, drove over to the regional park only to find that since it was spring break, there was no parking available. Parking was by reservation, and we were unable to access the park. We left my son went from a feeling of elation and proud of our community and the resources that it provides to being angry and feeling like, I don't even want to go back to California. I'm going back to Eugene. I'm going to build the trails in Eugene. This just isn't right. So whereas we have this beautiful resource that I think we should be proud of, I know there are other people that have had that similar experience. And so it is a heartbreak to drive all the way out there to that park only to find the access is not available. So I think this is a wonderful, wonderful investment for our community to really showcase this beautiful park we have and allow increased access and turn what is starting to be honest, I'm starting to hear bad press about the park now. So I'd like to see that not happen, and so anyway, that's my comments.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Members. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to come here and give some input. I wanted to, well, first of all, my name is Maureen Henderson. I am past president and current Trails liaison for Loomis Basin Horsemen's Association. I and many members of our organization are frequent users of Hidden Falls. And Hidden Falls is one of the best things, in my opinion, that ever happened to Placer County. It's a great place. And Placer County over the years has acquired more parcels, all the contiguous parcels, to make it an even better place. My experience when I go there is I run into many people who come from Nevada City, Grass Valley, and even further, just to come and ride at Hidden Falls. The main obstacle to further expansion and development of Hidden Falls is the parking problem. And it's the problem that right now is preventing anything from happening. So our club is in full support of acquisition of this parcel. I understand the hesitation and the problems that other people here have expressed today. But if we are going to acquire all of these parcels and have all of this open space and land for public use, then we have to be able to supply parking and access. And without access, I mean, it's tantamount to having this park be available to all of the residents and even people who come here from outlying areas to utilize the park. So we're in full support of the acquisition of this parcel, and we hope that you'll proceed and move forward with it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this issue?
Michael Garabedian, speaking for the Placer Group of the Sierra Club. I'm not familiar with the location of the problems, but we are familiar with planning problems. Each person that's come before you has said there is a planning problem here. There's inadequate planning for access to this park, inadequate planning for parking. Now, so the question is, from a Sierra Club point of view, what planning has been made for this park? What is the plan for this park overall? Is there a park plan? And is there a plan that includes transportation for this park and this area? I mean, that is the question. You know, is this being done ad hoc on the spur of the moment because there wasn't adequate planning? Well, if there hasn't been adequate planning, there needs to be a planning process that's developed. You know, people coming in and saying they support this because we need access. Sure, they want access, probably deserve access. It's a public park. But how it's done and how it's planned and how it's developed is a critical issue. And I don't think it's something that is going to be decided today or should be decided without knowing if there is a plan. And if there isn't one, it's about time a plan was developed through some kind of a planning process. So is there a plan for the park that deals with transportation, public access, maybe access by shuttles or something, and that kind of thing? What is the plan?
Those things will be addressed as we move forward.
So there may not be a plan at this time, I think is what we're learning.
Did you want to end? Did you have a comment, Mr. Fisher?
If you care, I'd be happy to comment on that. Sure. And I would say, Mr. Garabedian, we've had our differences in the past, but I wholeheartedly agree planning is tantamount for the park of importance. And so if I could go back, maybe address the planning process, how we got to where we are and where we're going to set some of the records straight and help inform the folks that are here.
Well, I'll sit down, but I just want to say that parking lots are increasingly a transportation issue because they generate traffic, VMT, pollution, and other things. So a lot in itself is an issue. Thank you.
About a year and a half ago, we released a notice of preparation for a full environmental impact report on the expansion of Hidden Falls, the map that you saw before you today that included all of the shaded areas on that map except for the red parcel that you're considering today. It's a full environmental impact report. We call it a subsequent environmental impact report because it recognizes that it builds off of the project that's already there, the Hidden Falls Regional Park. When we did hear that this property opportunity had come forward, we did stop the analysis on all of the Hidden Falls expansion, pending the decision that'll be made on going forward or not with this piece of property, and what the difference this piece of property would make in all of the analysis, all of the different CEQA issues of traffic, aesthetics, noise, all the things that we study. The intent would be, if your board decides to go ahead with a purchase and sale agreement, that we would then back up and renotice the entire project scope. We would hold public hearings dedicated just to the expansion of Hidden Falls with the inclusion of this property and what that would mean. We would hold them in 2 phases so people would be able to talk about the concept. Then we would do all of the updated studies in detail and come out with a full draft plan that people would be able to look at. All that would happen before a decision would be made on any future expanded use of Hidden Falls.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no more public oh, here we go. Delana.
I was going to say good morning, but I'll say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I totally agree that the planning that has gone into this has been totally inadequate. And I certainly concur with much of what my brother Bart has had to say this morning. There are a lot of things that concern us about this. One is the lack of contact of property owners. And another thing would be the fact that they're recommending that this action be exempt from the CEQA process. I think that's totally wrong. And certainly the price that is being offered of $1.12 million, that's totally out of sight. A number of years ago, and not too many years ago, NID was proposing to put in a new water treatment plant. They had picked out 7 sites. 50 acres of the Rood Ranch was one of those sites. And I can only say, thank God they figured out that it was not a very good decision. They were offering us $100,000. And it was the best 50 acres on the west side, right across the road from this property. I don't think the property value has increased that much. I think this valuation that you're proposing is totally out of line. And I would suggest that you not make a decision on this today. I think it's totally wrong that you have no plan. You have no plan because you don't own the property. But all of a sudden, you buy the property and you have a plan. There's something wrong here. There's something that's flipped out. In terms of the impact of the neighborhood, Bart's absolutely right about the roads, and the other people that have talked are right about the roads. Bell Road is a mess. There are many times that I take Bell Road to town rather than take 49 because 49 at times is a moving parking lot. Kramer Road is way worse. There are 4 very, very bad curves on Highway 49 between Bell Road and Highway 49, which is about 1.5 miles, 1.75 miles. There are 2 totally blind curves. This last summer, we had a motorcycle accident on one of those blind curves. I can't wait until we have people who are inexperienced drivers on small county roads impact a motorcycle, a semi, you name it. It's going to happen. So you have a decision to make, and I'm sure I know what your decision is going to be. I think it's totally backwards, and I think you need to rethink your process and how you go about your planning, and especially of notifying people who are going to be totally impacted. The Mears Road people, the Garden Bar people, you've all heard from them. You will definitely be hearing from people in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Delana. Is there anyone else before I close public comment on this? Hello again.
Donna Williams. You know, Donna, you have a really difficult decision to make here. I can hear from what they're saying, and I know where Andy is. I've done probably 50 years of work on trails in county and state parks, and the return that you get from them, what it does for the people, and how it gives you an opportunity to see what our country is and really appreciate it and want to protect it. By opening these doors for like Hidden Falls is absolutely phenomenal because of the outreach from Lincoln, Grass Valley, everything. I mean, it was absolutely wonderful. But I can understand the parking problem. And I think it's really important is I stopped on the way up in here to get a Dutch Brothers chai tea. And, the little young people, they're always very conversational. She says, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And I said, well, I'm going to go to the Board of Supervisors meeting to support having that parking lot up there. And she said, my sister and I ride there all the time. We'd love to have more parking. So it just isn't, it's so important. Being a private property owner, I understand where they are, and I understand where they have to be notified. So I think, and Andy already alluded to, you're going to have 2 more general meetings with the...
As well as notifications and comment periods that go with those meetings,
So
that's right.
This is a process. So, but I just think that the return to we as a people, to be a stronger people, to be able to enjoy these things are really important.
Okay,
Very
thank you.
important.
Supervisor Rand, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to ask staff to take a look at these environmental impact sections because there seems to be a lot of confusion as to what applies, where CEQA applies and where it doesn't. So I'd like both legal counsel and our folks to look at that because even though it says it and I can figure it out, it may not be as clear as it could be. And maybe there needs to be an environmental impact for the purchase and then environmental impact for subsequent projects on the property, to make it very clear that what, because a purchase and basically what we're saying is that the purchase of the property of itself is exempt from CEQA. We're not saying that the whole property and the projects that may come are exempt from CEQA. I know that's part of the problem. I know the other problem is notice and those kinds of things, but I think it would be very helpful and may prevent a lot of these lengthy discussions about topics that aren't really before us. So just think about that. I think we need to make this a little bit more user-friendly as far as the public is concerned. Thank you.
Any more comments from board members? Yes.
Just have been asked my aide to do a little bit of research around this. I should say ask my district director. She hates it when I call her my aide, rightfully so. Ask my district director to do a little bit of research around this property and its value, because I think the value and the cost per acre is a really legitimate question that people are raising. This property last sold in 2007 for about $500,000. According to online records. That may or may not be correct. Someone's shaking their hand no. This is what the fabulous internet tells us when we look at county records. Redfin estimates the value of this property, and they are just an estimator, so take it for what it's worth, at $1,231,276. Don't know where they come up with that number either. But I think there is a legitimate question around the value and the acreage. I also want to second Jack's comments around the CEQA piece. It's always very confusing when we say that something doesn't trigger CEQA. In this case, the purchase or sale of a property does not actually trigger CEQA. What would quite possibly and quite potentially trigger CEQA would be when and if the county bought this property, if we then came forward with a proposed project, such as a parking lot. And I think it's a difficult nuance to understand, and it looks incredibly inflammatory. I understand that in a report when it says, and this doesn't trigger CEQA. Jerry, could you explain just a little bit why the county, as a rule, does not negotiate in public? For purchase.
Just because it would put the county at a disadvantage as to other buyers and sellers of property. And the exemption is related to the purchase of this property just as a piece of property. It doesn't allow it to be used as anything else. And the staff report made clear the potential use as a trailhead or parking lot will be fully analyzed in this subsequent EIR. So it's hard to see where you can start if you certainly couldn't do an EIR before you purchase a property because you don't own the property, so you don't have any control of the property. So there has to be a sequence, and in this case, the county is asking for a project approval contingency just for that purpose. I mean, other ways you could do it is to purchase an option on a piece of property, but you have to have some kind of site control before you can actually include it in part of a CEQA project.
So, I mean, and when you say we would be negotiating against ourselves, that means that if we were to negotiate in public, other people could know what we were offering and then up the price so that
I guess on your,
potentially we would
on your,
need to pay
on your
more?
specific reason, if we went out and said we're gonna purchase this property for a parking lot, you can imagine the price could significantly go up once the other side knew what our plan was for the property. And that's just something that is a common feature of real property negotiations that take place all the time. And the closed session exemption just gives the county the same ability to go out and purchase property on the market for market value and not
Not have it be artificially inflated? Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, I have a question for staff. What would be the detriment if we tabled this item and notice the property owners out there from, maybe bring it back at the next board meeting or the board meeting after that, the June meeting? Is that would that slow the process down?
I understand that our Parks Division is really anxious to get rolling on their environmental review process. And so with this action of your board today, they would be able to, proceed with that. So it just delays their ability to proceed with their planning around the trail expansion project and this property.
So it would delay it about a month, right? Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no lights, is there any, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'm willing to take your recommendation and delay this for a future board action. I don't think it's, I'm sorry, I just don't think that it's critically important we take this action today. I would like to take a little more time to analyze particularly the cost per acre on this. I think it is also critically important that we recognize that we actually do have a plan for the park and that the future vision of what Hidden Falls and the connection to, all the way to the Bear River would entail. That's been a very robust public process. I know public process is often difficult to engage in, but I'm certainly not averse to taking a little more time on this. So that's my position.
I don't have a problem moving forward with the item. I think doing what we're asking or what being asked to do would kind of set a bad precedent for what we do moving forward. I'm perfectly fine with moving forward on a purchase and notifying everybody, having a meeting, and understand that's at that meeting you can explain to everybody where we go from here and what the process is going to be. There's no there's not going to be a parking lot on there tomorrow, and get the community engaged and involved in exactly what we're contemplating. I think that's the more prudent thing to go, and then we don't have to worry about being delayed in any environmental thing. What's really going to happen, folks, is that we're going to do our studies and we're going to have to make a decision as to whether or not a parking lot is the appropriate use. That's a decision that's not going to be made for another year. So that's all I have to say about it.
All right.
If I could just add one other thing, is the seller is very anxious to be in contract. I mean, they were anxious to sell the property this spring, actually, and then because of our interest, they agreed to wait a year, and that's, that is an agreement we've made with them, so more delays may impact them.
All right. Supervisor Wagner?
Well, it's your district, but my preference also is to proceed today. I also concur with Supervisor Duran that if any project goes forward, there'll be appropriate and exhaustive public notice, and alternative would, in fact, maybe we could coordinate some kind of a unusual but special public hearing. I'm thinking that when the board bought Hidden Falls Park, we actually didn't have any access to it at all to speak of. The only way you could actually get to the park back then would have been on Garden Bar, which, by the way, BARDA is not impacted by Hidden Falls Park because you can't get to Hidden Falls Park on Garden Bar Road. And now you're talking about my neck of the woods. I also live about 15 minutes away from Hidden Falls Park, and I barely notice any kind of a traffic difference with all of the frequency of visitors that we do have there, and I come on Mount Vernon a lot when I head to Auburn. But I'm good either way. I am more sensitive to the notion of trying to move forward. We've been in negotiation on this property. We have a seller who's anxious, but it is your district.
Go ahead and make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation.
All right.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve staff's recommendation on the item regarding Twilight Ride property. I would ask the clerk to call the roll on this one.
Duran?
Duran, yes, with the condition, and this is just an add-on that we immediately start communicating with the neighborhood and get a date set, within the next 30 days, at which time, we talk to the community and get everybody there and just, daylight this. And I'm good with that. Yes.
Wygant? Euler? Montgomery?
No.
Holmes?
No. All righty, the motion is carried by a 3-2 vote. Bart and Delana, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We'll be reaching out to you and the community further to discuss this. Oh, yeah, we're, okay, we'll have a 12-minute recess. That's the best I can do. Sorry. Oh, no, we got to be back here before 2 o'clock. We've got people that have been waiting very diligently. They've got busy lives. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your patience. We do have a couple department items that we have to get through, and they'll be really quick, I promise. In that regard, we're going to defer action on to a future board meeting for several items. 10B, 10C, 10D, 11A, 12A, and 12B won't be heard. They'll be deferred till our next board meeting. We are going to hear item 13A and 14A. What is it?
10A. 10A and 10E.
10A and
10E.
10A and 10E. And they promise that this will be quick. So thank you for your indulgence. We just need to, we anticipate a lot of public comment on this item, and we want to let these people get back to work. All righty.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Holmes and members of the board. I'm Amy Ellis, Director of the Adult System of Care. I'm bringing forward today an amendment for Crestwood Behavioral Health. That's one of our secure treatment facilities. The action is to approve a contract amendment with Crestwood to increase the amount of the agreement by $400,000 and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the amendment and sign any subsequent amendments not to exceed $50,000 with risk management and county council concurrence. Crestwood provides necessary inpatient psychiatric hospitalization for conserved clients who are the responsibility of the county to provide appropriate levels of protection and care. We needed to utilize Crestwood facilities more than initially forecasted. Other contracted residential facilities were at capacity, and Crestwood had bed capacity and was able to accommodate the referrals. The overall net fiscal impact of $168,000 in state funding and $232,000 of mandated county general funds requires no budget revision, as the overall budgeted amount for placements did not increase. In fact, placing the individuals at Crestwood treatment facilities versus other contracted facilities was favorable, as Crestwood's costs are lower than alternative contracted facilities. So I'd be happy to answer any questions and recommend approval of this contract amendment.
Any questions from board members? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve item 10A, long-term psychiatric residential care. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none. We'll now quickly move to item 10E. Is that it?
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Hi, Marie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Marie Osborne, the Assistant Director with the Adult System of Care. I'm here to request that the board approve 2 action items. One is to approve a contract amendment with the California Forensic Medical Group, extending the contract term for 4 months from July 1st, 2018 to October 31st, 2018 at the same rate of a new contract maximum, excluding the per diem cost. bringing the total to $9,348,560, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the amendment and subsequent amendments not to exceed $50,000 of the amended contract amount, consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. The second item being requested is to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services the option to extend the contract for an additional 2 4-month terms for a total contract amount of $14,022,840 at both options are exercised with county council and risk management concurrence. Brief background: inmate health services provided within both the county jails and the juvenile detention facility include primary medical care, dental care, pharmaceuticals, and mental health services to our current population of 750 inmates and 25 wards. A request for proposal, RFP number 10621, for these services was released on March 13, 2018, and responses are under review. We are respectfully asking the Board of Supervisors to extend the current contract with CFMG until the RFP process is complete, a provider is selected, and if a new provider is selected, to allow for a transition period. The Placer County Sheriff Office and Probation Departments support this contract amendment. The total funding is already included in the Sheriff's Office and Probation Department's fiscal year 2018-19 proposed budget.
Thank you. Supervisor Duran, did you have a question?
Yes, just very quickly. This list that you have of providers is effective July 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Wait.
are those deleted?
You're talking about, I believe, the umbrella contract?
Right.
That's children's system, and that
Children's.
will be next.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm good.
any other questions? What's the pleasure of the board? Moved and seconded to approve the item. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have anything else?
No?
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 10E, items 1 and 2. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now Treasurer Windeshausen, would you please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I have 2 items before you. The first one requires you to take action as the Board of Supervisors, and then to adjourn as the board and convene as the Placer County Public Financing Authority to take the subsequent action. The action as the Board of Supervisors is to adopt a resolution confirming the approval of bonds and a loan, and authorizing the execution and delivery of related documents and supplemental resolution 2017-184, and providing for other matters for the purposes of refinancing outstanding loans and bonds for the Empower program in an amount not to exceed $75 million. Since the program was started in 2010, we have provided $90 million in financing for solar systems and energy efficiency retrofits. The bonds that were issued have been purchased by the Treasury. In order to remarket those bonds, it entails a refinancing. And so the structure for that is the Placer County Public Financing Authority issues bonds issued by the County Treasury. The bond proceeds then are taken by the Public Finance Authority and loaned to the county, and then the county uses the proceeds from that loan to provide the financing to the property owners. So the action before you in the resolution today is to rename the bonds. Since we came to you on October 3rd, 2017, the market moved away from us. So the market has come back, and that's why we are returning to the board at this time, and we need to rename the bonds to reflect the current year. The resolution also approves the 2018 R refunding loan agreement and a bond purchase agreement between the county, the authority, and Stiefel Nicholas and Company. It approves the sale of the refinanced bonds and also the refunding loan. It also approves the preliminary official statement in substantially final form for the Series A bonds in accordance with Rule 15C212 of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and authorizes that all actions necessary to be taken by officers specified in the resolution are authorized to be taken in order to complete the sale. With that, I'll answer any questions on this.
Any questions? Supervisor Durant.
Yeah, is there any savings in this refinance?
There's not savings, but one of the things that we're looking for is to make sure that when we do this, that there is a residual amount that goes to offset the county costs, since the bonds will not exist in order to continue to recapture. And that's part of the reason that we watch the market the way we do. If that residual is not produced, then we don't issue bonds. So this does not commit the county, but it provides the authorization to do so, given the timing. And the market is a little bit volatile right now.
Thank you, Janine.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion. Oh, does anybody in the public want to address this? Second. Okay, it's been moved to second to approve item 13, the treasurer tax collector, items A, 1, and through 13A, item 1A through E. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Thank you, the item is moved. Now we're going to adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County Public Finance Authority.
Okay, without reiterating all of that background, I'm going to tell you that this is, as the Placer County Public Financing Authority, they are the issuer of the bonds, and they are also the one that makes the loan to the county, and therefore the attached resolution provides for, again, renaming the bonds, for approving the 2018 R refunding loan agreement, the 2018 refunding indenture, and the bond purchase agreement between Placer County, the authority, and Stiefel Nicholas. It authorizes the sale of the bonds, and it authorizes and approves the refunding loan agreement, and again, the preliminary official statement in substantially final form for the Series A bonds in accordance with Rule 15C212 of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and authorizes appropriate staff to take the actions necessary to complete the transaction.
Alrighty, any questions from board members? Any questions from the audience? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Moved and seconded to approve item 14A, items 14A, 1, A through F. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved.
Thank you.
Now we'll reconvene as the Placer County Board of Supervisors. It's nice to see you guys again.
I feel like I should get up and do a little circle like my dog.
All right. Now we'll move to, thank you everyone. I really appreciate your patience. This is not uncommon this time of year. We have long board meetings because there's so much things to do before at the end of the fiscal year. And I just appreciate your patience. And with that, we'll look to.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, Supervisors. My name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager. And with me is Mr. Jeff Brown, the Director of Health and Human Services. Today, we're requesting of your board an approval of a competitive request for proposal, number 10691, to Volunteers of America, Northern California and Northern Nevada, Inc., for emergency housing and support services in a maximum amount of $1,133,375.17 for the period of July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019, with the option for 2 one-year extensions at the discretion of the Director of Health and Human Services, or at the direction of that Director of Health and Human Services. We're also asking for your board's approval to authorize the Director of HHS to sign the resultant contract for these services and authorize him to execute amendments to that contract in a not-to-exceed amount of $50,000 with the concurrence of Risk Management and County Council. The last action item with this is to approve the associated site access agreement and authorize the Director of Public Works or his Public Works and Facilities or his designee to execute and extend the term of the site access agreement as necessary to coterminous with the contract for services. So to keep those two in concert together, and to amend that site access agreement as necessary to address the services provided. subject to risk management and county council concurrence. As a matter of background for your board, to help you understand where we got to and how we got to this recommendation today, Health and Human Services has partnered with the Homeless Resource Council of the Sierras to working with local stakeholders regarding the implementation of the Marbot Consulting's recommendations that were presented to your board in April of 2015. We've defined the Homeless Resource Council, sorry, I can't say that one today, is Placer County's continuum of care for the homeless and a key partner that helps us address the needs to help people that are chronically homeless in finding long-term solutions for them with both housing and self-sufficiency. In May of last year, your board directed staff to work on a new RFP for the shelter. And we have subsequently developed the RFP and placed it on the street, looking for a qualified agency or collaboration of agencies to provide basic sheltering and services for homeless adults and assist them with obtaining self-sufficiency and long-term housing. The RFP was issued and posted on our website, made available to the public. There were 244 firms that were notified. 30 different firms pulled down the documents and looked at those. We had a pre-proposal conference with multiple agencies in attendance. However, we only received 2 responses, one from Volunteers of America and one from the Gathering Inn. Both of those firms are qualified for the local preference statute and received that as part of the evaluation. An evaluation panel was prepared as part of this process and was comprised of experts in homeless services and in these types of work, this type of work. We included people from Nevada County, Yolo County, partner agencies in Roseville, and one member of the county from the Health and Human Services Adult System of Care. So we had a 5-person panel of experts and subject matter experts that reviewed this. They reviewed both the proposals and then they conducted interviews with both firms. Subsequent to that, the recommendation from that panel, unanimous recommendation, was to make a recommendation to your board to award to VOA. VOA was both of these proposals were encouraged to present to us ways to match and leverage funds to increase the services available to the county and to the people that would be utilizing them. And that has been taken into effect as well, or taken into consideration as well. The current shelter is operated 24 hours a day, 7 days per week, and the VOA in operation of that are consistently reaching peak capacity with that service. Some elements of the proposed new agreement are continuing to staff the shelter at a 24/7 residential model. They're going to continue to provide required training to shelter staff for basic first aid, CPR, mental health assessments, and drug and alcohol recognition training, alcohol and drug testing of new shelter residents with continued random testing, nightly random and suspicion-based testing for all residents, enforcement of resident behavior conduct guidelines, and they continue to work with the sheriff and probation to ensure that the guidelines are followed as well as that the community is kept as safe as possible. Another aspect of this agreement that was part of the RFP was the option to renew, which is a little different than what was done previously. And there's a request to add an additional 0.5 FTE for a data specialist so that we can better track the results of the shelter. With that, I believe that concludes staff presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for staff? Robert.
Brett and/or maybe county council, it's not a criticism, but in my perception of our local preference guidelines is somewhat different, and so could somebody walk me through that a little bit more as to how it applies?
Yes, sir, I can. Our current local preference statute requires that a firm be based, or not be home-based in Placer County, but it be currently operating within Placer County as a fixed established site of business, not like a P.O. box or working from home, but as an established business within the county for at least 6 months. And they have to have a residential license to provide those services.
So would Walmart qualify?
Yes, sir, they would.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Rand.
Irrespective of what happens, those criteria that Dr. Marbut set forth in putting this together, those remain in place.
In terms of his recommendations regarding the number of shelters and the location?
Those things, yeah.
Yeah, we're still moving forward
And-
with much of the direction that
Okay,
Dr.
thank you.
Margaret gave us.
Okay.
Any other?
Yeah, and
Supervisor
just
McGowan.
to be clear, in reading over both the responses, it appeared to me that they were both responsive, I guess is the legal term, to the RFP. Would you characterize it that way, Brett?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Any other questions from board members? All right, we'll open it up to the public. Did you, Jeff, did you have any comments? No.
No, not at this time. I'm here to answer any questions you might have about operations.
All right. Oh, can we would like you to move along the wall so we keep this.
Along the wall.
Yeah, against the wall. Yeah, because of the fire code. Okay. That's a motley crew. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Good afternoon.
Chairman Holmes, Board of Supervisors, Placer County staff, those here in attendance today, my name is Keith Dieterich. I'm the CEO of the Gathering Inn. I'd like to start my comments first and foremost by thanking county staff, particularly the procurement department, HHS, for their time on this issue, and then also for HHS with all the recent national awards. I don't know if folks know that, but they've had quite a few national awards, so hats off to them. I would also like to thank the review committee that spent their time volunteering to evaluate their proposals. They did volunteer their time. I would also like to thank Volunteers of America. I would also like to thank Right Hand Auburn. And I would also like to thank all the volunteers that have currently worked on the program to date. Why am I here, though, as the Gathering Inn? Well, I think that we can add value to the shelter program here in Placer County, up here in Auburn. At the end of the day, a program should effectively serve the homeless and be a strong, transparent, and collaborative community partner. Strong programming and results is the core of what the Gathering Inn does. Strong community support is also at the core of what we do. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on that because there's folks here from the communities in which we work that will testify to that. Let me start off with the strong programming of the Gathering Inn because I don't think many people know the extent of what we do in the community here in Placer County. For example, the Gathering Inn has an existing contract with Placer County with whole person care, working with homeless that have been discharged from hospital settings or have significant medical issues that are chronically homeless that cannot be on the streets. Okay. The clientele have significant issues. We started that program in October of 17, and TGI is the Gathering Inn, TGI, is achieving excellent results with this program. In fact, our director who's here today, Ron Arneson, was awarded the 2018 Placer County Public Health Excellence Award for his leadership and collaboration with that program. Our other Placer County contract with Education Enrollment, Retention, and Assistance saw all 2017 outcomes achieved months prior to the contract end. Folks from Roseville will be here today. We have a rapid rehousing contract with the City of Roseville, which saw also very strong outcomes in 2017 and led to increased funding in 2018. Point-in-time count data indicates an 18% decrease in homelessness in South Placer County, the highest in the county. Our main campus at TGI in Roseville housed 178 individuals in 2017. That's 62% of the people that stayed with us 10 days or more and engaged in our case management. I'll briefly speak about collaboration. We are an excellent collaborator with the folks that we work with. We received an award in 2017 from the Placer Collaborative Network for our working with other partners in South Placer County on homelessness. Okay. Jobs for our homeless guests are also important. We have partnered with the Downtown Roseville Partnership on a jobs program, day porter program, that employs some of our homeless, and we're currently in negotiations with both the city of Roseville and Rockland for jobs programs with them as well. So summing it up, I would like to say that we are a Placer County incorporated 501c3. We focus on Placer County. We do not have any other distractions. This is where we are, and this is what we do, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Hi, Betsy.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for your time. Betsy Bender from North Auburn, actually outside the city limits, county. I wanted to speak to you today one last time in regards to this subject and ask you to vote no and not to accept the VOA for our shelter moving forward. I am here once again in support of the Gathering Inn. In respect for your time and in lieu of all of our community members that want to speak and have perhaps in the past, we are asking those that support the Gathering Inn to now stand and show their support. This will reduce the redundancy of many speakers. Thank you, guys. I am here to represent the people in the community who can't be here today due to work obligations. Here are copies of the 70 letters that have been sent to you in the last week. Sorry about that. That's right. But the community is passionate. We believe strongly that the Gathering Inn is the right vendor of choice moving forward. A vote for VOA is a vote for the status quo. We cannot tolerate the status quo. We can't afford it. We need to change, we need to have improvements, and we believe strongly that the Gathering Inn is best positioned to provide that based on their current results. I'm not going to be redundant on why TGI is a better choice. You've heard from me in the past, you've heard through the however many hundreds of letters that you received, even prior to this last week. We know the Gathering Inn is very capable. We know that this is what your constituents want. We have suffered with VOA for almost 3 years. It's time for a change. Please vote with us. The Gathering Inn has a very strong community support model. Let me give you one example that I haven't shared with you prior. On March 2nd, I text the current Auburn Shelter Director with an opportunity to support the community. 20 days later, I received a message, got it, great idea. I'll pursue and let you know. I did not hear anything else. On April 30th, I saw another opportunity from the Auburn community looking for support and help. I texted the TGI director, and the very next day, they had members of TGI up in Auburn helping with the request of the Auburn business. The business owner was thrilled. Why isn't VOA thinking outside the box? Why aren't they giving back to our community? We've given them plenty of ideas. They have not acted. Many local individuals and businesses have offered to volunteer time and resources in support of TGI. I personally am happy to volunteer, coordinate volunteering efforts. Work with the Gathering Inn on what the community needs or expects, and together we'll make this work. We will not allow it to fail as we've been accused of. We're not standing here supporting the Gathering Inn, hoping that it'll fail, which we have been accused of. The community has not forgotten all of the issues we lived through with the current provider. Please vote for a change. You will have the community behind your vote, not just today, but for the years to come. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thanks, Becky. Good afternoon, Father Mike.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Mr. Holmes and Board of Supervisors, I'm Michael Carroll. I used to be the pastor here at St. Teresa's. But I want to say, first of all, thank you to the board. Thank you to everyone in Auburn. This has been tough, a tough road. I've belonged to Council of Churches. I was a coach at Christian Brothers and belonged to coaches. And we went to meetings and we didn't always agree with each other. And I know you guys always haven't agreed with each other. But you know, we're on this road together and we need to talk and we need to be civil to each other. And I'm not saying anybody hasn't, but sometimes the things I hear, and it's not just in confession I hear them, okay? So anyway, I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors. You know, an awful lot of other people in other counties, I still chaplain, I don't coach anymore, too old, but I'm chaplain at Christian Brothers, and I go down Stockton Boulevard, and I'm walking among the walking dead. You often see advertising for the walking dead. They're even worse looking down Stockton Boulevard. I know there are problems here, and there have been problems here. But I'd like to say thank you to the Gathering Inn for taking care of people. I'd like to thank everyone who have taken care of people with special needs. The board, our board, Right Hand of Auburn, we've Dick Azevedo, Jan Haldeman, Tom Loop, Tom Getz, and I know there's lots of others, but they put their hands deep in their pockets and pulled out whatever few dollars they had and put it on the table, and others have put their blood in as board members. Again, I've known Leo McFarland for 46 years. I anointed his grandmother, Mrs. Roach, the first anointing I did. His mother and father did business with them. I put my car into his father's place. He was a man of his word. Leo lived in this community, so when we asked for some help at the beginning, because I was getting people out of the jail right into St. Teresa's Church, naked, everything. We went to the sheriffs and they've changed. A lot of things take place when you speak. And I'd like to thank the sheriffs, but two people I'd like especially thank today, and that's Justin Doherty, who's leaving town in a few weeks with Salvation Army, and my best friend, Father McKeown. He was in charge of the Lazarus Project. He helped the Gathering Inn. Just a decent man, and he left all that he had to the Lazarus Project. He wanted that up here too, but when he was helping me in the parish, he put his money into Right Hand of Auburn. So McKeown wanted to help everywhere, wherever he could. And I'm asking you guys, even though we may disagree sometimes, I cannot walk away from a good friend of 46 years. So for me, for now, but you know, if the Gathering Inn come up with other projects and are very successful, I hate to change something that you know, we've made mistakes. God's sakes, we've tons of mistakes up here with the shelter, but it's running fairly well. The streets are clean, and anybody that comes into town that I ever see looking for, you know, panhandling, whatever they are, I go over and I talk to them. They're all from out of town. There's something beautiful that has happened here, and I think you've been part of it, and the community has been part of it. I was asked a couple of weeks ago, I heard, you know, the Gathering Inn were asking to run the shelter, and people were saying to me, Mike, why don't you go out and get people to get behind it? I want things to be calm. Do the best you can, guys, okay? God bless. Thank you.
God bless you guys.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Shalene Mulford. The people call me Shelby. I was your first disabled treasurer of Placer Community Action Council for California Head Start, Placer, and Nevada County. I didn't do so well the first time I got to speak with you, but this time I wrote something down.
Good.
Thank you for hearing my words. Thank you for your love. I am not homeless. I have a home in each and every heart that steps into here, the Volunteers of America program. And every officer who climbs a tree to free a kite, and every county official who supports a fire drill at our operations, and every heart of the woman who came to Volunteers of America, Right Hand of Auburn, and found not only a shelter, but a right hand of hope. And every heart of the man who came to Volunteers of America, Right Hand of Auburn, for a resource, stepping out into a new hope, confused and tired and maybe broken from the case he spent so long thinking of how to make amends to society to. I have a home, and every community member who reaches out to help the needy in all aspects of our daily living in any part of our umbrella of care. Thank you for your attendance at this meeting, and thank you for following the health and heart of our community as a whole.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Leo.
Good afternoon, Board. Leo McFarland. I'm CEO for Volunteers of America, Auburn resident for about 28 years now. It's just a few short years ago that our Auburn community found itself struggling with a growing homeless encampment issue, played out for all to see in the public lawn space of the DeWitt campus. It was during this critical period that a group of interfaith leaders joined together under the banner of Right Hand Auburn to seek a solution. Desiring to work with area care providers, law enforcement, and county human services, this body of the faith community pledged its own personal resources towards an immediate solution. Through the petitioning of this Board of Supervisors, the Right Hand Auburn Board was successful in acquiring access to the former sheriff's minimum security jail site to address the growing homeless crisis. This was a major step forward for our community, which up to this point in time had resisted establishing a focused attempt at housing and stabilization of our growing homeless population. In the early 2000s, the federal government established a requirement that all communities receiving federal funds must conduct an annual point-in-time count to determine the number of unsheltered individuals living in each of our communities. The first such attempt at the point-in-time count registered nearly 600 unsheltered individuals in Placer County. That number continued to grow each year, reaching a high point of 663. Today, the good news is that due to the county-wide targeted investment on addressing the causes and symptoms of homeless population, there's been a marked decrease in the number of unsheltered individuals in Placer County. This while every other California county has seen a significant increase in its homeless population. Volunteers of America has been proud to be a part of the transformational efforts towards reducing homelessness in our community. It was this elected board, not this seated board, but this elected board back in 1989 that reached out to Volunteers of America to operate the first of its kind Placer County Winter Armory Shelter Program, which I operated under contract with Placer County for the next 6 years. It was also this body and the city of Roseville, Rockland, and Auburn who approved my development of 4 senior VOA affordable housing projects. The first in 1990 in Roseville, a 63-unit apartment complex called Manzanita Place. It currently sits in Supervisor Duran's district. The second senior housing development, Valley Oaks Apartments, was completed in 1994, located in Auburn off of Auburn Ravine. The 60 units of affordable housing resides in Supervisor Montgomery's district. The third senior housing development was completed in 1995 in Rockland, a 79-unit senior complex called Rolling Oaks that sits in Supervisor Holmes' district. And the fourth senior housing development called Quarry Oaks, completed in 1996, is a 43-unit garden-style development for seniors, also in Supervisor Holmes' district. All of these senior housing projects continue today to serve the Placer community under the management and ownership of Volunteers of America. They generate between $2.5 and $3 million annually into the community economy. We just completed a $4.5 million rehabilitation and expansion of the Roseville units this past December. Together, these account for a total of 245 affordable housing units serving our Placer seniors. Volunteers of America has been operating and serving in Placer County for nearly 4 decades. We hope to continue our efforts to serve and make a difference with your support today of the staff recommendations. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Bill. Mayor Broadway, welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, county supervisors, and county staff, thank you for your time today. I will make my comments brief, but I do want to today, as a resident of Rockland for 20 years and as its current mayor, I want to speak on behalf of the Gathering Inn. For over 15 years, I've had the opportunity to see the impacts that the Gathering Inn has on and around our communities. Their focus is on ending homelessness, and everything they do each and every day can be seen across our county. Historically, they have a continuous effort of augmenting their services and continuously enhancing what they provide. And therefore, I am asking you that you give due consideration to the Gathering Inn, and that you look at their proposal and review the services that they provide. I understand that you have an alternate recommendation. However, when you look at their history, you look at the fact that 64% of those served remain within their program, which is a number that is very difficult to achieve. Additionally, 62% of those who actively are engaged secure housing, which means not only are they effectively helping serve, but they're moving those from homelessness. We also see with the Gathering Inn making measurable progress toward the shared vision of all of us, which is moving away from those being homeless in our communities. And finally, to give you an example of the continuous effort of the Gathering Inn, they are currently working with city staff in Rockland on a program that will provide jobs for the homeless to help them as they make a concerted effort to move away from homeless. So again, I ask that in your efforts today, you give due consideration to the Gathering Inn as you work to make a determination of who you grant this to. So thank you for your time. Thank you for all your effort.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Jensen, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Holmes and board members. For the record, Rob Jensen, City Manager for Roseville. I appreciate the discussion here today addressing homelessness and the county's leadership in working to move towards a reduction in those counts. In that light, I'm here to lend Roseville's support to the track record of the Gathering Inn. Last February, we did provide your staff with a joint letter from the cities of Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln in support of the Gathering Inn in this process. And this was really based on a number of factors, including the Gathering Inn's success in reducing homelessness, the cost to provide the service, and their responsiveness, and more importantly, their collaboration within our community. They're an integral partner in Roseville and South Placer. In 2017, the Gathering Inn reported moving 178 individuals out of homelessness. They also have a track record of partnering with outside agencies to enhance those services. For example, the Gathering Inn provides both on-site physical and mental health services to its clients through collaboration with organizations like St. Vincent de Paul's and Kaiser Permanente. And lastly, they have a strong community orientation. Over the last year, the city and the Gathering Inn have worked together with the adjacent neighborhoods to find ways that they could give back to the community. And those included weekly cleanups of our parks and adjacent public walkways. They provide day porter services that Keith mentioned in our downtown area. And similar to Rockland, we're in discussions with the Gathering Inn in providing jobs for the homeless. But most importantly, we're seeing success. The 2018 point-in-time count showed a countywide decrease in homelessness of 12%. In South Placer, that was 18%. And these reductions are attributed to program efforts such as the Gathering Inn's use of homeless prevention and rapid rehousing funds, and the Roseville Homeless Response Team that includes county partners in probation and health and human services. So in closing, I want to thank the board for your time and consideration this afternoon and the testimony in helping you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Morning, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is James Van Diver. I'm at the Rhineham Shelter. I'm homeless. I came here about 2 years ago, open hands. I didn't have where to go. They accepted me and my dog Hoover, and they have a smile on their face every day. I'm glad I'm here. They have a thing. I graduated, got a diploma for housing. I want to take my hat off to Beth Valentine for being an outstanding person, and her staff is excellent. They treat you like family, and I consider I'm a family member. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Phil Sparling. I'm the pastor of Auburn Grace Community Church. We strive to do a lot of community participation throughout the year. Our church is located just west of DeWitt Center, within a stone's throw or two. I grew up at the juncture of Atwood Road and Mount Vernon Road. We moved here in 1976. So it's been a pleasure to be here. I love Auburn. Thank you so much for your service and for your commitment to this complex problem. I don't know Volunteers of America personally, just by name and reputation, but our church has been engaged with the Gathering Inn for several years. We have partnered with them by hosting their group at our facility on a monthly basis to give them overnight housing, to provide dinner and to provide breakfast. Because of the distance between Rockland and Auburn, we don't get to serve them as often as we would like to. I just want you to know that as our longstanding relationship with them and partnership with them, in my opinion, they are professional, efficient, and effective. And I would say on behalf of our 700-member congregation, if they were able to move closer to the DeWitt Center, that our participation and partnership with them would expand, and we would put more resources and manpower toward making sure that that shelter is successful. So thank you again for all that you're doing. We appreciate the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Josh Goodnow. I am a fifth-generation Auburnite. My grandpa was born in Auburn, and my grandpa's grandpa was born in Auburn. My grandpa's grandpa was actually the constable in the late 1800s between Newcastle and Rockland. I might be wearing a blue shirt, but I'm here to represent a community and a fellowship and a long lineage of people that are here. I'm here to thank you. I really don't have one thing to say one way or the other about the shelter right now other than thank you. 3 years ago, I saw the DeWitt field. 3 years ago, I was shopping in the centers where there was aggressive panhandling. You guys changed that. You guys changed that by putting VOA in charge. It's kind of how I feel personally, but I'm sincerely here to thank you. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you to the Gathering Inn as well. It's been a blessing to work and see the wins that we are all getting in this county right now. It's amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, I'm Megan Sands, and I go to St. Joseph Catholic School right across the street from the Auburn Shelter. I've supported the VOA and the Auburn Shelter since the day it has opened. VOA has helped those in need for over 100 years in our area. My class at St. Joseph Catholic School collected items for VOA shelters in Auburn, Sacramento, and Reno. At VOA shelters, they help almost 2,000 people right now in our region. Did you see last night on the news that the city of Sacramento thanked VOA for running great shelters? They are the best, and I support them no matter what. Please vote for VOA. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sherry Cusick from Rockland, and I just have a couple of quick questions. On the memo, I'm trying to understand the RFP encouraged applicants to demonstrate matched and leveraged funds committed to the project. And I know it's the county, us taxpayers pay over $1 million a year. So does that mean VOA will contribute $1 million funding towards the shelter? Is-
yes.
Okay, so there will be a true match? Okay. And then, I'm not familiar with VOA. I belong to an organization that feeds, works with Gathering Inn, and I know it's a great organization, so I really, the dealings I've had with them, they've been very good. Couple more questions real quick. On the long-term housing for the homeless shelters, has there been any decision on where the other locations, has there been a decision on locations? Is there any planning? And I know that Placer Rescue Mission's site access agreement has expired. Has there been any decisions on the?
No, it hasn't come to the board.
Okay,
Yeah.
I know they had a 2-year agreement and it expired, so I didn't know where we're at with that.
No, there's no movement
Okay,
forward.
so there's no upcoming meetings or nothing that the public needs to be aware of?
Right.
Okay, okay. Pretty much that was it.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my words. My name is Farleah McLaughlin, and I am a resident of the Right Hand Shelter in Auburn. I was going to kind of go into a bit of a testimony, but what I've been hearing is, I guess what's disturbing to me is that there seems to be a division of homelessness between the different entities, and what we need to do is work together and collaborate and try to end homelessness. And I know I've heard, I love VOA. They have saved my life. I'm also grateful that they have the Gathering Inn as well. So part of my testimony was, I'd written everything down. But coming here, and one of the reasons I do hope that you do vote for VOA is we have classes there during the day that help us with life skills. We have ready-to-rent courses that are taught by Beth. We have emotional wellness classes. We have communication skills. We have a place to be during the day when we're not well and we're not sick. And I suffer with COPD and rheumatoid arthritis, so it was really important for me to find a place that was licensed for a 24/7 shelter. I also wanted to thank a lot of people. I wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors. I can't thank you enough for sharing and giving us a home, giving us a shining beacon of hope. I'm almost done. May the elders of my council thank you as well. I thank the staff that work for VOA with great passion as well. They are our angels, always to stay in my heart. I have undying love for VOA. They have given me a purpose.
You're okay, you're doing fine.
They've given me a purpose to do my best and move on. Thanks to Leo McFarland of Right Hand Shelter and our beloved Father Mike. Without their diligence and support and love, the shelter would not exist. I would not exist. Thanks to Beth, our director, who works hard for all of us to succeed in life. And I also want to thank Dirk and all the other people that may or may not be here for helping get Right Hand off the ground. God bless everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
My name is Tara Machado, and I'm currently a resident at the Right Hand Shelter here in Auburn. I can't thank the staff there enough. They've also saved my life. They've been nonstop, 24-hour on the spot there for me, as well as everyone else who's living there. Me and my little 10-pound dog, my little service dog, Bandit. Been homeless off and on for 2 years, and this is the very first time in my life that I feel like I've got my life back and a purpose. These people that work there, they're just wonderful. And I've also been to the Gathering, so I'm familiar with it also. And I still go there every once in a while from time to time during the day. Just recently, I went there today to thank some people, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have made it to the Right Hand Shelter. They're the ones who helped me find out about it, and I got myself there. like I said, it's 24 hours around the clock help with all the classes, with everything. And I just want to thank them very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Johnny Martin, and I was at the Right Hand Shelter, and I do say was. If it hadn't been for the Right Hand Shelter, I don't things wouldn't have gone as quickly and smoothly for us as they have. I was disabled in 2000, and I was a victim of violent crime in 2003, and I suffer with a lot of disabilities and so forth. But you've heard some of the people talk about the graduation. I'm a graduate of the Ready to Rent program also. And this has taken me a long way and still is carrying me. It was my first graduation ever. I'm 63 years old. I'm 10 credits from my diploma, but Right Hand Shelter and VOA are going to help me get that diploma before my 17 grandchildren all graduate. They also gave us, for the community service that we do, the appreciation that VOA has for us, going out cleaning the Duet Center, participating in any functions where people need help, and that gives you gives you self-worth and makes you understand who you are. But I felt safe and secure being at the VOA shelter. The drug and alcohol was not a problem. I didn't, for the first time being having the PTSD from being a violent crime was a big issue, but I felt safe and comforting because there are no drugs and alcohol allowed up in this shelter. We got our housing due to the fact that we had many people come and show us different places. We had a computer, we had classes that we could go to and learn about places to get housing. And mental health, they've got me hooked up with the mental health, so I'm no longer doing 55 to life with the man that assaulted me in 2003. I am now taking my own life back due to VOA hooking me up with the proper people. I can now talk to my family, my children, and move forward. We have a beautiful apartment now over off of Palm Avenue. We have the veterans have asked us to start speaking at their veteran stand down, and all of this has stemmed from us finding VOA. They had a place for our service animals to be kept and kept well, and they're still there for us. So the support, the family, the nurturing, and everything all came from them. And I really believe that VOA needs to continue doing the good that they are doing, because if you don't have a place to sit down and get your ducks in a row, it's going to take you that much longer. It took us less than 4 months to get housed due to the fact that we had the resources handed to us and showed and taking these classes. And so, please let them keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Nathan Bragg, Placer County resident. I'm a disabled vet. VOA, the Right Hand Shelter of Auburn, was a game changer and a life changer for myself, my wife, and my service animals. The director goes beyond reproach. Anything you ask, the request can be made available. She's there. The case management staff there, they'll do anything and everything they can in their power to help you succeed. By them assisting us in achieving homelessness and getting through it, I'm no longer homeless. I have transportation, I had a place of operation, I had a place to headquarter. My medical, my dental, everything was taken care of due to the fact that VOA stepped into my life and I was able to use all of the necessary things that they had to offer. And if you're willing to take one step, the director and the case management staff at VOA will take 2, 3, and sometimes 4. And on behalf of everybody at the VOA and the staff, I take my hat off, and my vote, VOA, Right Hand Auburn, all day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the chance to speak. My name's Elizabeth Parks. I'm an adult ESL teacher, and unfortunately, I've been homeless until the VOA helped me out. Actually, I have also been a client of Gathering Inn, and I have significant concerns about their oversight, and you should too. Because you're hearing from the neighborhood, you're not hearing from their clients. And that's because there is no way to go past the director. I said, can I, I have a question about one of your classes, and I was respectful about it. No, you're gone, out. And as a matter of fact, they put me a couple nights ago, sorry, I'm not a very good speaker, but
You're all right.
a couple nights ago, I was sleeping on your doorstep. That's where the Gathering Inn put me, literally feet from this chamber. But the VOA really went, really went above and beyond to get me in their shelter. They didn't have room in their dorms, and they said, well, they worked something out. They said, look, the gentleman who has, one of the gentlemen who had spoken earlier said, okay, look, we're gonna fix this. We're gonna adjust things. We're gonna shuffle things around, and they got me in, and I appreciate that so much. And the other thing is, they respect my dignity. Gathering Inn did not. I felt like my dignity was trampled on many times, and there are some people there who are really, there are some staff there who are really kind, who really care, but there are some people there who are arrogant. And Nick Goling is one of them. And I couldn't get past him. I said, he promised me that he would answer my question, he would give me the information so I could contact the board. He did not do that. But VOA, here, their attitude is so much different. Their attitude is, we're here to help you. We're here to do what we can to help you. They respected my dignity from the beginning all the way through, and that is very important to me. They're compassionate and they're organized. They also said, okay, here's what you do, here's what we're going to do for you, and here's what you're going to do for us. And this is, if you have a grievance, this is how you address it. It was very clear, and that was not the case at the Gathering Inn. So please, my understanding is that you've awarded the contract to VOA. I hope that you would keep your word and give them your full support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Marcia Doty. I've worked with these people, these homeless folks of Auburn, for 5+ years. I know them. I love them. I've been working in the shelter now since it opened. I advocated for the opening of it. I can only say I'm speaking from the heart. I have no notes. But as these folks that have lived there and have experienced the compassion and the kindness and the direct involvement with the help of moving forward, it's just overwhelming to me. I'm on the verge of tears because change could be hard. The transition between going from what we have that's working well, we've had learning curves, we've had tough spots, we've gotten through them, and it's doing nothing but getting better. I used to hear complaints. I don't hardly ever hear them anymore. And I'm talking about 100 people. I know them all somewhat. They are loving and just so grateful that this shelter exists and how it is working. It does nothing but get better every day. So I implore you to keep it as it is, to keep it just as it is, because it is moving forward. We don't need to change it to get it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm nervous. So, my name's Angela McLaughlin, and I think that I'm really a little odd. So, I've known this man, his name is John, for about 2 years. I watched them live on the street, him and his wife, and she has MS. My grandma had MS. If you don't know what that is, it's debilitating. She's in a wheelchair. So when I first met them, it was a rainy day, and I was, drinking my $5 drink, thinking what an idiot I was. How can I make a difference as a person? And sometimes I put myself in bad places, because I just want to love people. And so I've tried to handle homelessness on my own, and it's been very difficult, and I cannot solve it. I've tried to listen to them. I've offered my rental home. John lived in my rental home for almost a month, and it came with a lot of complicated things. I'm not going to say it was bad, but it was amazing. I love these people. So I can tell you, he's lived in my home, they respect me. I'm going to say that just like the population of the earth, out of probably 20 people that were inside my house, yes, 20 people, that was not a part of our agreement. Out of all those people, 2 were bad. And that's probably a good representation of the world. And so I have to tell you, as someone who's put myself out there and given him and trusted him with things that I loved, and this is a nice gated community, I'm going to tell you, my HOA was pissed. And they judged him because he rode a bike. But he was amazing to my neighbors in that community. And I did have the neighbor next door. Her brother was homeless for 30 years, so she was amazing. She just texted me if there was a problem or if anything looked awry before the homeowner, the head of the association, knew. So we worked stuff out. But I got to tell you, I've learned so much from John about loving people and his wife. But I also know that I am now their advocate, and I try to work to help them out to find housing. And on the day that I had to kick everybody out of my house because there was a situation, things I don't want to know, things that happened for a reason, and I believe this is a divine appointment because I hate speaking. And I'm only doing it for you and everyone that I've met at the VOA that I love. So what happened was when they had to kick them out, not John, but these 2 people wrecked it for everybody, they started to squat and move into my home. So when that happened, we had a plan how to do that. He was amazing. Everybody else was very respectful. But what happened was, I can't find housing for him. I've been trying for 2 months now. And having someone who's handicapped attached to that, it's a no-win situation. The other thing is, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think you guys really know what you're dealing with until you sat in your home with 8 men who, I know, right? Maybe that's a sign. I need to be quiet. But I'm not. So if you're not surrounded by people that I trusted by myself in my home, and my children know him, tell me their stories and where they've come from. I don't have a background like that. I've never done drugs. I'm kind of odd. I don't drink, never really have. So I don't even understand this. And so I don't know why I'm here. But I'm going to tell you that I saw him and his wife. And how many people here actually see homeless people? Can you love them enough to let them in your home? Can you take that risk? And until you do, I don't think you understand the VOA. Because when I had to let everyone go, I gave him a certain amount of time to live there, so I felt like I owed him the 2 days. And so I was calling all over. And at like 11 o'clock at night, the VOA answered the phone. And I've worked for the Gathering Inn with my church, and I don't not love them. It's just different. We're really rushed. I feel rushed, like I can't. We've cooked for them and served, and I just feel rushed through the whole thing. Like, I don't have time to talk. I'm just cleaning. I have to move on. There's all these rules and regulations. And not that that's bad or good. They don't have a permanent place, the Gathering Inn, yet. And I know they have some great programs. I just haven't had time because I work for John. But besides that, I gotta tell you, when I called the VOA, they got him in that, they said, I can't do it tonight, but if we could, we would. The next day, he was in. It was pouring down rain. They have given him so many opportunities, and the people I've met, and you know what? The drug testing, I sat through the whole process. It was pretty amazing. So they've just done, I know there's some things maybe they have to work out. Working together with the Gathering Inn would be probably too amazing to expect that to happen. But if they could work it out, I think that it would be awesome. And if you guys want to help the Gathering Inn people, you should volunteer. They handed me an application. And I'm not going to say I have children, so I still have some things I have to do at home, but they need volunteers. It's 24/7. So I thank you so much for listening to it today.
Thank you. Hi, my name is John Miller. I'm a resident council at the BOA. My wife's got multiple sclerosis and is in a wheelchair. I'm not here to bash the Gathering Inn or bash the VOA. That's not what we're here for. But know that the VOA let me through the door. I've been homeless for 7 years. If the wife and I are sitting in a field and it's just her, we don't care. But the VOA was nice enough to let us in. So, you get to know us. Let us show you. Not all of us are the same. We're all trying to strive to get that forward and move forward. And that's what the VOA is doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Victoria O'Loughlin. I'm a voter. I live in Placer County, and I'm really delighted to be here today. I want to be able to share with you my experience of Volunteers of America. They have expertise with the homeless. They're highly skilled. They build communities. They're committed. They know what they're doing. They've been doing this for well over 100 years. And I have been watching them for well over 25 years. It takes a lot of skill to deal with the level of need that homeless folks have. They're loved, and they're given those things that they need most, which is kindness and a step up. I know what I'm talking about. I'm a trauma specialist. I'm also an internationally certified drug and alcohol counselor. And I know what trauma is about. And I know that just getting to a point of homelessness is traumatizing. Then you become traumatized again. And if you don't know what you're doing with that, you can do harm. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Y'all have had a hard time with this, no doubt. There's a lot of folks in the community that are pressing on you, that are harassing you to make a decision that you may not want to. That's a tough place to be in. I don't envy you. I will ask that you do what I do. I have a mission. My mission is to be kind, integrity rich, and mean business. Volunteers of America is recommended for a good reason, many of which these people are experiencing now. I'm glad you're able to do your jobs and do them wisely. I appreciate all your energy. Kindly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, Board, good evening. Thank you for going with that lunch. We appreciate that. I'm Tom Dwelly, 36 years in Auburn. I have service stations and unattended fuel card locks all over California and indeed over the West. I know a lot about homeless people. Okay, I've been homeless a few times myself. Yesterday morning, I went into the shelter unannounced, and I said, "May I speak to the director?" And this lady met me, very nice lady. She said, "Well, she's not here." I said, "Where's the director?" Surely she just got on the airplane. She's going away on vacation. I said, "What? With this meeting tomorrow? How can that be? How can that be?" She said, "Well, it's true." And I said, "Would you be so good as to give me a tour?" She said, "Let's go." I said, "Are you a volunteer?" Everybody, "No," she says, I'm paid $13 an hour. I said, "Okay." There was like a ping pong ball game going on in that office, people bouncing back and forth. We went into the big bunk room. Here's 3 or 4 guys with dogs, 7:30 in the morning, still sleeping in bed. I said, "What's going on here? What the hell is this about?" "Well, those are special dogs. They're specially trained to keep people happy and well." And I said, "This is crazy," and they're still asleep. Well, that didn't last long. Like I say, I went in unannounced. So we went through the rest of the thing. We go outside. Here's a chicken coop full of cats. A chicken coop full of cats. It was cats about 8 by 8, 64 square feet. And I don't like cats anyway, but Anyway, and then there's some dogs. I said, what about these dogs? Well, they aren't certified. They don't have papers. They can't go in. We know from all of our work in the service stations, you see a guy, a lady, whatever, with a little dog. They're pros. They come and go. They can make $400 a day, and then they move on. We know that. We know that. Okay, so I went into the kitchen, and breakfast was over. It was neat and tidy. I looked in the refrigerators. I'm a kitchen freak. I used to be in the restaurant business, and both refrigerators were completely full. And I looked in the big giant freezer, and I said, "What's wrong with this?" She said, "Well, it doesn't work." I said, "I can see that." "Well, why don't you get it fixed?" "Well," she said, "we called somebody to look at it, but nobody knows what to do." I said, "Why don't you call Cheryl? Why don't you call Cheryl Mackey?" And she says, "Well, we just don't have money to do that." I said, "Where does the money go?" She said, "I don't know." And so, the place was a dump. It's a blight to our wonderful city, and they suffer from control, and it's just terrible. It's dreadful, and they don't have a long-term program. I went from there to TGI, and I was stunned. It's fabulous. Two sheriff's deputies came by to visit, and what a great deal. They've got doctors' office, they've got dentists, they've got computers, they've got everything that they need. But I tell you, we need to do something. If you will approve the Gathering Inn, we will provide $10,000 to get started before the sun reaches its highest point in the heavens tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Hi, Kay Whitaker with Ceronics in town. Hello. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for the work that you do. It's really, really appreciated, and I know it's hard on everyone, but I too am here to speak in favor of a change that I see as a human resource director needs to happen. That the first meeting I went to on this, they actually put Jason Smith out to speak, and he was in no condition to speak, and yet there were no drug testing, there was nothing. And that really bothered me, and it's bothered me since day one, and I can't get past that to see the improvement. I also work voluntarily with Acres of Hope. Acres of Hope, that, as you know, has a good success rate, but it is a clean and sober shelter for women and their children. We have great success with it, and I can see moving forward that that's really, in my opinion, as that human resource director, you need to get to the bottom of why these people are in the shelters and get them out of the shelters, get them healthy, get them going again. A way of life is not staying in a shelter for ever and ever and ever. Yes, some people have some downtime, and they do, but when they're allowed to do their drugs and alcohol while they're there, they're not looking for improvement. It's just become a way of life that the taxpayers support. So I too have come prepared to give a check to Gathering Inn for $5,000 from Ceronics if they are awarded this, to help them get their feet off the ground in a new community, in a new area, and see what we can do. They have a good track record on that, and I would just like to see that. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, my name is Vicki Valentine. I am a resident and a voter in Placer County. I am here to support Volunteers of America. There have been a few people who have come before me that have talked about having their service animals with them at VOA, but my understanding is that VOA also allows pets, that allows companion animals. And while we are not certainly here to discuss disaster planning, what I would like to read is a brief summary to you of the state and federal disaster planning laws regarding pets. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this act. Since Hurricane Katrina struck New Orleans in 2005, major changes have been made to federal and state emergency planning laws with respect to animals. At the time, there were no laws that required that animals be evacuated, rescued, or sheltered in an emergency. The lack of provisions for pets put human health and safety in jeopardy because some pet owners chose to weather the storm at home for fear of what would happen to their animals. I think we all remember that. All of the people who would not leave because they could not take their animals. As a result, in 2006, the Federal Pets Evacuation and Transportation Standards Act was passed. PETS directs the administrator of Federal Emergency Management Agencies, FEMA, to develop emergency preparedness plans and ensure that state and local emergency plans take into account the needs of individual pets and service animals during a major disaster or emergency. Since then, over 30 states have adopted either a law that deals with disaster planning and pets, or have, this is a word I do not know, you guys may, it kept me out of, thank you. I can't do more than 3 syllables, thank you. Administrative plans on the subject. Many state laws require that animals be sheltered and evacuated during an emergency. And again, while we're not here to address disaster, what we are here is to recognize what VOA does. What they do allow is not only service animals, but they allow people to have their pets. People will not seek shelter, people will not seek help if they cannot have their animals with them. And for this reason alone, I am asking that you continue the program that you have, the agreement that you have with Volunteers of America. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joy Smith, and I am from Lincoln, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Volunteers of America as well. In my 15 years in the field of animal sheltering, I have witnessed many times the power of the human-animal bond. When life's challenges get in the way of a person's well-being, whether mental or physical, pets provide a source of love, comfort, and often a reason for just simply carrying on, a reason for living. There are people from all walks of life who know just what I'm talking about. The power that an animal companion can bring to a person. A pet can bring a sense of well-being, a steadfast love to help through the hard times. I, by the grace of God, have never been homeless, but I have been in the deep pit of despair. In the late 1990s, I went through a period of time in my life when my faithful companion, Louise, a little black cat, was by my side through each step of climbing out of that pit. She traveled the country with me, making it possible for me to continue working and bringing me back to a place of well-being. I can imagine that being homeless may be the deepest despair a person can experience during their life. Their loving animal companion can make life bearable. Volunteers of America Right Hand program knows the value of their residents' pets, one of the very few programs that do. It is just one of the ways this program is successful and innovative. Why would we want to change what is so obviously working? Please let this program carry forth. And I do want to add that I manage one of the largest businesses in downtown Lincoln. We have a pet food pantry where we provide food to a lot of homeless people for their pets. And we often talk to them, and why are you sleeping on the street? Why are you not seeking shelter? And they tell us that they cannot go to the Gathering Inn because they are not allowed to take their pets. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Nader.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes and board members. My name is Stan Nader. I am the mayor of Lincoln. I'm here before you in support of the Gathering Inn. A number of years ago, I took up a couple of issues that I saw impacting our community. One of those was affordable housing, the other was homelessness. I was able to convince our council to form a monthly meeting called Make a Difference, where we bring all our stakeholders together. One of those stakeholders has been the Gathering Inn. We also appreciate Now the county comes with the whole person of care. So it's important that we bring everyone together in the room because it's making a difference. I was also able to convince our council to financially support Gathering Inn. I went and visited the Gathering Inn about 4 years ago, and I was very impressed with the facility and the programs that they have there for those that come to the Gathering Inn. And I asked the director, I said, how many people are coming here because they're from Lincoln, that they identify with Lincoln? He said about 20. And I thought, whoa, we're getting services and we're not participating. So I convinced our council to contribute $15,000, and we've done that for the last now 3 years. We've agreed to do it again. And the director provided us with some analysis of the services that they provide to our residents. For our $15,000, we get $43,000 worth of services. I can't think of a better return on investment than getting $43,000 worth of services for a $15,000 investment. So they do a great job of taking the money that we give them and leveraging it to provide for not only our residents, but for other residents of the county. So I would encourage you to reconsider what your staff has recommended to you, because I believe the Gathering Inn is the right provider for this service. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay, I would like to get out of here before dinner. So if we can go quickly. My name is David Loya, and I'm currently the executive director of the Lazarus Project, and I am the consultant for the Placer Rescue Mission. The Lazarus Project has been around since 1999. We were the very first men's transitional housing facility in Placer County. At this time, we have 4 residential homes that house 21 homeless men and women. Our program is 85% privately funded, with the majority of that funding coming from the residents themselves, who invest in themselves and invest in their stable housing, stable health, and stable life. For years now, I have had the privilege to partner with Keith at the Gathering Inn. We have worked together to have the Gathering Inn become our intake partner to create a centralized intake area for South Placer County. We also co-manage the clients as we provide housing for some of the Gathering Inn clients, and through the Gathering Inn Rapid Rehousing, some of our residents who might want to move on into community housing now have a vehicle and arm to find housing within the community. This partnership has been an incubator process. This partnership has been a catalyst for Keith and I to start to work closely with other organizations such as St. Vincent de Paul, Roseville Home Start, of course, Placer Rescue Mission, as they also work with Lighthouse Counseling, the food pantry and their clients up in Lincoln, the Vine Church, I believe it's called, as well as other organizations. And this catalyst is beginning to work to see a vision that these executive directors now see, where we can provide seamless, comprehensive services throughout South Placer County. And with a change of the recommendation to the Gathering Inn, we can provide those seamless countywide services to the mid-Placer area as well as the South Placer area. I've worked with Keith. I know him to be a man of integrity, honesty. I have been around since 2001. I was encouraged to bring Dr. Robert Marbut in, and on the Lazarus Project dime we did. And that seemed to be, put a fire on this issue, and is why we're here now. Within that, though, I also realize there's a time some of us old guard needs to step back and just cast vision and help other organizations form a long-term cost-saving solution to homelessness. And so even with all of my 18-plus years experience, I realized that there's other people such as Keith who are providing critical services and critical partnerships and innovative programs that we can work with the county on to set this aside forever and say that Placer County will become, as our goal, and we will achieve it within a 7-year period of time, that we will become the first county in California to end homelessness. We can achieve that if we look at a countywide service provider such as the Gathering Inn. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Hello.
Good afternoon. I'm Ricky Dante Pisano, a resident of Placer County since '98. Followed my large Italian family up here because it takes community to survive in these days, especially as a social worker. So I've got quite a bit of experience working with different populations in this county. I've worked as a level 14 group home. I've worked in the wraparound programs here for Children's System Care as well as EMQ. Obviously, I'm working with Volunteers of America, Right Hand Auburn Shelter at this time, and I'll have to blame Father Mike for that. Father Mike, I was busy writing, took a break, a sabbatical for a personal matter, and luckily I had my family to back me up because I needed to take time off. My wife went to heaven, and it was quite an ordeal for me. And luckily I have a strong family, and a lot of these people that we work with have similar trauma issues that happen and need a supportive family. And it was a blessing that one day Father Mike said, "Oh, don't worry about all that writing stuff. What are you doing? Why don't you go apply at the shelter?" I'm like, "Oh, because one of my missions is I heal myself by being of service to others. So, and I have to respect my elders." I'm like, "Oh, great, Father Mike, okay." So I go ahead and I apply, I get the job. And what I would, in researching Volunteers of America, what really impressed me about Volunteers of America is that their mission matches mine. And that mission is to uplift all people to an act of service and knowledge of God. And in that, and being a social worker and managing separation of church and state, and being able to drop that because we are a church, but still having that background and that ability and that passion that I bring people to an act of service of their own creative best practice. I've, as of late in the last couple of months, began running the wellness program. And I bring creative best practice to people, bringing hope, acknowledging that the beauty of themselves, the strength and the resilience to find themselves, to find their strengths, as well as a career program, as well as a morning stretch program. And in this service of others, we heal ourselves. And I'm grateful and proud to work for an agency that has a church without walls that's going out and partnering with other agencies. And I look forward to partnering for everybody who wants to help uplift others and service others to bring the healing to ourselves and others. And it's not, if it wasn't for my community, I would be homeless. And so I'm in great service to, and proud to be part of such a great community. And thank you for what everybody does. And let's drop our separation and let's unify on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Tom Loop. I'm on the board of Right Hand Auburn. I'd like to thank this board and all the county staff for, I think, what could best be described as superb progress on this problem that vexes every California city. And we all are aware of that. We see it on the news, we read about it, we see the horrible situations around the state. This board decided to act 3 years ago with the help of the county staff and some people in the community to try to get ahead of this problem, to try to avoid some of the horrible crises that we see around the state. The approach that VOA has been operating under has been modified from time to time. It's been modified
after listening to constructive criticism from those who were opposed, members of the board and members of the public that were opposed to the shelter. But there have been changes and adjustments and instituting drug and alcohol testing throughout, working collaboratively with the Sheriff's Office, with HHS, with probation, to improve the model, to improve delivery of services, to improve accountability. And we have, I think, largely avoided crises in this county. We look at, see what happens in Sacramento, where we have a city that's about the same size as our county that has a problem that's 5 or 6 times bigger. And they're spending a lot more than 5 or 6 times the amount of money. They're spending a lot more money in real dollars, and they're spending a lot more money per person. I was just reading yesterday in the Bee, the shelter that they have down on Railroad Street houses 200 in North Sacramento, 200 people for $450,000 a month. So that's $2,250 per person, whereas this shelter is $950 per person. I think the numbers are. County staff could obviously correct me on that, and we could look and see. The numbers are sort of hard sometimes to compare because sometimes it is apples and oranges a little bit. Demographics are different in big cities than they are here. There's also grants from other sources that I don't pretend to understand, but I noticed that Sutter Health was is donating, granting $2.5 or $3 million to help the problem in Sacramento, because they, as we all do, realize the problems that we have. I don't know if people have had a chance to see the homeless encampments in San Diego, close to downtown, and the open sewer running through the city sidewalks along the edge, in the gutters, open sewage that's running there. Recently in San Diego, they had 10 or 12 people die from hepatitis. And so those problems can spill over to our sheriff's office that has to handle those situations, to the jail, to emergency rooms, and so we all know this can get out of hand. And it hasn't here. The fact that we only have 2 bidders, I think, is maybe testament to the fact that this is hard work. This is a difficult problem, no newsflash there, but it's very hard work. And right hand Auburn, I mean, VOA has been doing a good job. There have been improvements. They need to continue to improve, like every county department probably does from time to time. But the Gathering Inn is also doing good work in Roseville. And I would submit that what we need is to continue to stay ahead of this problem and to help and to fund Gathering Inn to provide services in the south end of the county, where we also have a pressing need. And I realize this is a fiscally prudent board, but the steps you took 3 years ago stayed ahead of the problem and avoided crises, and I think more has to be done. And VOA and Gathering Inn can work collaboratively, different approaches, both can learn from each other, I should think. But I think that's the best thing that this board could do to help us stay ahead of this problem and to be one of the few counties whose homeless population is going down rather than going up. And maybe Mr. Loya says, maybe in 7 years, we can actually defeat homelessness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. We're running a little short of time, so I just want to know if anybody else is going to, well, I know that, but I don't know if anybody after, Mr. Holbrook, are you going to speak?
I'm thinking about it.
Okay, well, then I'm going to cut it off after those. Okay, after Mr. Holbrook, that I'm going to cut off public comment because we do have to move on and get on with our lives. So, okay, hi Beth, thank you.
Hi,
first
Jim,
of all,
how
I
are
want to
you?
let you know I appreciate your call. I got it yesterday afternoon. So
Thank you, Jim.
Beth, thank you.
Thank you very, very much, board members. Thank you so much. Long day for you all. Lots of discussion. My name's Beth Valentine, and I am the program manager at the Right Hand Auburn Volunteers of America Shelter. My life is dedicated and has been dedicated to ending homelessness for the last 34 years, 32 of which has been under the leadership of Leo McFarland. We have a tremendous amount of experience. I was called by Leo a couple years ago to come in and to work with the shelter, and I was privileged to be able to come in and to be of service. I'm not going to go into a lot of statistics. You've already had them. We can go back and forth with Gathering Inn and Volunteers America's success rate. They're both good. We had a vetting process. Volunteers of America was vetted, and we got the grant. And what I can commit to you is, one, the disruption that would be caused to change a provider at this particular point would be great. I think the cost efficiencies that would be, should be taken into account in terms of transitioning another agency. Some of the comments I want to discuss, Keith talks about collaboration. Homelessness doesn't exist in a void, nor can it be solved. So in terms of his wonderful list of providers that he works with, particularly the Placer County Collaborative, we're all a part of that. We all work together. We'll continue to work together. And under the great and good sound leadership of Jeff here, Kathy Denton, all of us work together. The Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, ASOC, all of the other providers. So this sense of that we're not a collaborative. The other thing is, I apologize, apparently I didn't return a text to Betsy. My intent with Betsy and every other community member who has brought forward ideas is to bring them forward and incorporate all of those and integrate those ideas into our shelter that have made it a better shelter. Comments about our animals, yes, we have service animals. I think our community, and what's most important to me to share, is that I'm proud to work in Placer County because we're seeing a decrease in homelessness. Homelessness is a divisive issue that haunts every community. And I think we, as a Placer County, can be very proud of the work that we're doing and the success rate we have in our community. I can share with you unequivocally, my work will continue tirelessly in terms of managing the shelter. I'll continue to do that. We have employment services, one of the things that we talked about. We have employment services on site, very structured, and a very high success rate. 69% have income, 54% house, and that's just now. We are just getting our feet underneath us with this new shelter, and we will continue to have a much increased success rate, and one I hope that we can all be proud of. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Beth.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Kramer, and I've been a resident of Placer County for the last 3 years. Prior to that, I came from Massachusetts, from a very, very privileged background. I graduated from Northfield Mount Hermon with Bill Cosby's daughters. My family's all college educated. My dad went to Georgetown. My grandfather went to Harvard. I came from a pretty place with pretty people, and I was married at the Chatham Bars Inn. I grew up in Harwichport in the summertime. We wintered in Florida. We skied in Vermont. I have more than one house, and I'm homeless. I made some bad choices, and I wound up in Placer County. And I'm ashamed to say I made some really dumb choices once I got here. My parents were ashamed. I'm ashamed to say that those guys in the back of the room in the green know me by my first name and my last. And that's not who I am. Volunteers of America didn't really know who I was at the time either. But I went out there amongst the animals, amongst those scary people that back in Boston I would have crossed the street and rolled up my car windows. And they helped me. I had no place to go. I came back to Volunteers of America, to that right-hand shelter, because I lived through the Jason Smith years. And I lived through some of the insanity when it was a wet shelter and the place was crazy. And frankly, I relived some stuff like I was an adolescent whose parents had gone away for the weekend. And I embarrassed myself, and I was a one-woman pain in the butt. There was no crime spree, no bad guy, just a really scared girl who had been through some terrible trauma. And when I got back out there, I was re-traumatized over and over again. But there are people that didn't give up on me. When I came back to that shelter, Beth was still there, and Josh was there, and Mike was there, and Jen was there. Volunteers of America is a lot more than an organization. They're people who care about us, and they care about me. The difference, and I've been at the Gathering Inn, the difference is that they know who I am. They know when I'm having a bad time. They know when I'm cycling into, oh crap, somebody do something, the crazy kid from Boston is gonna go out, because they watch us and they know us. And they love me. They loved me when I couldn't love myself. So I want to thank those that have been there for me from the very beginning. And the problem isn't the people inside that shelter. At 6 o'clock at night, everybody's in there, and we're all clean and we're all sober. There are problems outside of that place, And I'll discuss that with the guys in green in the back one day. But for right now, I beg of you, listen to what everyone has come before you and told and said to you. Because homelessness is traumatic to begin with. I've never gone outside in my life. My mother's feeling if there's a perfectly good hotel, why camp? You don't go outside. And I came here and I lived a life I was ill-equipped to handle. And these people were there when I was ready to come back and say, please help me. And right now, they're starting the process of getting me back home. My parents just celebrated their 55th wedding anniversary, and I'm gonna go home, and I'm gonna be with my family, who loves me. And these people, they couldn't wrap their head around what I was going through, because where I come from, this kind of crap doesn't happen. So I wanna thank you all for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you.
My name is Brian Norris. I'm from Placer County resident, been here a long time. Grateful for the opportunity to really speak. Thanks for staying here today. Holmes, I might need you to call my work and let them know and be late to work. But as I've been through this process for 3 years, I just want to say that I think Joanne was right, that if the shelter would have been put here in the beginning, that nobody would have came to it. But I think that the process that we've gone through now, the shelter's here. I support the Gathering Inn. Supervisor Montgomery, I just want to tell you that I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and let you know that I think this is that opportunity that I've spoke about before, to where we can actually make a turn in what happens in Placer County. I have friends that live in Seattle, all up and down the West Coast. Many of us have testimonials of our experiences in regards to homeless, but I do support the Gathering Inn. I support what they do. I know that the community will back them up. I think there's more support for them than is here and that is seen. I'm amazed that the mayor of Lincoln was here. I can't believe the mayor of Rockland was here. I did not know that that support was behind the Gathering Inn. I'm grateful for that support. Those communities know that the Gathering Inn, I don't think that the transition might be a little rough, but I would be encouraged to know the VOA would make that transition very smooth and very good, because I think that the residents of Placer County want to help the residents of Placer County and help them do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Guys, have a good day.
Thank you for hearing all of us. I'm Elizabeth Sands, and I've been a Placer County resident for 20 years. I'm also a proud mom of a little St. Joseph's Catholic school girl, and have students attending St. Joseph for the last 10 years. I had started to write many notes that I wanted to share with you. But in the end, all it comes down to is I do support Volunteers of America, and here's why. I stood before you in 2015 with my parish priest asking for support and help, and we said and shared that the shelter was the first piece of the puzzle, but it wasn't building the entire puzzle. And I moved forward and worked and saw the camps changed. I used to have my office on Bell Road, so I saw that campground firsthand. I saw the shelter, Right Hand Auburn, and then Volunteers of America come in and respond to the neighborhood and respond to the county and increase practices and bring in services. And I believed in them as an Auburn resident and a person wanting to do good work in my community, so much so that I sought a job with Volunteers of America so I could share their good works with others. And that's now why I'm here before you. Instead of rattling off success stories or facts, I just want you to know they are making a difference. Your staff saw their professional expertise. Our region knows Volunteers of America is the thought leader, is the professional expert in homeless services. It doesn't mean we're alone. The Gathering Inn and many others do great works. As a matter of fact, many of the Volunteers of America staff, their Veteran Services team, housing, Operation Backpack, we work with these other nonprofits. We're in it together. But we're here today because of the Auburn shelter. And that service contract was unanimously recommended to retain with Volunteers of America. And we still have a lot to do, and we want to do it for you and for the community, listening to all our community residents as well as partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and everybody. My name is Derek Wright. I'd like to thank you guys for the time you've taken today to hear us all speak. I know a couple of people in the audience made a comment, let's hurry up for dinner. Well, I believe all our voices and every human being here is equal on this stage and in God's eyes. So if you want to go home to dinner, you can go home to dinner, but we are going to speak, and like I said, we are all equal here. That's what I'd like to add to that. And now to my story. I'm going to shoot it straight, because that's what I do, is I shoot it straight. I'm a former resident at VOA shelter. I've only been out of prison 8 months. I have 2 strikes on my record, did 5-year stint in Tracy and Susanville. I'm not proud of it. I am more proud of the person that I've become today, being willing to stand up for what I believe is right, not just for myself, but for my community and for the people that I love and my family. And I do consider VOA my family. And I actually wasn't going to speak today because I spoke a few weeks ago here. Actually, I don't know if you guys remember or not. But just hearing all the testimonials from, again, people that I know, just the real emotion, just their story, really touched me, And I just wanted to support them in that and also say how much this shelter has changed my life. Again, when I got out of prison, I really had nowhere to go, no direction. I mean, I was street smart maybe, but I wasn't smart as far as real world stuff. So I was able to get plugged in with some really good people who were able to help me along the way and actually vouch for me. One of those people is my case manager, Jennifer Gomes. My parole officer, the parole office, I'm not saying they're not good people, but they didn't really try to point me to the exact services I needed. I talked to Jennifer and I told her my situation and what I felt that I was entitled to based on me being a parolee. And she went to bat for me right away and talked to my parole officer, was able to get me enrolled in transitional houses funded by parole, which is what they're supposed to do. And I saw this other guy in the shelter. His name was Alan. He just goes by Alan. He's a parolee too, and he has a history of vagrancy, and his parole officer told him that if you don't get housing after you leave the shelter, we're going to throw you back in jail, back in prison for vagrancy. And again, I told Jennifer Gomes about that, and she was so upset, just like I was. She went and called him, and she was on it so fast. And it took a couple weeks because parole was just, I don't know what they were doing. Again, they're supposed to fund the guy. They're supposed to fund everybody. But she got on it. And it's not just her. It's VOA, obviously, and the whole structure there is they will fight for people that deserve it and that need it and that ask for it. And the key is to ask for it. And they will give you that support. And I think they are, actually, I believe they're a pillar in this community because without them, who's to say that, I'm not saying the gathering in is good or bad, but it's easy to stand on the sideline and be a critic, with all due respect to this neighborhood watch here and their 100 signatures. It's easy to stand back and be a critic. It's much harder to actually go there and actually put in the work and fight for the people that need it. And that's what I feel VOA does. And perhaps gathering in too, but I can just testify to my own experience. And I'm not going to say anything bad about people that helped me out. And like I said, I'm going off my own experience. And I thank you guys for the time that you've taken to hear us all talk. I appreciate that very much. I know we got 10 more people, so I guess I'm going to cut it short. All right.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll also try and be as short as possible. A lot of it's already been covered, and we covered a lot of it in my letter to the board members from last week, but a couple of points today. I'm Bridget Barnes. I'm still the president of Right Hand Auburn because I can't get any other board member to take it over. And all of you know the history of how we got it started. There's a couple of points. First of all, as I've mentioned to some of you, all of this feels really ugly. The Right Hand Auburn was the one that came up with a crazy idea for the shelter back in late 2014, and through primarily Father Mike and Leo's assistance, we were able to bring together a group of business leaders who have made heroic contributions. And it gets a little tacky, but Right Hand Auburn raises the $300,000 a year for the food. This is done, as you know, by fundraising, golf tourneys, all of that, and then leveraging the volunteer efforts from St. Teresa's and the 20 other churches that participate in coming in, making meals, so that it is possible to provide the food and not ask the county for those funds. One of the things that I think distinguishes the two models, and has historically distinguished one, and the reason that Professor Marbut had recommended a permanent shelter and the operations for VOA have always been that Gathering Inn, at least up until now, has had what has been known as a nomadic model. And I know that they have made a proposal to operate, but what we're talking about is taking over a full-time shelter that now has 3 years under its belt, but only 1 year as a completely dry full-time setup, and in need of, as board members know, additional modifications. So we're still in the middle. The issue of transitional housing is always before us, because we have an inadequate source of locations to move people that are ready to graduate. The kitchen issue is a matter that Right Hand Auburn really wants to get resolved out there, so that we have the ability to provide for training, and also to make it easier for all the volunteers who are presently using primarily St. Teresa's Kitchen and Seventh-day Adventist Kitchen for the food. There are other kitchens in town, but many of them are too small to do the services when you're talking about 100 people a night. So there's many additional things that we need to do to continue to improve the situation. But it seems to me that the board, as a professional board, is looking at a unanimous recommendation. I'm not privy to what was written in the RFPs, so I haven't seen the actual proposals themselves and wouldn't comment on them if I had. But in addition, there's a protest procedure. And as it was made clear in the staff report, there was no protest filed by Gathering Inn, and no attempt to ask for a reconsideration, as should have been followed through the procedures. And that concerns me, because you've got a situation where Gathering Inn has a history of coming back to this board for more money in the middle of years, and you have not had that situation at all with the Volunteers of America or Right Hand Auburn. We've always come to you with one bid for the year, and that has been it. And the first year, we picked up the tab. So for all of those reasons, I think that it's appropriate to stay with the existing model. It's a 1 year with a 1 year extension. If GI has moved to a full-time model in Roseville, and they want to consider it after doing that for a couple of years, then you could really balance and compare the proposals apples to apples. But right now, we don't have the ability to do that and make any real comments. And that's got nothing to do with the bona fides of the parties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Carter. I've been a Placer County resident since April 6, 1974. Also Auburn, April 6, 1974. And I've worked for Volunteers America. I'm here to vote for Volunteers America. I'm also the coordinator of the garbage crew, and I take them all through DeWitt Center and pick up trash. And I have a good crew that does that. We wear vests out there so that they don't get disturbed by police if they were thinking of littering or anything, that they are showing support for VOA. We also have a committee group for dorm reps that are in service, and they they stand for their dorms and they represent their dorms. They're in service. You know, for me, I've seen a lot of growth there. I'm not into the negative or positive thing. I'm here to in straight facts that we need to follow through what's been going on. Homelessness has been a long time, yes, and it will still keep going on. That's why we have programs here. I also like to say is that, you know, I am grateful for the board here today, that you have sat here a pretty long time and working, and I know the city, how it works, is that I know your service, and I'm grateful for that too. And real fast, I want to say too is that, you know, my brothers and my sisters were homeless due to drugs, alcohol, jail, prisons. And, you know, now they've got their lives changed through recoveries and all that. Also, the thing I've seen is that I saw just the other night, a 16-year-old kid at 7-Eleven, homeless. As was your mom. My mom threw me away. So, even though we don't accept children under the age of 18 at our shelter, I'd like to let you know that, we have veterans there. We have children out there getting stuck. We have people just trying. I know it's hard. I know it's all about dollars here, and I hope I don't look at it that way. I look at it being in the service of God and always. And that's what I've been, service. I've been working with them for 2 years now, almost 2 years. And, I found my call. And due to Father Mike, who's my priest and baptized me, I'm grateful for him. I'm also grateful for Leo, because Leo taught me some things. And my mentor, Beth Valentine, who's taught me a lot of structure and a lot of new things. So I ask that you vote for VOA, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll keep it short and sweet. My name is Dawn Bam. I come from a very blessed background, and I'm still very blessed today. Neither is right or wrong. I don't like right or wrong. I like positive. I've had the opportunity to be at the Gathering Inn and to work side by side and volunteer my time as well as live there, as well as being a part of VOA and volunteering my time and living there as well. And both are great entities. I wish that they could come together. I personally know Nick, and he's a wonderful man who has a vision himself. As well, I've gotten to know Beth Valentine, our director, and she has a vision. It's about people. With that said, with this, I'm very private, but with that said, standing in front of you, no, I don't have a drug problem. No, I don't have an alcohol problem. No, I didn't have my children taken away from me. I had a choice taken away from me when I made a decision, and it rendered me homeless. I did not want to partake in abuse any longer. So with that said, it's not right or wrong. It truly is about love and that of what we are in service for. And is that not what God asks of us when he strips everything away? It is about love. So I'll read something quickly. And I want you to know you have a lot of supporters here for VOA. It is a good place. The staff are professional, they're loving, they're kind, they do understand, as well as the Gathering Inn. And Nick's vision is a good vision. And I think that when you can come together and drop biases or misunderstandings, is a better place for all. So with that said, I would like to read something from Corinthians 13:12, and that is, love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, it rejoices with the truth. It always protects, it always trusts, it always hopes, it always perseveres. And now, with 3 remaining, that would be faith, hope, and love. That is the greatest gift we can give to all. In our society, we need to come together and understand what is going on and how we can help one another. So with all of those that are supporting that of VOA, as well as I support Nick and his vision, I'd like you to stand that are wearing a ribbon. Because there is structure, there is guidance, there is love, there is understanding. It hasn't grown all its legs yet, and it will be ever evolving as life is in our journey. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Inez Martinez, and I really wasn't going to come here to speak today just because I didn't think that it would really matter, to be honest. I'm really emotional when it comes to this because I've been a drug addict for 27 years, and coming to this shelter for the first time, I've been clean and sober for a year due to the staff and everything involved there. I've been able to see my children who I haven't seen in 10 years, and I have 2 jobs, and I'm in the process of moving out. And like I said, I haven't and couldn't have done it without them. They care. They are there. That's all I have.
Hello, my name is Allison Gillard, and I am a very close neighbor of the shelter. And unfortunately, it did get really ugly for the first, 3 years of the shelter and the lawn camping. And when I worked my butt off and bought my house near the DeWitt Center, I did not envision raising my 2 little kids next to a high-risk wet shelter that attracted sex offenders and then turned them out because they weren't accepting them into the doors. They were just loose in my neighborhood. And so it has gotten ugly. It has been ugly to live with. I think we can all agree that something needs to be done. My community and my neighbors in Auburn have completely lost faith in the VOA. It has not been run safely for those of us who live a stone's throw away. So seeing all the support of my neighbors for the Gathering Inn, I think that says something. We're willing to concede the shelter to you. That's fine. We understand people need help. That's fine. Let's do it the right way. Let's give it to a Placer County run operation who will care and love about these homeless people as much as the VOA. We're gonna have the same stories. They're gonna be there for you, offering the same services, if not better. But if you go with the Gathering Inn, you're gonna have all of us detractors of the shelter coming together and backing a shelter. And I think that is a huge win, where all of these people who have been on opposite sides of the aisle for 3 years can maybe find some common ground. Fine, let's get a shelter. But let's maybe pick somebody else that we can all support. You've had
housing and multifamily units available in those areas that obviously do not share similar demographics. Both facilities share the same or similar goals. The reality is VOA and RHA has weathered all the financial and deep-seated storms regarding the Volunteers of America Auburn facility. Despite the origination or source of these challenges, VOA has stepped up to the plate and endured. Historically, TGI has announced shortages of funds, even to the extent it has closed or announced it needed to close its doors temporarily. Again, the reality is fiscally, TGI may not be capable of meeting the scope associated with this shelter operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Did you have a question?
No, I said thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name's Chris Herrera. I'm 4th generation Auburn citizen. I'm everything you've heard here today. I'm a veteran. I'm disabled. I've got 4 kids. My wife died suddenly a few years ago. I'm tired of picking up after the homeless people on my property. I'm tired of asking them and telling them to leave my property. I'm tired of having to put up with that. I'm tired of taking my kids to ice cream and watching 3 different homeless people at the same time, one darting in and out of traffic picking up cigarettes. One of them's walking around with a crow tied to her shirt and the wings clipped on it, and it's doing this number here. You know, she's walking around harassing the people at the 76 station. The other one's over there drinking out of the hose off the side of the building for vehicles only. I'm here to support the Gathering Inn. I'm here to support the Gathering Inn. This volunteers don't take salaries of America. We're talking about Placer County. They're the salaries of Placer County.
Thank you.
How you doing? My name's Ron Coates. Thanks for listening to me.
I'm here for the VOA, Right-In Shelter. They do it right, okay? They talk to you like people. Ever since I've been there, I feel like a human being. You know, they talk to you straight out. I'm going to cut it short, but I wouldn't change a damn thing. Excuse my language, but they're all good people, all of them.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Keith Estes. First of all, thank you for sending out an RFP for the shelter. And thank you for allowing the public input. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Boy, we've heard from a lot of different people. We've heard some wonderful stories about people that the VOA has served. There's also equally wonderful stories that the TJI has served, the Gathering Inn. Some citizen support, Volunteers of America. These people have always supported the shelter and did a good job getting it going. I'm sure they will continue to do so regardless who manages. But what you have not heard before is you heard a huge group of people represented by Betsy, because she, instead of having them all come up in a line, she had them all stand at one time for time to show these group of citizens, to show that they, in the past, these are the people that wanted to shut the shelter down, but are now saying they will not only accept the shelter, but are willing to support the shelter if the Gathering Inn manages the shelter. This is a major community shift. The people that you saw standing here was only, for the Gathering Inn, was only a fraction of the people. Those two anterooms in the back were filled with people with the Gathering Inn that you couldn't see. You've heard other Placer County government officials who have testified to the wonderful job the Gathering Inn has done for the community. You haven't heard that before. You heard you did not hear from the Auburn Vice Mayor, Cheryl Mackey. She intended to speak to support the Gathering Inn, but due to the length of time, she had to leave. And you've also heard from a very strong showing of support from our business community. And I've spoken to each of you individually more than once, and I thank you for those opportunities. But I have a number of different emails here from the businesses. An email from Placer Title, who is a very large, generous supporter of the Gathering Inn in Roseville, and also will support the Gathering here in Auburn. Support from the Auburn Business Park Association, which represents about 40 businesses out there for the Gathering Inn. Support from the ownership of the Bel Air Shopping Center, which has been the most impacted by the shelter and the homeless problem. They'll also come around and support the Gathering Inn. And support from many, many other businesses. I've got multiple emails here on that. I bet that most any other government agency in the country would relish the opportunity to have such strong community support for a homeless shelter as you have seen exhibited here today. Please don't discount that or take this lightly. I really would like the board to look at this with two different views. One view based strictly on the review committee report. That was based on an RFP for emergency housing and supportive services. That was set up for a very narrow range of specifics, and they based their review on that narrow range of specifics. But let's look at this through a different set of glasses that the review committee did not even consider. This is an opportunity to unite the entire community, both sides, around a shelter. A big picture of a larger community system of support from citizens, businesses, and local government. Using the synergy of one support provider for both South Placer and Mid Placer. A strategic plan for one unified service provider for the entire county. Opportunity to build on the strategic plan to unite with other services. And an opportunity for a long-term homeless solution instead of just an emergency shelter. This is the time when we can join together and see a much bigger vision for our county. Now listen, change often makes people nervous, and I understand that. But without change, you can never advance forward. I've heard the comparison to which organization has deeper pockets. I believe the Gathering Inn has the deepest pockets, as shown here by the huge local support of the people and the businesses. Change is often hard, but this change powered by the community. We've talked about citizens, you've heard from the business, you've heard from a pastor, the church, and local government. This is a good change. The Gathering Inn has proven to do an excellent job down in the Roseville program. They certainly will do an excellent job up here in Auburn. By the voting for the Gathering Inn, you really have everything to gain, not a whole lot to lose, because it's only a one-year contract. Now is the time to vote no on renewing the current VOA contract and appoint the Gathering Inn to manage the shelter. I'm asking you, please give this entire community and the Gathering Inn the opportunity to do something great. And I, like the other businesses also, will financially support the Gathering Inn if they're awarded the contract, $5,000 to help with the startup fees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Keith.
I almost wasn't here, but I do want to thank you all. I know it's tough being up there doing what you all do. I'm not here for the gathering necessarily, but I sure as heck support them. I'm here for my family. I'm here for my neighbors. I'm here for my parks. I'm here for my local community. There's reasons you have the mayor of Lincoln coming up here, the leaders of the Auburn Rec District, the mayor and vice mayor of Auburn, the only local supervisor supporting the Gathering Inn. It's not because we're uneducated, we don't know. I personally have been involved with 3 shelters, this one here in North Auburn, the Hospitality House, and the Gathering Inn for years and years and years. Only one of them have I seen complete incompetence. If you all think it was okay for that organization to put the manager in that they did of a high-risk shelter, so be it. You all know the allegations that went on, the stories from residents, staff, and community. Are you okay with the way their human resources handled that? We got beaten down. Things are a lot better, yes. But you have an opportunity here to truly, truly do some healing. If the right hand of Auburn pulled out of this because the Gathering Inn is there, then what they've been saying really isn't what I understand. I sure hope the right hand Auburn joins in supporting so many of us in this community. And actually, I have a feeling the right hand of Auburn will grow because now, you know, we've been thrown a bone, so to speak. We care. We care about the homeless. We care about our community. We care a lot. But it doesn't seem like anyone really has listened. I mean, I want to help. We all want to help. And I truly, truly hope that this time you will give a little autonomy to the North Auburn community and so many of us that would truly like a different approach. It's a 1-year contract. The VOA is not going anywhere. I'm sure that the Gathering Inn could hire some of the existing staff. They're going to need jobs. Hopefully they'll help with a clean transition. But we can unite around the Gathering Inn and this shelter for at least the duration of the next few years. And I don't think our business communities are trying to bribe anything with their promises of funding, rather showing their commitment for what they believe in. They're the biggest business leaders in our North Auburn community. This shelter isn't located in South Auburn, Rockland, Roseville. Yes, it's a Placer County shelter now, but it's located in North Auburn. We drive by it. Our kids go to school next to it. We really do care. We trust the Gathering Inn. Please, please vote no.
Thank you. All right, that closes the public comment period. We'll bring it back to the board for comments and action. Who wants to start?
Since I see no board members making any comments, I wanted one clarification before I sort of expanded upon my thoughts and make a motion. Would the Gathering Inn allow pets at the shelter?
Yes, Supervisor Montgomery, we would.
Okay, thank you. So needless to say, I've given this an enormous amount of thought. I've heard from many of you in the audience. Thank you for your outreach. I really appreciate it, and congratulations on your marriage and your new kidney. Delighted that both of those things happened. Out of out of this process, so there is some good news. What I really wanted to say is that although Volunteers of America has had its share of struggles and stumbles, I do think that within the last year they've done a pretty good job. It's been credible. They've done significantly better than in the past, and I think everyone in the room recognizes that. What I think is unfortunate is that even with the change that we've seen, they are still not embraced within the community, and they are still not supported within the larger Auburn area community. And I also want to say that I really appreciate everything that Right Hand Auburn has done, and that I hope whatever the board decides to do today, Right Hand Auburn does continue to be part of the solution here, because we all need a solution. Absolutely. Totally clear. And I want to affirm my priority is to work, to continue to work with all the programs, people, churches, business owners, and the others in this room and outside this room to serve the needs and achieve better outcomes for our homeless population and the communities in which we locate our homeless shelters. Because they're, we've got 7 years to end homelessness, but that means we've probably got to put some shelters in some other areas in the meantime. I hope everyone here supports that same position, which is we've all got to lift this together. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do it by being fragmented. And, as to anyone holding anybody else over a barrel, I've had people tell me that they'll walk away from it if it's gathering in. I've had other people say they'll do other things if it's Volunteers of America. But I have personally worked at and financially supported Volunteers of America, and I have helped them get the shelter up and running. I've done cleanups with them. So I want to recognize the good and the important work that they have done, and I want to recognize that it's flawed, and I want to recognize that the community is still not on board. So in this case, it's really clear to me that in order to have a successful ongoing shelter in North Auburn, we do need to have community support. And although, some of my fellow supervisors have said the loudest voice isn't always the right voice, I think in this case, I believe we do need to listen to that voice and that we need to make a change. So out of respect to those voices and in the hope that everyone will continue to focus on the issue at hand, which is serving our homeless population irrespective of who is in charge of that shelter, I would move that we override staff recommendation and assign the contract and all other actions associated with that to the Gathering Inn in light of the overwhelming community support and their record of successful outcomes in Placer County. And again, I want to thank VOA and Right Hand Auburn for all the work you have done, and hope that you will engage with us in our commitment to move forward. And that is a motion.
Can I suggest that the motion be modified to reject the recommendation of staff and authorize staff to commence negotiations with the Gathering Inn, because none of the contract documents have been
So moved, County Council.
Second.
Okay, now I see a bunch of lights lit up. Finally. Supervisor Eagle, you had your light on, did you want to?
Yeah, only in government are we here talking about who's going to be providing the ongoing services for the shelter when just 3 years ago we were told this was a temporary shelter. So I'm just amazed that we've gotten to this point of accepting the location, and to me, the key to success in this location is the buy-off of the neighbors. And if the neighbors are not on board with moving this forward, they're the ones that we have subjugated to the permanence now of this shelter that we had told them was going to be temporary. We got to have them engaged. And, while, yes, VOA has done some good things, we've had some great success stories presented to us here today. I personally met with a number of people who've been through both the Lazarus Projects program as well as the Gathering Inns program, and a number of wonderful success stories there as well. So both programs have merit. To me, simply saying things aren't as bad as they were is not good enough. And while things may not be as bad as they were, the community telling us that they simply don't have the confidence in the ongoing preparation is all really I need to hear, and that's why I seconded the motion.
Supervisor Durant.
Yeah, I've given this a lot of thought also, and along with Jennifer, we've both been through this journey, and Robert over the last couple of years, and in a lot of ways, I feel what I'm being presented with is that story in Kings where Solomon has got to make a decision over, who should get the baby, and I think we as a board have done a lot of work. I know that we brought a lot of things to the community that they didn't appreciate, quite understand. And I think at this point in time, this is kind of the nirvana that I think I was looking for a long time ago. I'll take that any way that I can. Because I think with your involvement, that you can take it to the next level. I'm hopeful. So that's kind of where I am in this whole thing. I have every bit of confidence in both VOA and the gathering end. I just don't like to be put in this position to where I have to choose between two organizations that have done so much good in the community, to see them at odds with each other, and have there be winners and losers, hypothetically, in the process. But as any good parent does, when they raise their children, and I'm using the shelter as figuratively a child, that every once in a while you've got to step back and you've got to let that child go in the direction that they're going to go. And I'm fully prepared. I knew this day would come, and I was hoping it would come much sooner than it has, but I'm fully prepared to sign on with the recommendation that Jen has put forward.
Supervisor Weigand.
Yeah, so I just want to embrace everything that's already been said and not repeat it. One technical question to Maker in the second is, I'm assuming there are some differences in the proposals that will have to be ironed out administratively, and as long as that's acceptable to the Maker in the second, that our staff resolve that, and if they can't resolve it, they'd bring that back to us, and I'm perfectly comfortable with proceeding. And I'll just add, in my view, this was much like a business startup where it was certainly not known as to whether or not we would be successful, and I think all of us learned a lot. I think all of us stumbled some. We put in place some adaptive management that I think dramatically improved circumstances. I would hope that that attitude will continue with Right Hand Auburn. I want to thank the Volunteers for America for stepping up and joining in with the community and working us through that. But I think that there's some potentially huge untapped synergism if we can nurture the gathering in this role more steeply embedded in our community, and also with our partners in the lower elevation parts of the county. This issue is not going to be going away, I doubt, and I think we're going to have to beef up our efforts down there. But we're going to be successful only if we work well with our city partners, and we've certainly heard from them. So I see it as a rich opportunity and a point along a path that we've learned a lot and hopefully can have even much grander success in the future. So, thanks.
And if I just may, before you make your comments, Mr. Chairman, I also expect to hear from someone that Tom Dwelly has written you a check for $10,000 by noon tomorrow, because that was his public commitment.
Thank you.
I'm sure that check is cash quick.
I do have a comment, but I want
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for staff, that once its negotiations with the TGI are successfully concluded, they will need to come back to the board for the final contract.
All right, thank you. First of all, for you, Jeff, do you have any concerns about the ability of the gathering in to the transition to take over the shelter? Is there any concerns from?
No, I don't. We have 2 contracts with VOA. We have 2 contracts with Gathering Inn. They both performed admirably.
Okay.
And so I feel confident that they certainly have the ability to run the shelter.
All right, thank you. Let me just say that, the community of North Auburn had lots of angst, as I did during this whole process. And some people started coming to terms with the fact that there's a shelter. And I appreciate you stepping forward and doing that. And it wasn't easy, it was kind of painful, but some growing pains. But I really appreciate the leaders from your community and my community that have stepped up and come to terms with the agreement. Mr. Estes, I just want to thank you for finally getting the business community engaged and involved. I know they've really had some challenges with all the issues that they had to put up with at their businesses, and you stepped forward, and I appreciate you bringing this forward to bring it to the business community and through the board. And with that, would you be kind enough to read the motion so I don't screw it up? It's been a long day.
The motion was to reject the recommendation of staff in the staff report and authorize staff to commence negotiations with the Gathering Inn for shelter services for a 1-year term.
All right, there's a motion and second to do that. Will all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Any opposed? The motion is passed unanimously. Is there any public comment?
I don't think there is. I don't know.
No. Is there any public? No, there's no public comment. What? Oh.
Remember, Jim.
There were like 15 sanctuary people, but I think we're down to 5.
Can I pull from your early quote?
Okay, thank you. You betcha. Ladies and gentlemen. Huh? Oh, okay. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take closed session, and then we'll be back to continue any public comment that anybody wants to give to the board. And so we should be right back. It shouldn't take too long. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
The board has returned from closed session where it conducted a conference with legal counsel on 2 litigation matters. In Maldonado versus County of Placer, the board heard a report and gave direction to counsel. In Spinks versus County of Placer, the board heard a report and gave direction to counsel. That concludes the closed session report.
Alrighty, and now I will reopen the public comment period of our meeting, which we, hello.
Hello, my name is Reverend Carol Carter.
Hi.
I'm a member of Placer People of Faith Together. We have been in this community for 9 years. I've been here for 5, and there are 19 faith congregations that you do not see here in the morning crowding this chamber because they're busy. They're busy feeding people at the Gathering Inn. They're busy helping people who move out of poverty with Prosper Placer. They're busy at the Interfaith Food Closet and every other place they can imagine to help the people in our community have less. the people who need the most help, the people who are suffering injustice from racism, as we witnessed this morning, and the people who really don't have the power or feel they have the power necessarily to speak up for themselves. We at Placer People of Faith teach people to speak up for themselves. We create leaders out of people who are hurting, and so they can tell their own stories. You saw a lot of good examples of that today. I'm here to thank you very much for not taking on that political issue that came before you this morning about the sanctuary state. I appreciate very much your standing with the state law and allowing the courts to figure out the difficulties with that law. To me, it was, I was here last week too, and in line both times, and people cut in front. That's why I never got to speak. It was not exactly, they were talking about following the law, but they were not even hospitable to me, at least. So I am finally glad I don't have to fight in line, and that I could speak to you for a moment or two. Placer People of Faith, for its whole existence, has invested in the possibility that we might all be sisters and brothers in this community and care for one another. We have invested in work with immigrant families. We powerfully support families not being separated through deportation. And we're very thankful that the state saw fit to pass this law to protect the families. The families have been terrified. Families living in this community who are immigrant families without papers, they are very frightened. Their children came to school when that first happened, and they said to their teacher, I work in a second grade classroom at Rock Creek School as a volunteer sight word buster. That means I teach kids their sight words, as do a whole team of other retired teachers. They were so afraid. They said, what if we have to go back to Mexico? What if? They had so many questions when everything changed in our government. I won't mention the date, but they were terrified. And they have still been frightened that their family would be separated, their mother or their father or their uncle, someone they care about, is going to be taken back to Mexico. And they might not see them again. So I thank you for standing up for all families, immigrant families, poor families, families who have suffered through incarceration, unfairly in a lot of situations, as well as fairly. I just thank you for being a board that I can trust, and that we as people of faith who don't spend too much time politicking really can trust you to have the best interests of all the people in this community in your hearts. We thank you for that. I saw that today when you were struggling through the decision about who runs the shelter. Well, heck, a couple of years ago, you hadn't even thought of having a shelter. So the progress is immense, and we support you, and we thank you for standing up and being brave when it's not very popular among some people. I just want you to know there's many more. In our 19 churches, there are 27,000 families. That's a big group. They don't really show up here very much, but I want you to know they're there, and they're in support of whatever will help. There's so many people in our really wealthy county who have need.
Thank you very much.
Got 3 minutes? I don't know.
Oh, you're fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Looks like you're nobody's, what happened to the people behind you?
I know. Thank you very much for taking the time. I know it's been a long day. I'll make it very quick.
Yeah.
My name is Peter Kolst. I lived in the Plaza District for 1976. Brought up my 3 kids, and now I have 6 grandkids, and
All
3
right.
of them we are finally weaning them out, getting of age, and the other family is in Mariposa. You received probably 2 emails from me. The first one was the first meeting, and this is the second meeting. And I just wanted to reiterate Governor Brown's statement. The reason why he provided the law for make California a sanctuary state is that he wanted to ameliorate the issue that local districts have to deal with the enforcement of immigration and ICE. And I think that was the right decision, because unless Congress gets the immigration thing settled, there's very little you can do. And so at least the state law is very clear. And so I hope and I'm glad that most districts are saying, hey, look, we can't do anything unless we get directions from the federal government. And right now the state government is the law of the land. So that was just one of the comments I want to make. I also took a look at the job description of the, since I was the HR director for Sarah College, since it opened, 27 years. I was involved in the beginning, starting a department from scratch, so I know exactly well what a job description looked like. I never found ICE in that coordination effort. So its immigration is really a federal government, local law enforcement, and that's my last statement, and I left it for last, and the rest I can forego. It says, the Placer County Board of Supervisors go against state laws. You're responsible to maintain the quality of life we enjoy and ensure our county is a safe place to work and visit. That statement, by the way, is a mission statement by the Placer County Sheriff's Office. And I thought that's a nice way to close it.
All right.
You know, I thought, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience and waiting through
No,
this. I
no
hope you
problem. I was
appreciate
expecting
what
a
we
lot
go through.
more.
I hope you appreciate what we go through.
I know exactly what you go through, yeah.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much.
Bye-bye.
And that, oh, go ahead. You need- Oh,
Peter Kolster, Kolster.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This board is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.